I traveling from a post-apocalyptic world to swallowed star. My wish fulfillment system also travel with me. Now see how I will conquer the universe, dominate the sea of the universe, and break through reincarnation. Chapter 501. Inside the inheritance space. The white-robed human, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and sighed. Finally, I've figured out how to decompose those universe boat fragments into individual modules. This person was none other than Xiao Yu. In this cultivation space, while familiarizing himself with the entire universe boat's secret pattern diagrams, refining methods, and repair methods, he still spent over 50 billion years. Although only 500 years had passed outside, Xiao Yu truly felt the passage of over 50 billion years here. To truly decompose all those fragments into individual pieces, I need to first repair the universe boat's energy circulation system. Otherwise, those fragments are anchored by the universe boat, and with my current strength, it's difficult to move them, Xiao Yu thought. With a thought, Xiao Yu left the inheritance space, his soul returning to his main body. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a thought suddenly struck him, and he exclaimed in surprise, Luo Feng has actually come to this black stone pillar space. Calculating the time, it seems the tomb ship is about to be born. As the creator of the communication treasure, the one he carries is the best. He can monitor the location, life status, and even conversations of all other communication treasure carriers in real time. Luo Feng is in the 1500x time acceleration zone, and his soul will is almost catching up to teacher Hunyuan, Xiao Yu marveled. Xiao Yu possessed the control core, coupled with the communication treasure's positioning, allowing him to clearly sense the precise location of each treasure carrier and accurately analyze the time acceleration zone each carrier was in. Xiao Yu glanced at Luo Feng, then a clone walked out from his main body and sat cross-legged in this cultivation space. 10,000 times soul sensitivity should be enough, Xiao Yu thought. A burst of 9-colored divine light flashed, and Xiao Yu disappeared from this cultivation space. Area 11 of the Black Stone Pillar. In the 1500x time acceleration zone, Luo Feng stood on a huge rock, looking towards the distant, towering Tongtian Demon Pillar. The pressure here is immense. Luo Feng felt extremely strained and under great pressure. The will impact here is already making me very uncomfortable. Fortunately, it's not enough to lose control. If I move forward, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my divine body and will lose my composure. Teacher's soul will is actually stronger than mine. Luo Feng looked towards the purple stream of light continuing to fly deeper inside. In the future, I will temper my will on this giant rock. Then, Luo Feng sat down cross-legged. On a distant, huge piece of rubble, inside a palace, the Ice Peak Master sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looked at the figure in front, and sighed, Luo Feng's soul will is even stronger than mine. Perhaps he is another Xiao Yu. This can be considered fortunate for my human race. With the rise of outstanding talents in the human race, the Ice Peak Master was both happy and felt somewhat uncomfortable or lost. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the teacher. Everyone wants to be the student, but who truly wants to be the teacher? The Dark Lord, the Barren Mirror Lord, and a group of other veteran universe lords of the human race felt the same way as the Ice Peak Master. The Nether Marquis Lord did not have this feeling. He was already a rising star, albeit a slightly older one. After a while, the Chaos City Lord returned to his cultivation position. He looked behind him and discovered that his little disciple, Luo Feng, was sitting there cross-legged, tempering his will. Not bad, being able to be there shows that his soul will has reached the limit of a universe lord. After a period of tempering, he will be able to break through, the Chaos City Lord said with satisfaction. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's voice came from the communication treasure. Teacher, I am temporarily leaving the Black Stone Pillar space. Contact me in time if anything happens. Rest assured and go do your thing. Now, in the entire universe sea, I'm afraid no one will actively provoke us, the Chaos City Lord said confidently. Okay, Xiao Yu closed the communication. Deep within the seventh abyss of the universe boat. In the endless darkness, secret patterns formed by 9-colored divine light emerged. Suddenly, the secret patterns converged, as if forming a passage, and a blood-colored figure walked out from that passage. This blood-colored figure was Xiao Yu. According to the universe boat's information, this abyss area is one of the energy conversion channels of the universe boat's core. However, now the channel has problems, the energy flow has problems, and after endless epochs of evolution, it has actually formed a self-circulation, Xiaoyu thought. The entire universe boat's energy circulation system is very complex, but there are as many as 36 locations where problems have occurred. Among them, only 3 locations have been explored by divine power clones. The rest are either extremely dangerous or very deep, so only Xiaoyu's main body can personally investigate. With a thought, the control core appeared in his hand, and endless divine power poured into it, and then endless secret patterns spread out. The endless secret patterns enveloped the entire abyss, ignoring any obstacles. Even the endless suction and strangulation force at the mouth of the abyss could not do anything to these secret patterns amplified and diffused by the control core. The endless secret patterns quickly radiated out, penetrating through the 7th abyss towards the surrounding areas, such as Flame Water Lake and Wind Sand Prison. Flame Water Lake area. The 3 universe lords of the Purple Moon Holy Land, Lord Fenglong, Lord Panka, and Lord Yuya, although they were all stationed in the Flame Water Lake area, they were stationed in different areas. Lord Fenglong's area happened to be near the 7th abyss, and he was the first to discover the endless secret patterns quickly enveloping the entire space. What happened? Lord Fenglong exclaimed in surprise. He didn't understand what had happened and quickly contacted his companions, Panka, Yuya. I'm outside the 7th abyss and have discovered a major situation, something that has never happened before. Endless light is emitted from the abyss, enveloping the entire area. The secret patterns spread too fast, and Lord Fenglong couldn't avoid them in time. Fenglong, I'm near the 2nd abyss, and it's the same here. I'm here at the 10th abyss, and it's the same. The endless light seems to contain complex and profound secret patterns. These secret patterns are extremely small, and if you don't sense them carefully, you won't be able to discover them. Almost at the same time, Lord Fenglong also received transmissions from the other 2 secret patterns. Lord Fenglong also spread out his divine power and carefully sensed them. There are indeed many secret patterns, very complex, and very similar to the secret patterns on the black stone pillar. Perhaps there is a major problem inside the universe boat, which caused the phenomenon of secret patterns leaking out over a range of thousands or tens of thousands of light years, Lord Panka transmitted. These secret patterns don't seem to have any power, Lord Yuya said. No matter what, we need to record this matter properly and then report it, Lord Fenglong transmitted. These endless secret patterns seem to ignore any obstacles and seem not to change anything. The diffusion speed was comparable to the domain diffusion speed of a domain treasure, far exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light. Oh, so the problem is here. Xiaoyu already knew where the problem with this energy operation system was. Knowing the problem, Xiaoyu didn't solve it immediately, but left a divine power clone. His main body was shrouded in endless secret patterns and disappeared into thin air. Chapter 502. Time flies, and 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past decade, Xiaoyu has been constantly teleporting to various parts of the universe boat through the control core, investigating all the problems and engraving the true situation of all the problems in his mind. This is more intuitive and real than simply understanding the problems through the control core. All the problems have been remembered. Some supreme treasure components, I saw that there are spares in the treasure house of materials, and some need to be taken from the treasure house to refine, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Immediately, Xiaoyu's divine power penetrated into the control core, and 9-colored divine light enveloped hundreds of billions of kilometers around, forming endless secret patterns. Then the secret patterns dissipated, and Xiaoyu disappeared into thin air. Universe boat core area. In the void shrouded in darkness, there are majestic palace complexes suspended. The huge palaces form a huge ring with a diameter of 10,000 light years. Inside the majestic palace numbered 08256, endless secret patterns emerged out of thin air, and then a figure appeared. It was Xiaoyu. I remember that the Wu state inheritance records that 80% of the supreme treasure components of the energy circulation system have backups, and they are basically in this palace number 08256. Xiaoyu's divine power spread out, and his eyes also scanned the surroundings. I saw that around Xiaoyu, there were rows of antique shelves. Each row of antique shelves was more than 10 million kilometers high, and a supreme treasure was placed every 10,000 kilometers. Xiaoyu floated in the air, looking for the required supreme treasure components. Row 3, Layer 0582, number 1256, this is a supreme treasure component that accelerates energy circulation. Yes, that's it. Xiao Yu looked at the text written on the side as if it were secret patterns, although he also recognized it. Although these characters are not any characters of the original universe, since he obtained the inheritance of the Wu Kingdom, he has practiced in the cultivation space for more than 1,000,000,000,000 years, and has also been exposed to these characters for more than 1,000,000,000,000 years. In this long period of time, Xiao Yu has long been able to directly understand the meaning of these characters. Xiao Yu watched the supreme treasure component covered by a layer of light curtain-like water, and his divine power extended over, and he was immediately surprised. It can actually penetrate in. Could it be that the original will knows that I want to repair the supreme treasure, so it allows me to take it out directly? Xiao Yu had previously agreed with the original will that as long as he repaired the universe boat, then all the supreme treasures in the universe boat would be available for him to draw, without any restrictions. At least the original will would not restrict it. If this is the case, repairing the universe boat will be much faster. Xiao Yu directly took out this supreme treasure component and put it into the world ring, and then continued to look for other components. Time flies, and another 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Finally found the last piece of material, Xiao Yu said with emotion, who would believe it if this was said, facing endless supreme treasures, I actually spent 100 years to find them all. This is still because Xiao Yu's divine power spread out, so he could quickly find suitable supreme treasure components. And all the shuttles between the palace complexes were directly teleported. Otherwise, it might take dozens of times longer. Next, I need to refine the other materials into corresponding supreme treasures. Let's do this in the cultivation space. Endless secret patterns appeared, covering the entire palace. A burst of 9-colored divine light flashed, the secret patterns dissipated, and Xiao Yu disappeared into thin air. Black stone pillar, in the cultivation space. Secret patterns appeared out of thin air, endless secret patterns gathered, forming a passage, and then Xiao Yu walked out of the passage. Start refining the repair components. A majestic iceberg flew out of Xiao Yu's body, and then continued to grow larger. Even though Lengabao has become a huge iceberg about 3 light years high, it still looks small in this cultivation space. The cultivation space seems to change with the things inside. Xiao Yu flew into Lengabao, into the huge fortress. In the palace, Xiao Yu took out the special treasure refining furnace from the world ring, and then took out suitable materials from one world ring after another. Then Xiao Yu constantly threw pieces of materials into the endless flames in the furnace. Each of these materials exuded an aura that was countless times stronger than the strongest treasure. He took out one tool after another. These tools were all specially strengthened by Xiao Yu in order to repair the universe boat, and had reached the level of true God supreme treasures. This hammer can barely be used, I'm afraid it will be destroyed after a few hammers. Fortunately, strengthen it a little more and upgrade these tools to void true God level supreme treasures, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Fortunately, he had extra materials, which was enough to upgrade all 9 treasure refining tools. Time flies, and hundreds of thousands of years have passed in a hurry. Xiao Yu wielded 9 treasure refining tools that exuded an aura many times stronger than true God supreme treasures, hammering and refining these materials. At the same time, his divine power was constantly forming countless secret patterns, which submerged into the materials, strengthening and improving the performance of the materials, and also making these materials easier to refine. These supreme treasure components should actually be handled by experts at least at the eternal true God level. Xiao Yu is now like a toddler taming an elephant. This elephant is still an elephant comparable to a mountain range. When taming the beast, he can only try every means. Deep inside the universe boat's inner domain, the Yanbing domain. Here is an endless expanse of black mud, like black swamps everywhere. Above it is a boundless sea of magma. Whoosh! I saw pieces of magma falling from the sky, rapidly solidifying during the falling process, turning into black rocks, and then gradually softening, flowing slowly like black cement mortar, converging into the black mud. Dozens of light years away from the Yanbing domain, a majestic palace is suspended in the void. Inside the majestic palace, although the Yanbing domain has a harsh environment and is extremely dangerous, the dangers are traceable. It is a rare good place in the depths of the universe boat's inner domain. Like us, there are other forces from the first reincarnation era stationed here. A golden armored man with a tall body like a mountain formed of rock laughed. Originally, the Shadow Lord and Witch Wraith Lord of the God Eye clan were stationed near here. A good place naturally has more people staring at it, said a short, thin, black-armored alien beast. It's a pity that their God Eye clan offended the Genesis true god. All 7 true gods of the clan were killed, and this couple also fell on the way back, said the golden-armored man. These 2 are the Mountain Mausoleum Lord and the Black Eye Lord, the Universe Lords of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, both of whom were 5th Order Universe Lords. Suddenly, circles of huge ripples spread out from the black swamp area in the distance. The movement is getting louder and louder. Black Eye, it's that place, the golden-armored man pointed to the distance. Mountain Mausoleum, let's go and see, the Black Eye Lord said excitedly. You are really a lucky star. You have only been here for less than an era, and you have encountered the birth of a supreme treasure, the Mountain Mausoleum Lord said happily. Whoosh! Immediately, this Peak Palace supreme treasure turned into a black streamer, advancing in the void between the hot, endless sea of magma and the cold, dangerous black swamp below. Chapter 503, Tomb Boat. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Black Stone Pillar Cultivation Space. Boom. The control core transmitted bursts of huge shock vibrations, which traveled through Xiao Yu's body, causing his entire being to tremble slightly. What kind of supreme treasure is being born that it's producing such intense sensations? Xiao Yu wondered. The control core had vibrated several times before, but none were as strong as this. Xiao Yu took out the control core and held it in his hand. With a thought, beams of light projected from the void, forming a complete, giant universe boat projection. This treasure is deep within the inner domain, which should be the blazing ice domain. Xiao Yu carefully sensed and, with a thought, the projection of the blazing ice domain was enlarged. In a swampy, muddy area, a spot was continuously emitting intense tremors, and gradually a giant ship slowly emerged. Around this giant ship, streams of light flew past. These streams were palace treasures, all drawn by the commotion of the treasure's birth. The boat of tombs has emerged. Xiao Yu calculated. Now Luo Feng is still tempering his will in the black stone pillar area. If I don't help him, I wonder if he'll miss this opportunity. This Duan-Dong River inheritance is really strange. Accepting even a trace means either accepting it completely or dying. But, I originally wanted many human universe masters to try it. However, with their will, I'm afraid they won't even pass the selection, let alone enter the Rhinoceros Emperor Bureau test. Xiao Yu kept thinking, Rhinoceros Emperor Bureau, it's not unique to Duan-Dong River. It seems the Wu Kingdom inheritance also has it, as just a game. Let me search. Xiao Yu's mind now held too many secret techniques, and even with 100,000 times the soul power, he couldn't find the game he glanced at before instantly. After a full 3 seconds, Xiao Yu finally found it. Boom! Xiao Yu teleported directly to the huge rubble where Luo Feng was located. Luo Feng transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the star tower, looking at Xiao Yu with confusion. He opened his mouth and said, "Third brother." The star tower flew into Luo Feng's divine body. Luo Feng, just now a supreme treasure of the highest grade, was born inside the universe boat. I'll take you to try it. If we're lucky, our human race will gain another treasure. Xiao Yu said directly. Third brother, how did you know? Luo Feng asked in confusion. I obtained the Wu Kingdom inheritance, which is equivalent to controlling the entire universe boat. Even though the universe boat is severely damaged, I can still sense some major events inside, such as the birth of treasures. Xiao Yu smiled. Then does that mean all the treasures inside the universe boat are third brothers? Luo Feng envied. There's nothing wrong with saying that, but it's not entirely true. After all, the ancient civilization inside the universe boat is also a super force, just like our human race. It's divided into forces, like some generals, or some super powerful elites. Each of these powerhouses has some unique secrets and inheritances. Xiao Yu explained slightly. Luo Feng understood. Even within the human race, there are 5 major forces, no, now 6. Although he and Xiao Yu belong to the virtual universe lineage, their Earth lineage already has considerable momentum. Let's go, I'll take you there, it'll be faster. Xiao Yu smiled. Third brother, shouldn't we let teacher and senior brothers try it? Luo Feng was puzzled. With such a good opportunity, the more people who try, the greater the chance of success. No, let's go. With a thought, Xiao Yu, endless secret patterns appeared and enveloped the two. Blazing ice domain. In the endless black mud, a giant ship slowly emerged, floating on the mud. A black stream of light was rapidly approaching. The black stream of light was a peak palace treasure. Inside the palace, Mountain Ridge Master and Dark Eye Master, two Holy Land Universe Masters, were both surprised to look at the giant ship. Boat of Tombs. It's actually the Boat of Tombs. Mountain Ridge Master and Dark Eye Master were shocked. The Boat of Tombs is a necessary tool for entering the tomb, a legendary place in the inner domain of the universe boat. Only by riding the Boat of Tombs can one enter the tomb. Legend has it that inside the tomb, there are treasures left behind by the fallen ancient powerhouses of the universe boat, as well as some ancient ruins. If you're lucky, you might even obtain some ancient civilization inheritances like the creation true God. Mountain Ridge Master said. According to the records of our Eastern Emperor Holy Land, a Boat of Tombs can take 36 powerhouses into the tomb together. Dark Eye Master also knew this information. If only we could recognize the Boat of Tombs as its master, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded in endless epochs. Mountain Ridge Master sighed. He also harbored such wishful thinking. The birth of the Boat of Tombs is a huge event. It's estimated that many people will learn about it, and the news will spread quickly. We're here. The palace treasure was suspended near the Boat of Tombs, and the two did not act rashly. Soon, another palace treasure was attracted. It was the Deer Bug Master of the Purple Moon Holy Land. After completing the transaction with Xiao Yu, he continued to venture out alone and happened to pass by here, attracted by the huge commotion. Soon, the first Reincarnation era ancestral god religion force, Lord Luju, also arrived. Haha, Mountain Ridge Master and Dark Eye Master of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, Deer Bug Master of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Lord Luju of the first ancestral god religion. A rampant voice rang out. The newly arrived pale light rushed directly towards the Boat of Tombs. Stupid, Mountain Ridge Master sneered, we're all watching here because this Boat of Tombs cannot be recognized as its master, otherwise would it be your turn? The Skeleton Race Universe Master landed on the Boat of Tombs, looking for a place not contaminated by the Black Swamp, and tried his best to imprint his life mark, but he couldn't succeed at all. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, secret patterns appeared on the Boat of Tombs. These endless secret patterns bloomed with dazzling light, and the light reflected two figures. No, wouldn't it be? Could it really be successful? Does the skeleton race's idiot have such good luck? Mountain Ridge Master, Lord Luju, Deer Bug Master, and the others all looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. While shocked, they also secretly regretted not trying just now. Even the Skeleton Race Universe Master was a little confused. No, this is not recognizing a master. Deer Bug Master suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked closely and saw that the endless light quickly dissipated, and then two figures appeared on the deck of the Boat of Tombs. Creation True God, and the Human Galaxy Leader. Deer Bug Master was surprised. How did you suddenly appear here? Deer Bug Master was very puzzled by the way Xiao Yu and Luo Feng appeared. He had never heard of such a method comparable to teleportation. But the space here was frozen, and it was impossible to teleport. Creation True God, Mountain Ridge Master and Dark Eye Master were also very wary, and everyone else was very wary. We're here, be careful later. Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to the other powerhouses, but instructed Luo Feng. Chapter 504, Cutting Off the East River. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Luo Feng looked towards the three universe masters from the two great holy lands, and the various powerhouses from the first and second reincarnation eras. Among the universe masters, they were the most elite. Normally, these universe masters would face even the strongest ones with composure, but when facing Xiao Yu, they were like rabbits. Is this what strength brings? Fear is also a form of status. I must become like third brother, the most powerful existence in the entire universe. See, Luo Feng thought, his heart burning with passion. Xiao Yu turned to look at Luo Feng and smiled, it won't be long before you'll be like me. Xiao Yu didn't specify whether Luo Feng would be feared like him, or as strong as him. Rumble. The hatch of the tomb ship opened. Lord Luch, Lord Shanling, Lord Blackeye, and 7 others transformed into 10 streams of light, vying to fly towards the gate passage. They clashed in their eagerness to be the first to enter, and instantly, giant void blades, endless drunken dream butterflies, white whirlwinds, all sorts of powers were released. Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu, who remained calm and composed, without a hint of urgency, and asked with doubt, "Third brother, aren't you worried?" "There's no use in rushing. Such treasures aren't so easily claimed. Entering sooner or later doesn't make much difference, Xiao Yu said softly, watching to see if Lord Luch would be the first to enter again this time. He had been quite surprised when he saw Lord Luch earlier. Back when they were in the universe boat fragment, he thought that Lord Luch probably wouldn't be able to participate in this tomb ship journey. He hadn't expected to encounter him again. Suddenly, Lord Luch, using his supreme treasure, transformed into a terrifying, heaven-defying beast. While running at high speed, the creature let out a roar from its deer-like head. Instantly, the void trembled, and visible ripples spread in all directions, destroying the void blades, endless drunken dream butterflies, white whirlwinds, and other attacks. The battle seemed to pause for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Lord Luch swiftly flew into the gate. Third brother, Lord Luch has already entered the tomb ship. Are you really not going to stop him? Luo Feng believed that if third brother wanted to stop him, he certainly could. No need, Xiao Yu said calmly. Lord Shanling, Lord Blackeye, and the other 8 also rushed towards the gate. Suddenly, a huge gate descended from above the corridor and slammed shut with a loud crash. Lord Shanling, Lord Blackeye, and the other 8 arrived one after another, and were furious upon seeing the massive gate. Damn it! Among the 8, Lord Lihai suddenly looked at Xiao Yu and Luo Feng not far away, his anger flaring, and roared, "Galaxy Lord, why didn't you stop him?" Even in his extreme anger, Lord Lihai still didn't dare to target Xiao Yu, and instead shifted his anger to Luo Feng. Why should I stop him? You were the ones in a hurry, not me, Luo Feng said, seemingly infected by Xiao Yu's composure. Damn it, human brat, Lord Lihai looked at Xiao Yu, suddenly feeling a chill all over his body, and didn't dare to continue speaking. Lord Lihai, why don't you dare to continue? Lord Blackeye sneered, then said, let's go, we'll look for other passages. Arguing here is useless. Immediately, Lord Blackeye and Lord Shanling transformed into 2 streams of light and flew away, and the other 6 also flew away one after another. Lord Lihai glared fiercely at Luo Feng before leaving. Luo Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Lord Luch entering first had nothing to do with him. He, Luo Feng, wasn't in an alliance with them, and had no obligation to stop him. Besides, even if someone were to stop him, it should be Xiao Yu. He didn't think he had that kind of strength. Alright, that's how the universe C is. Don't overthink it, let's also find a passage to enter. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge gate that had fallen reopened, and the corridor appeared before Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. Third brother, this is. Luo Feng stared intently at Xiao Yu, as if asking, Third brother, has this tomb ship already recognized you as its master? What are you looking at? Let's go. Since the passage has appeared, let's go in, Xiao Yu laughed. Immediately, 2 streams of light flew into the corridor. Inside the main hall, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, and the other 12 all gathered in a huge hall. In this hall, the 12 temporarily restored peace, and there was no fighting, but their words were even more intense. Suddenly, boom, an invisible energy suddenly descended, gathering on the throne and gradually forming a clear figure, resembling an ordinary human. I am called, Duan Dong He Wu. The man said, descendants of endless reincarnation eras, when you see me, I have already fallen for who knows how many reincarnation eras. I, Duan Dong He Wu, am the 192nd Duan Dong He. When you come into contact with the true inheritance of my Duan Dong He lineage, only those who accept the inheritance will survive, or none will be able to accept the inheritance, and all will perish, Duan Dong He Wu said, choose. Descendants. Either fully accept the inheritance, or die. Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu beside him and asked, Third brother, what should we choose? Should we continue? Luo Feng himself didn't care. He had a clone, and even if his original body fell, he could still reproduce. But Xiao Yu was different, a true god only had one life. Don't look at me, I already have the core inheritance, which is no worse than this Duan Donghe inheritance. I won't truly accept the inheritance. Besides, within this universe boat, if I want to leave, a virtual image can't stop me, Xiao Yu said very easily. Third brother, since we 4 brothers from Earth entered the universe, you have always been ahead of us, always shouldering the rise and fall of the entire Earth lineage. Hong and Lei Shen have truly seen it, and I also want to share some of your burden. Luo Feng's voice was very low, as if muttering to himself. Finally, not long ago, my strength reached the universe master level, and I became the highest level of the human race. I thought I was going to catch up with you, but I found that the gap was getting bigger and bigger. This opportunity may be a chance to fight alongside you again. So, I want to try, Luo Feng said. Okay, I believe you will succeed, Xiao Yu said solemnly to Luo Feng. Soon, the group of powerhouses in the hall also made their decisions. On the throne above the hall, Duan Donghe reappeared. Have you thought it through clearly? Duan Donghe looked down at the 12 figures below, raised his hand and pointed to the ground of the hall, and said softly, "Rise." The hall immediately began to rise, and a huge circular stone slab directly floated up, revealing a deep hole. Looking into the deep hole, there was a faint red glow, and occasionally some red air waves twisted and dissipated into the hall. Those who are willing to accept the inheritance, go down, Duan Donghe said. I will choose you according to the method of choosing successors in my Duan Donghe lineage. Through many tests, you will gradually come into contact with the inheritance. The gate will not be closed, and you can invite more people to participate, Duan Donghe continued. The more people who participate, the more likely it is that the next Duan Donghe will be born. Chapter 505. This is the only opportunity before my lifespan ends, how can I miss it? Both the Master of Luju and the Master of Rock Giant were powerhouses of the first reincarnation era. They didn't have many opportunities left, and they transformed into streamers of light and flew in. Go. The Master of Xianxia and the Master of Black Eyes didn't hesitate either. Go. One figure after another transformed into streams of light and flew in. In a short while, only Luo Feng and Xiao Yu were left in the field. Let's go. Xiao Yu and Luo Feng also flew into the open giant hole of the hall, entering a hall filled with red mist. In the hall, the Master of Xianxia, the Master of Luju, etc., were sarcastically taunting each other, and when they saw Xiao Yu and Luo Feng enter, they all looked at Xiao Yu. Duan Dong appeared again, his eyes swept over the 12 powerhouses. Everyone is here, then let's start the first screening. The Master of Luchong, the Master of Xianxia, the Master of Luju, Luo Feng, etc., all felt a sense of tension in their hearts. None of them dared to guarantee that they would definitely pass the screening. Rise. Duan Dong pointed remotely at the ground of the hall. The ground began to crack open on both sides, and a strange machine gradually emerged from it. This was a dark red instrument resembling a Rubik's Cube, and the surface of the instrument was covered with secret patterns. Enter one by one, Duan Dong said. Xiao Yu looked at the 11 people around him. They were all looking at each other, afraid that the instrument was dangerous. I'll go first, Xiao Yu said, and was the first to walk into the instrument. Inside the instrument was an independent void. Xiao Yu was suspended in the void, and twisted secret patterns began to appear around him, and strange and unpredictable forces were born, directly penetrating towards Xiao Yu. These secret patterns seemed to be probing everything about Xiao Yu, entering every part of Xiao Yu's body, but when this strange force tried to enter Xiao Yu's true god heart, it was blocked by an invisible force. It could only circle outside the true god heart, but could not advance an inch. After a while, a door appeared in the void ahead, and Xiao Yu took a step out. You do not meet the requirements, Duan Dong smiled mysteriously. Failed? Even the Genesis true god failed? Then our chances are probably not great either. Immediately, the Master of Luchong, the Master of Xianxia, the Master of Luju, and others began to discuss. They couldn't imagine why the powerful Genesis true god would fail. Third brother, Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu, trying to say a few words of comfort. It's okay, whether I meet the requirements or not doesn't matter to me. Xiao Yu didn't care much. When those forces were blocked by the control core hidden in the true god heart, he already knew what the result would be. Next, you, Duan Dong pointed to the Master of Luchong. I will definitely succeed, definitely. The Master of Luchong secretly cheered himself up, and walked towards the mysterious instrument. As the instrument door closed, the secret patterns on the surface of the Rubik's Cube instrument began to light up, and powerful energy fluctuations were generated, and then the entire Rubik's Cube instrument turned incandescent. After a while, the Rubik's Cube instrument door opened. You meet the requirements, Duan Dong glanced at the Master of Luchong. Next. As one universe master after another walked in, the first round of screening quickly ended. Master of Luju meets the requirements. Master of Rock Giant does not meet the requirements. Master of Xianxia meets the requirements. Master of Black Eyes meets the requirements. Master of Lehigh does not meet the requirements. Luo Feng meets the requirements. 12 people participated in the first round of testing and screening, only 7 met the requirements, and 5 were not suitable. Third brother, how could you be eliminated? I even succeeded. Luo Feng still couldn't believe it. He had heard his teacher, Zuo Shanke, talk about his third brother, who surpassed him in all aspects of soul will, realm, and law comprehension. It's okay, for the next test, deal with it well, and tell me directly if you need help. Xiaoyu smiled, and then directly teleported away from here. Duan took a deep look at the endless secret patterns. The other universe masters who did not meet the requirements also left. Immediately, only Luo Feng, the master of Luchong, and the other 7 people were left in the field. The first round of screening is over, and the next is the second round. This round of testing has life and death dangers. If you are afraid now, you can still retreat, Duan said to the 7 people who met the requirements. Xiaoyu teleported directly from the Tomb God boat and returned to the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space. Continuing his great treasure refining career. And in the virtual universe time-space plane, Xiaoyu held a brief meeting. The giant axe creator, the city lord of chaos, the lord of darkness, and other human powerhouses were all sitting at the long table. Just now, the Tomb God boat in the universe boat was born, and Luo Feng and I both entered it. This supreme treasure contains the inheritance of the ancient civilization Duan, which is also a very precious inheritance, comparable to the Wu Kingdom inheritance I obtained, Xiaoyu said, but I was eliminated in the first round of screening, and Luo Feng entered the next round. Yes, but unlike the first round of inheritance, the second round of inheritance is a life and death inheritance. It hasn't been long since we entered, and 3 of the 7 people have already fallen, and the master of Luju and the other 3 are all universe masters of the 5th order, Luo Feng sighed. It's so dangerous, even a 5th order universe master couldn't last long and fell. Ice Peak Master exclaimed, his strength hasn't reached the 5th order yet. Everyone will know when you see it. During the life and death test, I faced a monster whose strength will continue to increase with the passage of time, and has now reached the 6th order. Luo Feng pointed to the air and completely projected the part of his memory that he experienced, from when they teleported into the Tomb God boat, seeing Duan in the Tomb God boat control room, the measurement of the Rubik's Cube instrument, the battle with the monster Kui Luo. Now, the matter of Duan Donghai's inheritance has just been actively spread by the skeleton race of the first reincarnation era, said the city lord of chaos, Giant Axe, Xiaoyu, should we let more powerhouses enter it? Although that Duan said that he welcomes powerhouses from all races to enter it, it is obvious that the elimination rate of this test is very high, and we don't know what we will face in the later tests. Our human race already has many secret methods of the Wu Kingdom inheritance, and other people besides Luo Feng cannot take this risk. The giant axe creator looked at the Lord of Darkness, Peng Gong Master and others who were eager to try in the field. Currently, every universe master of the human race will be the best candidate to become a true god in the future, and each one is very precious. Luo Feng can continue because he is a venerable, and can be resurrected even if he falls, but other universe masters cannot. Currently, no one in the human race can resurrect a universe master, not even Xiaoyu. I will continue to participate in this test and do my best to obtain the final inheritance. Luo Feng very much hoped to obtain this inheritance, although he didn't know what level of inheritance it was. Luo Feng, you continue to accept the inheritance, and don't be distracted by other things of the human race for the time being, said the giant axe creator. The city lord of chaos, the lord of darkness, and other universe masters all looked at Luo Feng with anticipation. They all hoped that Luo Feng could succeed, so that the accumulation within the human race would be even deeper. Chapter 506, Rhino King Bureau. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. The reason I've gathered everyone here this time is because the Broken East River inheritance made me recall something recorded in the Wu Kingdom inheritance I obtained. It's a form of entertainment that was popular in ancient civilizations, and also a means of cultivating and training comprehension. Any major power or special inheritance would generally use it to test the comprehension of candidates. It's called the Rhino Emperor game, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Rhino Emperor game, Luo Feng, City Lord Chaos, Darkness Sovereign, Giant Axe, and other human powerhouses all listened attentively. I forgot about it when I gave the human race those hundreds of billions of secret techniques earlier, Xiaoyu said. This Rhino Emperor game was created with utmost effort by an extremely ancient and powerful being called Rhino Emperor, before his fall. It's a form of entertainment for countless experts beyond the true god level, but for us, frequent study can train and improve our comprehension. Can improve comprehension, Master of the Wilderness exclaimed. Then quickly tell us what this Rhino Emperor game is like. Don't be impatient, look. Xiao Yu pointed to the midair. Instantly, projections of stone pillars appeared in the midair of the palace. Above the stone pillars were either cube phantoms, pyramid phantoms, polygonal body phantoms, or circular phantoms. In short, each stone pillar had a phantom above it. These stone pillar phantoms were divided into left and right sides. The left side had a total of 123 stone pillar phantoms, and the right side had a total of 10,081 stone pillar phantoms. The left side's phantoms were solid, containing thousands of different fluctuations. The right side's phantoms were loose, as if they only had skeletons. This is the Rhino Emperor game? Darkness Sovereign asked curiously, flying into the air to take a closer look. The 123 on the left all feel flawless, while the 10,081 stone pillars on the right feel like they have many flaws. City Lord Chaos, Luo Feng, and the others all floated in the air, looking at the scaled-down Rhino Emperor game above. That's right, this is the Rhino Emperor game. There are a total of 10,081 basic incomplete puzzles. Actually, there are truly 10,080 incomplete puzzles. The last one is unsolvable even for the supreme beings, but I've still listed it, Xiao Yu said. The 123 on the left are perfect solutions, used to complete the first 123 puzzles on the right. As the gameplay of the Rhino Emperor game to comprehend the solutions of the first 123 puzzles and deduce the perfect solutions for the later incomplete puzzles. City Lord Chaos asked. Yes, the later the incomplete puzzles, the more difficult they are, and the longer it takes to solve them, Xiao Yu said. Everyone, you might as well try it when you encounter bottlenecks in your cultivation. Giant Axe and I have already discussed that the virtual universe system will establish a new plane dedicated to the Rhino Emperor game. Darkness Sovereign, Master of the Wilderness, and the other universe masters were immediately overjoyed. Everyone, this Rhino Emperor game plane will only grant access to geniuses at the Undying level and above. Those below the Undying level, no matter how talented, will not be allowed to enter, Xiao Yu said solemnly. The lifespan of World Master level beings is limited and too short. Apart from comprehending laws and secret techniques, it's not suitable to spend their limited time on such energy-consuming matters. Only those at the Undying level and above have enough time. World Master's life is too short, indeed not suitable to comprehend the Rhino Emperor game. Virtual Gold Master said. That's right, I feel that even the Undying level is not very suitable. It's best if only those at the Venerable level and above can obtain access, Peng Gong Master said. The human race's universe masters were all discussing fiercely and debating. Everyone, although this Rhino Emperor game is said to be a game, its importance, I believe, everyone already understands. This will also be listed as one of the highest secrets of our human race. No information can be leaked to other races, violators will be treated as traitors, Giant Axe said solemnly. Understood. Yes. City Lord Chaos, Darkness Sovereign, Luo Feng, and the others all nodded in understanding. Anything that can improve comprehension is a secret in any race. After all, this is the Universe C, not the ancient civilization period. The meeting ended, and the Universe Masters got up to leave. Ice Peak, want to make a bet, dare you? Master of the Wilderness looked at Ice Peak Master opposite him. Instantly, City Lord Chaos, Darkness Sovereign, and Luo Feng all looked over curiously. How dare I not? Ice Peak Master said, see who solves more puzzles. Master of the Wilderness looked at the opposite side playfully. Then how about saying, see who solves 3,000 puzzles first, Ice Peak Master said. Okay, whoever solves the first 3,000 puzzles first wins, Master of the Wilderness said. The bet, a top-tier supreme treasure. Okay, a top-tier supreme treasure it is, Ice Peak Master laughed. Beside them, Xiao Yu smiled as he watched the two's antics, without stopping them. The others were also happily watching the show, so naturally no one stopped them. City Lord Chaos suddenly looked at Xiao Yu with a smile and said, Xiao Yu, who do you think will win the bet between Master of the Wilderness and Ice Peak Master? Who will win? I think the two of them will tie, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Neither of them can win, so naturally it's a tie. Although neither of them can win, they can still determine a first and last, which depends on their respective comprehension. Xiao Yu couldn't make a reasonable prediction either. A tie? Do you mean they will solve 3,000 puzzles at the same time? Or that they will all be unable to solve 3,000 puzzles? Only these two situations can result in a tie. City Lord Chaos looked at the two who were discussing in the distance. City Lord Chaos continued, the probability of the first situation occurring is extremely small. After all, there is always a sequence in solving puzzles, even if it's 0.0001 femtoseconds, there is always a sequence. In reality, it's almost impossible for it to occur at the same time. And you said it so firmly, so it should be the second situation. Is the Rhino Emperor game really that difficult? Giant Axe also became interested all of a sudden. They underestimate the Rhino Emperor game too much. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. I really hope they can solve the 3,000th puzzle. Haha, it seems these two are going to make a big joke, City Lord Chaos laughed. Then I'm going to ponder it carefully as well, Giant Axe also laughed. Martial Uncle, Master of the Wilderness, how about I be a witness for you? If any of you wins, I'll personally reward you with a pinnacle supreme treasure, Xiao Yu shouted loudly. Really, you're giving away a pinnacle supreme treasure just like that? Lord Yuho said enviously, Creation True Master, can I participate? Me too, I also want to participate, Lord Qingdong said. Me too, the human race's universe masters, except for Luo Feng, Darkness Sovereign, City Lord Chaos, and Peng Gong Master, all expressed their desire to participate in the bet. Alright, then let's do it this way. As long as it's a powerhouse of my human race, even if it's an undying, as long as they can solve 3,000 puzzles, I'll personally gift them a pinnacle supreme treasure, Xiao Yu announced loudly. Being able to solve 3,000 puzzles, even if it's a true god, is worth nurturing, let alone a universe master or a universe venerable. A pinnacle supreme treasure is truly nothing to Xiao Yu now, he can refine it casually. Instantly, Ice Peak Master, Darkness Sovereign, Peng Gong Master, and the other human race's universe masters all looked at Xiao Yu happily. Their expressions were as if they were thanking Xiao Yu for giving them a pinnacle supreme treasure. Really? City Lord Chaos and Giant Axe also looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. You can't just create supreme treasures like that. Really? Xiao Yu nodded slightly, thinking in his heart, if you knew what the 3,000th puzzle represents, you wouldn't be so relaxed and happy. Chapter 507. To save you time in solving the puzzle, I'll directly tell you some of the game rules of this game that would take time to figure out, Xiao Yu said with a smile. What are they? Tell us quickly, said the Master of Desolate Mirror. The powerhouses participating in this bet all looked at Xiao Yu with great eagerness. First, the Rhinoceros Emperor game is a three-dimensional game layout, similar to a complex secret pattern diagram. Second, each game has 10,081 basic elements. Third, in each miniature three-dimensional diagram, each line and each basic element can only appear once. Fourth, each basic element will cause the miniature three-dimensional diagram to change. Absolutely no identical miniature three-dimensional diagrams can appear in each array. The final three-dimensional phantom formed by solving the puzzle, constructed with strands of divine power, can form a perfect cycle, an energy cycle, existing eternally, indestructible, Xiao Yu said. So complex. After hearing this, the Master of Desolate Mirror seemed to understand the difficulty of the Rhinoceros Emperor game. You'll know when you actually play it, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Within the universe boat, the tomb ship reappeared, and after being deliberately spread by the universe master of the skeleton race, it had spread throughout the entire universe sea. Every force in the universe sea was aware of this major event. Eastern Emperor Holy Land Universe. The Eastern Emperor ancestor appeared again, looking at the hundreds of universe masters and strongest ones below. The inheritance of Duan Dongwu, in that powerful ancient civilization, is also a top-tier inheritance. This inheritance is very important to me. Although Shan Ying and Black Eyes have already entered, the chances of them obtaining the inheritance with their strength are slim, the Eastern Emperor said slowly. North True Star Master, you personally escort 20 Universe Masters, 200 Universe Venerables, and 2,000 Immortals to the Universe boat as quickly as possible, and send them to venture and seize that inheritance. Since entering the Origin Continent for countless years, he had long heard of the power of the Duan Dong lineage, which was an inheritance that had produced God King level experts. The Eastern Emperor ancestor was naturally extremely envious. As long as he could obtain the inheritance, he would be willing to give up the foundation of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Yes, North True Star Master replied respectfully. Only one person can accept that inheritance, and others will be in mortal danger. The Eastern Emperor ancestor looked down. Are there any volunteers among you? I am willing. Willing. One Universe Master, Universe Venerable, and Immortal after another eagerly signed up, and almost instantly, they exceeded the quota by several times. Let the elders discuss and determine the detailed list. Hurry over there, I need this inheritance, the Eastern Emperor ancestor said slowly. Yes, the crowd below replied in unison. The Eastern Emperor ancestors' need made the countless powerhouses of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land even more fanatical. In just a short time, North True Star Master rode a dazzling polygonal black sphere, advancing at high speed in the Universe Sea, heading to the Universe Boat. On the same day, this news also reached the Purple Moon Holy Land, and the ancestor of the Purple Moon Holy Land also reappeared. Order, Awakening True God, you escort 1,500 immortals, 150 venerables, and 15 universe masters to rush over there as quickly as possible to accept the inheritance, said the Purple Moon Ancestor. The Purple Moon Ancestor, who was not doing well in the Origin continent, needed this God King level inheritance even more than the Eastern Emperor Ancestor. Within the Universe Sea, one large and small force after another, along with some forces within the primitive universe, such as the monster race and the mechanical race, also sent some powerhouses to go. However, among the various forces sending powerhouses, the most fanatical were the two Holy Lands and the forces of the first Reincarnation era. Inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng, Lord of Deer Bug, Lord of Shan Ying, and Lord of Black Eyes successively passed the second round of testing and continued flying. Since even the ancient civilization of Wu used the Rhinoceros Emperor game to screen geniuses, I wonder if the Duan Dong inheritance will also use it. Luo Feng thought as he flew, while also filled with fighting spirit to obtain this Duan Dong inheritance. After all, this inheritance was no less than the inheritance of the ancient civilization of Wu. The ancestor values this inheritance so much, we must obtain it for the ancestor. Lord of Shan Ying and Lord of Black Eyes were frantic about it. As the four remaining powerhouses continued to fly, the corridor became wider and brighter, and gradually, stone pillars appeared. 123 stone pillars on the left and 10,080 stone pillars on the right, each stone pillar has various shapes of phantoms. Is this the Rhinoceros Emperor game? While flying, Luo Feng strongly suspected that this was the Rhinoceros Emperor game. After all, there were no such coincidences in the world. Amidst surprise, the four arrived at the end, and Duan Dong appeared again. You should have noticed the stone pillars on the way you came. This is my hometown, and it is also the most popular game in my civilization, the Rhinoceros Emperor game. From newly born children to supreme existences, everyone likes to play a game. Duan Dong said slowly. Sure enough, this is the Rhinoceros Emperor game. It is indeed widely used in ancient civilizations, Luo Feng said, while also very fortunate that he had known about it in advance and knew the 9 major game rules. Knowing the game rules, he could enter it faster than others. Whoever among you can solve 6,000 pillars will directly obtain the Duan Dong inheritance and become the new Duan Dong. Of course, I estimate that none of you will be able to do it within the time limit. As long as you reach the bottom line requirement within the limited time. The more puzzles you solve in the end, the more benefits you will have during the inheritance. Duan Donghai's gaze swept over Luo Feng and the other three. Duan Dong pointed forward, and suddenly the ground trembled and separated, and 4 light pillars emitting colored light emerged. These 4 pillars belong to the 4 of you respectively. Duan Dong pointed to the 4 light pillars. Once you understand the mysteries and rules, you can start solving the 124th puzzle. Directly use divine power to outline and transmit it to this crystal pillar. Once successful, the crystal pillar will prompt you. Virtual universe, space-time plane, in front of the temple. Giant axe, Xiao Yu, City Lord Chaos, and Luo Feng sat facing each other. Third brother, the third round of the Duan Dong inheritance also uses the Rhinoceros Emperor game for screening. As long as you pass 6,000 levels, you can directly obtain the inheritance, Luo Feng said directly. Luo Feng, quickly send a clone into my small universe's time-space palace. I will let the time-space palace accelerate time by 100,000 times. Your main body observes in the universe boat, and your clone comprehends in the time-space palace, Xiao Yu said solemnly. Xiao Yu also wanted to see how many puzzles Luo Feng could solve with a time acceleration of 100,000 times. Now that Xiao Yu had become a true god, and he was extremely good at the laws of time and space, a time flow rate of 100,000 times only needed to occupy a part of the energy absorbed by the small universe, and the remaining part could even continue to meet the evolution needs of the small universe. Okay, thank you third brother, I'll go over now, Luo Feng sincerely thanked. I didn't expect that even the Duan Dong inheritance would use the Rhinoceros Emperor game. I'll also take some time to take a look, Giant Axe said. I previously took the time to study the mysteries of solving the 123 puzzles. Is it difficult? City Lord Chaos said. Even comprehending the solution is so difficult. Giant Axe was very clear about City Lord Chaos's comprehension ability. If he said it was difficult, it certainly wouldn't be simple. That's right, it takes time, City Lord Chaos said. Chapter 508, World Tree Regains Consciousness. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Purple Moon Holy Land. The Purple Moon ancestor was also shocked and numb when he learned that the Tomb Ship inheritance selection used the Rhino Emperor game. Such a difficult game would require his full attention even if he participated personally. Dear Insect, I know the Rhino Emperor game. It is very difficult. You need to focus all your energy. I will send you to the time realm, where the time flow is 10,000 times faster. At the same time, the Mountain Mausoleum Master and the Black Eye Master were also arranged by the Eastern Emperor ancestor to enter an area with a time flow of 10,000 times. Inside the tomb ship, the first 4 powerful individuals who came into contact with the Rhino Emperor game began to comprehend it with the blessing of 10,000 times or more time acceleration. Creation Universe. The towering time-space palace, shrouded in endless chaos, is surrounded by 10,000 planes. These 10,000 planes are constantly rotating and changing positions with each other. The time-space palace is also rapidly rotating around a huge space at the core of the miniature universe, along with the surrounding chaotic airflow. However, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng, who were standing in the palace, could not feel the centrifugal force generated by the high-speed rotation. If it weren't for you, third brother, I would only be able to enter one of the planes in your miniature universe and would not be able to come to this time-space palace, Luo Feng said with emotion. He looked at the constantly rotating 10,000 planes, while constantly conceiving in his mind what his miniature universe would look like in the future. Haha, that's natural. After all, it concerns the safety of the miniature universe's origin. Those planes can be destroyed, but as long as the origin is not lost, it can be re-evolved, Xiao Yu said. These 10,000 planes are a layer of protection. The time-space palace where you are now is also a layer of protection, and there is another layer of protection. With these 3 layers of protection, my miniature universe can be considered safe. There's another layer of protection? Luo Feng asked in confusion. He didn't see where that other layer of protection was or what it looked like. Alright, I'm going to accelerate. When you are comprehending the Rhino Emperor game inside, you must also pay attention to your own safety. Those from the First Reincarnation era and the 2 Holy Lands, especially the people from the 2 Holy Lands, will definitely do anything to obtain the inheritance, Xiao Yu solemnly reminded. Don't worry, third brother. Are you still not confident in my strength? I believe that Duan Dong won't let them cause too much trouble, Luo Feng said. Watch carefully, it's starting, Xiao Yu said softly. Then, with a thought, endless secret patterns flashed within the endless chaotic airflow, and then condensed into a huge, time, character, imprinted on the time-space palace's barrier. Instantly, the time flow within the time-space palace instantly accelerated to 10,000 times, and it was still increasing, 30,000 times, 40,000 times, 50,000 times. In the blink of an eye, the time flow had reached 100,000 times. Fixed, Xiao Yu said in a low voice, and then the time flow within the time-space palace was fixed at 100,000 times. It actually reached a time flow of 100,000 times. Luo Feng exclaimed. He had heard from his teacher, Seat Mountain Guest, that the miniature universe of a true god could generally only maintain a time flow of 10,000 times, and only in a very small area. Although it can continue to increase the time flow, increasing the time flow is not conducive to the growth of my miniature universe, Xiao Yu said slowly. A time of 100,000 times should be enough for you to comprehend quickly. Thank you, Luo Feng thanked him, then sat cross-legged on a huge chair in the hall and began to comprehend with his eyes closed. Xiao Yu did not disturb Luo Feng's comprehension and withdrew from the time-space palace. After all, the energy required to maintain the time acceleration in the time-space palace, the number of lives in the accelerated space, and the realm of life are closely related. If there are no living beings in the time-space palace, the time acceleration of the time-space palace itself consumes almost no energy. Xiao Yu left the time-space palace and then flew into the chaotic airflow. In an instant, he appeared in an area shrouded in 9-colored divine light. In the center of the area was a world tree that looked like a small grass. Saying it was a small grass was only relative to Xiao Yu's current height of 100,000 kilometers. In fact, the world tree, after constantly absorbing energy, had now grown to a height of 10,000 kilometers. Although it was not as fast as it used to be, it was still not simple. Xiao Yu reduced his height to 20,000 kilometers and reached out to touch the canopy of the world tree. In a short time, countless branches and leaves on the canopy of the world tree also rubbed against Xiao Yu's palm, which was very affectionate. "Little tree, I hope you grow up again," Xiao Yu said. "Moss, tear, little tree, will be obedient, grow up, quickly," a fragmented message came from the world tree. "Little tree, have you regained consciousness?" Xiao Yu was overjoyed. He still remembered that when he seized the world tree, he could be said to have dispelled the world tree's soul at that time. He didn't expect it to recover. "Yes, master, little tree, just generated consciousness." The meaning expressed by the message from the world tree became more and more coherent. "Little tree, do you remember the past?" Xiao Yu asked. "Don't remember," the world tree transmitted. Xiao Yu was thinking that since the world tree no longer remembered everything before, did it mean that the soul was actually newly born? At the same time, Xiao Yu was also marveling at how magical the world tree was, that it actually possessed such magical abilities. Not only could it be transformed into seeds again after falling, but even the soul could be reborn. "Then do you remember your inheritance secret methods?" Xiao Yu was very curious whether the newborn soul still had the inheritance secret methods of the world tree. Xiao Yu was very clear that the secret methods of the world tree were very complicated. "Master, there are many inheritance secret methods in Little Tree's consciousness." "Master, do you need them?" The world tree thought that Xiao Yu wanted to ask for the secret methods, so it directly and proactively transmitted messages. These messages were massive, even more than the secret methods he had obtained when he became the world tree. "In the beginning, the inheritance secret methods I obtained only reached the level of Universe Lord. I didn't expect that what Little Tree transmitted to me has already reached the level of True God, and it also contains many time-space attack secret methods. These secret methods are very peculiar," Xiao Yu sighed secretly. He also couldn't understand why the secret methods he obtained at the beginning were so few. "Master, there are only so many for the time being," the world tree transmitted in disappointment. It could already speak quite clearly and coherently. "Little tree, you said for the time being, what do you mean?" Xiao Yu seemed to understand the reason why he had obtained so few secret methods at the time. "It's like this, according to my inheritance memory, there is a limit to our world tree lineage's inheritance secret methods. That is, we must grow to a certain stage before we can obtain the inheritance secret methods of the next stage," the world tree transmitted. "I can only obtain the inheritance above the true God level when I become a Law Master level, but in this universe C, the origin will suppresses it. Even our world tree clan cannot directly view the part beyond the true God," the world tree continued. Chapter 509, Time and Space Killing. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Xiao Yu now understood why he had obtained so few secret techniques initially. It must be because the world tree's soul had changed after the division grew, making it impossible to acquire subsequent inherited secret techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Yu thought of something. The current world tree had been in his miniature universe since it sprouted, yet he hadn't felt the world tree's connection, which was quite strange. However, Xiao Yu was still very worried that he might be limiting the world tree's growth. "Little tree, you are growing in my universe. Will your growth be affected?" Xiao Yu asked worriedly. "Master, Little Tree can feel your care and concern, and Little Tree is very happy." The world tree's crown swayed countless branches left and right, expressing its joy and delight. However, the world tree's happiness, in the eyes of other creatures, seemed as if it had gone mad. After a long time, the World Tree calmed down again and said, Master, don't worry. Our World Tree clan's path is different from the path of all life in the current universe C. Although we also create worlds, we create leaf worlds. In the future, as I grow, each of my leaves can grow into a vast world, without needing to deposit the world in an external place like the universe C. Nor is it restricted by the outside world. You know the universe C? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Yes, Master. Our World Tree clan is very sensitive to time and space and can directly sense any time and space within a certain range. Master's miniature universe is a time and space, the original universe is a time and space, and the universe C is also a time and space. As long as it is time and space, within the allowed range, I can sense it directly, the World Tree said directly. Then how far can you sense now? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Although he could sense it initially, it was very faint and the distance was limited. Master, I can sense the entire original universe, but I cannot sense the entire universe C yet. As I grow, I believe Little Tree will be able to do it, the World Tree said without any frustration. Xiao Yu was shocked. How big was the original universe? That was a giant universe with a diameter of over 100 million light years. Little Tree, cultivate well, comprehend the secret techniques, I'm going to cultivate too. I'll come to accompany you when I have time. Xiao Yu's palm left the World Tree's crown, and a stream of reluctance was transmitted from the World Tree. Master, come and see Little Tree often, the World Tree transmitted a message from tens of thousands of kilometers away. After bidding farewell to the World Tree, Xiao Yu teleported directly back to the origin space, recalling the secret techniques he had just obtained. One of the secret techniques was of great interest to Xiao Yu. Time-space kill. The fusion laws contained in this set of time-space fusion attack secret techniques are much more complete than what I have comprehended. There are even 1/3 of the contents that I have never comprehended, Xiao Yu sighed. Xiao Yu's divine power avatar began to comprehend the time-space fusion laws contained in this time-space kill within his origin space. The more complete time-space fusion laws caused Xiao Yu to fall into comprehension for a time. Virtual universe. A new giant plane appeared, the Rhinoceros Emperor game plane. This entire plane was arranged directly according to the inheritance information Xiao Yu had obtained. The huge square is like a sky garden suspended in the void. However, there are no beautiful fountains or various flowers and trees on this square, only huge stone pillars. Boom! At a corner of the huge square, a figure appeared out of thin air, it was the Lord of Desolate Mirror. This is the real Rhinoceros Emperor game. It's really amazing. The Lord of Desolate Mirror looked around the entire square. In the center of the square, 10,204 stone pillars stood tall. These stone pillars were divided into two sides, with 123 stone pillars on the left and 10,081 stone pillars on the right. Each stone pillar was dozens of times larger than the ones in the tomb ship. The outer circle was countless taller crystal pillars. These crystal pillars could be used by the puzzle solvers to verify whether their solutions were correct. The crystal pillars in the outer circle are the verification pillars. The Lord of Desolate Mirror had already read the description of the Rhinoceros Emperor game, and he flew towards the nearest crystal pillar. This crystal pillar was like a towering mountain. Even if Xiao Yu, who was 10,000 kilometers tall, sat cross-legged on it, the space would be very spacious. The Lord of Desolate Mirror sat cross-legged on the crystal pillar and began to comprehend the Rhinoceros Emperor game. Suddenly, at a corner of the square, another figure appeared out of thin air, the Lord of Ice Peak had also arrived. Desolate Mirror, you came quite early, you're very attentive. The Lord of Ice Peak snorted coldly, and he also flew to the top of a crystal pillar. It can improve comprehension and also get a pinnacle treasure, why not do it? The Lord of Desolate Mirror laughed, and then he began to comprehend it on his own. Boom, 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 as figures descended one after another, the City Lord of Chaos, the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Peng Gong, and all the human universe masters arrived, only Luo Feng did not arrive. Soon, even Giant Axe appeared and flew to a towering crystal pillar. The human universe masters did not continue to communicate, but began to comprehend. Virtual universe, time-space plane. In front of the majestic temple, gathered many immortal-level powerhouses of the Earth lineage. These hundreds of immortals can be said to be the most elite powerhouses of the Earth lineage today. Each of them can be said to be a leader in their respective clans. However, in front of this palace, everyone dared not make a sound. The beautiful Palace Master Emerald appeared out of thin air, exuding endless power, and the surrounding time and space was faintly distorted. The Genesis True Master's decree: all immortal level members of the Earth lineage will all obtain permission to enter the Rhinoceros Emperor plane. Within one epoch, everyone must enter the Rhinoceros Emperor plane to begin comprehension. If the solution does not reach 500 games within 100 epochs, their permission level will be reduced. Palace Master Emerald's voice was gentle, but the words she spoke seemed to contain endless power. Now, the Earth lineage implements a policy where permissions and treatments are the same. Increased permissions mean increased benefits and treatments, and reduced permissions also mean reduced benefits and treatments. Although these immortals did not know what the Rhinoceros Emperor plane was, they did not dare to interrupt and let Palace Master Emerald continue speaking. There will naturally be rewards for punishments. For those who can complete it, the Genesis True Master will reward each person with a heavy treasure. The first to solve 500 games will receive an ordinary domain treasure or a treasure of equal value. Palace Master Emerald continued. The first to solve 1000 games will be directly rewarded with a high-level domain treasure or a treasure of equal value. The first to solve 2000 games will be directly rewarded with a top-level domain treasure or a treasure of equal value. The first to solve 3000 games will be directly rewarded with a pinnacle-level treasure. All those who can solve 3000 games will receive a pinnacle treasure. The above rewards are permanently valid. Detailed reward plans have been sent to you, and you have also obtained the permission to teleport to the Rhinoceros Emperor plane in your permissions. Palace Master Emerald said slowly. Everyone held their breath and did not speak, but their faces were flushed, obviously very excited. They did not speak, but were just trying to restrain themselves. Then Emerald swept everyone and said solemnly, all information about the Rhinoceros Emperor plane is the highest secret of the human race and must not be leaked. Chapter 510, Rhino King Plane. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. After the departure of Palace Mistress Emerald Ripple, the many undyings of the Earth lineage gradually recovered. What is the Rhinoceros Emperor plane? According to the information I just received, it's a plane created by Genesis True Master, our Earth's hero. It can test a genius's comprehension, and frequent contemplation can improve comprehension. Our ancestor is truly great. Among the Earth lineage, nearly 200 of these hundreds of undyings are descendants of the Xiao family. Xiao Yu's closest parents, siblings, naturally didn't need to gather here. Palace Mistress Emerald Ripple would personally go over to explain, and whether they went or not was up to them. We're going, how can we not go? Such a fun game, we have to see it, Xiao Donghua said with a smile, looking at Xiao Ling, who was in charge of the Xiao family. Xiao Ling, you should go too. Although Xiao Ling hadn't become a venerable yet, she had already reached the peak of being a king. Since Xiao Yu became a true god, Xiao Ling had resigned from the virtual universe company and devoted herself to the development of the Earth lineage, helping Xiao Yu manage the entire Earth lineage, especially the Xiao family's affairs. All right, second uncle, Xiao Ling said, Sister Emerald Ripple, Xiao Yu is really something, troubling you to make a trip for such a small matter. It is my honor to serve the master. Palace Mistress Emerald Ripple was very respectful to Xiao Yu now. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air at the palace gate. The guards didn't stop it, and soon this figure had entered the hall. How could you not notify me of such a fun thing? A voice that sounded like colliding steel came. The three immediately looked into the distance, and saw something like a metal puppet, but its body was as flexible as flesh and blood. Wu, why are you here? Xiao Ling said. Now that she managed the Xiao family, she had a lot of contact with Wu. Many contribution evaluations and other work of the Earth lineage were all done by Wu. I heard that a new game plane has been released, and it was created by the master, but I don't have permission to enter, so I came to find the master's father to reason with me, Wu said in a sonorous voice. Wu, I forgot that you are also an undying. I will report this matter to the master, Palace Mistress Emerald Ripple said with a light smile. After Palace Mistress Emerald Ripple left, she reported the matter to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu casually gave Wu permission to enter. Rhinoceros Emperor plane. On a towering crystal pillar, Ice Peak Master sat cross-legged. The Rhinoceros Emperor game is so complex, it's truly profound. Even though I already know the rules of the game, I still feel confused. Xiao Yu said that the Rhinoceros Emperor game and the Mystic Mark Path have many similarities. Perhaps I should go to the Black Mark Stone Pillar space to comprehend the mystic marks at the same time, Ice Peak Master thought. He had been comprehending for a year, but he was still comprehending the mysteries of the first game. Ice Peak, how is your comprehension going? Have you comprehended the first game? A voice came, conveying a sense of pride. Wild Mirror, I am already comprehending the third game. You wouldn't have just comprehended the first game, would you? Ice Peak Master couldn't stand Wild Mirror's tone of voice, so he exaggerated his achievements. What, you've already started comprehending the third game? Wild Mirror Master exclaimed. The two were constantly talking through voice transmission, and they didn't disturb others. Whoosh, in a corner of the square, a figure that looked like a mechanical puppet appeared. It was Wu. Wow, the Rhinoceros Emperor game is such a game, it's really wonderful. Wu exclaimed. After all, there is a big difference between reading the instructions and seeing the real thing. I need to find a crystal pillar to use as my solution verification pillar. Wu flew around the perimeter of the square, looking for one that suited him. These outermost black crystal pillars are only for universe masters and above to use. Each one is tens of millions of kilometers in diameter and hundreds of billions of kilometers high. Wu sighed. The total number of black crystal pillars is 10,000. This is Chaos City Lord, Dark Lord, Giant Axe Founder, Ice Peak Master, all the great existences of mankind, except for the Master, are all playing this game. Wu circled around, able to see the faces of every great existence. This second row, the golden crystal pillars, are only for universe venerables to use. Each crystal pillar is 500,000 kilometers in diameter and 100 million kilometers high. The number of golden crystal pillars reached 1 million. Look who's here, Qinwu Country Lord, Emerald Ripple Palace Mistress. There are nearly 1,000 universe venerables here, and they've all started playing this game. I'm really late. Wu strolled around the square, sighing. Then Wu flew into the two innermost circles of red crystal pillars that were staggered from each other. According to the introduction, these red crystal pillars are for us undyings to use. Each one is 10,000 kilometers in diameter and 10 million kilometers high, twice as high as the stone pillars in the Rhinoceros Emperor game, just enough to see the entire Rhinoceros Emperor game, Wu thought to himself. It is said that the total number of these red crystal pillars exceeds 1 billion, and now many red crystal pillars already have people occupying them. Wu sighed. It seems that the Master's reward measures are really efficient. Truly, wealth moves people's hearts. 100 epics. Solving 500 games is a heavy treasure. I'll try it too. If I can be the first, it will be a treasure. Although I don't lack treasures, those were all given by the Master. Now maybe I can get one myself legitimately, Wu kept thinking. After a long time, he finally found a red crystal pillar with a decent location, flew up, and began to comprehend. At the same time, in the four corners of the square, undyings and universe venerables were constantly teleporting over, either out of curiosity or attracted by the treasures promised by Xiao Yu, and powerful individuals were constantly teleporting over. One of the three great Jedi of the Universe Sea, Inclined Peak Realm. A serrated alien beast was constantly exploring the depths of the core. Since obtaining the thread drawing, he had gone even deeper. The universe boat actually has the ancient civilization Duan Dong River inheritance, but I'm deep in the Inclined Peak Realm and can't make it in time. I can only let Meng Cha escort 3 universe masters and some universe venerables and undyings to try, but unfortunately this inheritance is too cruel. There is only one inheritor, and everyone else will perish, the alien beast powerhouse thought to himself. This was the Yao race's horned shock ancestor. He didn't actually want the dream demon ancestor to take risks, but there was no way to obtain the inheritance, but he had already told the dream demon ancestor not to participate personally. Although their Yao race had 2 strongest individuals, they couldn't stand the loss. If one of them fell, perhaps their current status would not be guaranteed. Go to the Myriad Wave Water domain. The thread drawing introduces that it produces precious treasures, and even some supreme treasures have been produced, the Shock Yao ancestor said. Then the Shock Yao ancestor turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Myriad Wave Water domain. Suddenly, waves of water constantly impacted the Shock Yao ancestor's Peak Palace treasure. Well-deserved reputation. The impact of the myriad waves is indeed amazing. Ordinary universe masters would instantly fall upon entering, the Shock Yao ancestor exclaimed, while also secretly rejoicing in his heart. In the Jedi, under normal circumstances, the more dangerous the place, the more likely it is that the treasures that may be born are more precious. Chapter 511 300 Years. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Tomb Burial Boat. Above a towering crystal pillar, sits a blood-colored tower. Inside the control room, Luo Feng sat leisurely, allowing the dozen or so universe lords outside to attack frantically. Whether they used soul attacks or material attacks, none could shake the Star Tower. The trembling on the surface of the Star Tower was merely a deliberate facade created by Luo Feng. In fact, ever since the experts from the Two Holy Lands entered half a year ago, such battles had begun, especially the Two Holy Lands, who recklessly attacked Luo Feng to interfere with his comprehension. Once, because it affected a universe venerable who was comprehending nearby, 3 universe lords were forcefully killed in seconds by Duandong. Only then did they truly realize that even after his fall, Duandong still had methods to deal with them, the testers. To avoid them and focus on comprehending, Luo Feng entered the Star Tower and placed it above the crystal pillar. The 180th game has finally been solved, Luo Feng thought to himself. Although only a year had passed outside, Luo Feng had been comprehending for 100,000 years inside the Genesis universe, and had finally solved 57 more games after comprehending the first 123. Time passed, and another year went by in the blink of an eye. The strongest experts from the Two Holy Lands blocked the entrance for more than a year, and then 7 Universe Supreme Masters led a mighty group of Universe Lords to kill their way in. Subsequently, these 7 Supreme Masters took over from the Two Holy Lands and continued to intercept newcomers, but in less than half a year, they were stormed in on by more than 20 Supreme Masters who arrived one after another. After that, no more experts tried to block the entrance. Thus, the 3 test processes of the Tomb Burial Boat were gathering many powerful elites from the 3 Reincarnation eras in the Two Holy Lands. Purple Moon Holy Land, 1 Supreme Master, and 15 Universe Lords. East Emperor Holy Land, 1 Supreme Master, and 21 Universe Lords. The entire first Reincarnation era had a full 16 Supreme Masters and 326 Universe Lords. The entire second Reincarnation era had 8 Supreme Masters and 132 Universe Lords. The primitive Universe era had 3 Supreme Masters and 32 Universe Lords. They were either waiting for the first round of testing, had already entered the corridor of life and death, or were comprehending and interfering with other participants in the Shiwang game. Time passed, and 50 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The 999th game has been successfully solved, Luo Feng sighed inwardly. In the virtual universe, Luo Feng's independent plane. Luo Feng stood in front of the 3-dimensional virtual image of the 1000th incomplete game, studying it carefully. In these 50 years, Luo Feng had actually comprehended for 5 million years, and had finally successfully solved the 999th game. Previously, the difficulty of the 500th game was exponentially higher than the 499th game, Luo Feng thought to himself. The 1000th game will also be a bottleneck. Not far away, from a perspective that Luo Feng couldn't see, Primal Ancestor was also staring at Luo Feng's game solving. This Luo Feng is really amazing, to be able to solve up to the 1000th game in these 50 years, he is much more powerful than Giant Axe, Primal Ancestor said. That Giant Axe kid, even with 10,000 times acceleration, has only comprehended up to the 500th game. At his comprehension speed, even if he had the same time flow as Luo Feng, his comprehension and deduction speed would still be slower. Giant Axe only focuses on the axe in his research and deduction, and his deduction of secret the way of pattern is obviously insufficient, otherwise his deduction speed wouldn't be weaker than Luo Feng, a universe venerable, even with the analytical ability of a true god level. It's a pity that Xiao Yu didn't participate, otherwise we could have known who between him and Luo Feng has the faster comprehension speed, Primal Ancestor thought with regret. 1 year later, Duandong appeared again, looking down at the 100,000 candidates, his gaze falling on the blood-colored tower, and his voice rang out, "Candidate Human Galaxy has met the game-solving requirements." Luo Feng flew out from the blood-colored tower, and the blood-colored tower transformed into a stream of light and flew into his body. You should continue to comprehend and solve games here. The more games you comprehend and solve, the more beneficial it will be to you, and the more benefits you will receive when you inherit the legacy in the future, Duandong said, then looking down at the candidates below, anyone who attacks Galaxy will be directly eliminated and killed. Duandong's words had already made it clear that the human Luo Feng had already far surpassed everyone else in game solving. In 51 years, some of them hadn't even figured out the rules yet. All the Universe Lords were anxious, and the Universe Lords of the Purple Moon Holy Land and the East Emperor Holy Land were even discussing whether to risk their lives to kill Luo Feng first. Suddenly, Duan Dong said, "Human Galaxy is now protected by my secret method. Even if you attack, you cannot break through the protection and hurt him. So, it's better not to seek death. There is still a long time to comprehend the Shiwang game. Work hard to comprehend. The more games you solve, the more opportunities you will get to inherit the legacy." The sound transmissions between countless candidates below were like loud shouts in his ears, with no possibility of secrecy, and he heard them all clearly. Duan Donghai's words immediately dispelled the impulses of the Universe Lords and Supreme Masters, especially those from the two Holy Lands. Time passed, and 300 years had passed since Luo Feng began solving the Shiwang game. The 2000th game has finally been solved, Luo Feng thought to himself. The first 1000 games took 5 million years, but the time it took to go from the 1000th game to the 2000th game was 5 times longer than before, and this was even with him comparing the Shiwang game with the secret pattern of the black pattern stone pillar area. Otherwise, it would have taken 10 times as long. Even Luo Feng has already solved 2000 games, and I've only reached 1950 games, primal ancestor side. Although there was a 10-fold difference in the actual time spent solving the games, after all, his true realm had already reached the void true god level. It's been 300 years, and there still hasn't been a second qualifier. Lord Luchan couldn't help but admire Luo Feng's high level of comprehension. Virtual universe, Shiwang plane. It's been 300 years, and I still haven't completely comprehended the mysteries of the perfect solution to the 100th game. No, I have to ask Xiao Yu for help and enter his miniature universe to accelerate my comprehension, Ice Peak Lord thought to himself. Ice Peak, how's your comprehension going? Have you thoroughly comprehended the perfect solution to the 123rd game? Lord Wangjan said triumphantly. Not yet, Ice Peak Lord said directly. What about you? Which game have you comprehended? I just solved the 520th game, Lord Wangjan said. How are you so fast? Did you get Giant Axe to accelerate time? Ice Peak Lord didn't believe that there was such a huge gap between him and Wangjan. Yes. Didn't you go to the Genesis True Master's miniature universe? Lord Wangjan asked in surprise. Clearly Ice Peak Lord had such convenience, why didn't he use it? I'll go find Xiao Yu now, Ice Peak Lord said. Virtual universe, space-time plane, in front of the temple. Boom, 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 figures appeared out of thin air. 8 Universe Lords, including Ice Peak Lord, City Lord Chaos, Dark Lord, Yuho Lord, Dragon Travel Lord, and Qingdong Lord, descended. What's this? Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air outside the palace complex, and instantly understood the purpose of the 8 people's arrival. You want to go to my time-space palace, right, to comprehend the Shiwang game inside. That's right, that Wangjan is cheating. He went to Giant Axe's miniature universe accelerated area, and didn't even tell me, Ice Peak Lord said. Uncle Master, don't worry, you can enter the time-space palace, anyway. They are all divine power clones, and it won't cost much energy, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 512, Transform All Things. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Time flies, and 3,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng's Moshe clan clone had been honing his will in the Black Stone Pillar area, and he finally broke through again, reaching the true god level of soul will, advancing from the 1500 times time acceleration area to the 6000 times time acceleration area. The current 6000 times time acceleration area is equivalent to the previous 12,000 times time acceleration. The will impact remains the same, only the time acceleration is halved. Meanwhile, in the tomb ship, during the Rhinoceros Emperor game test. Success. Luo Feng was very happy, smiling as he stood before the crystal pillar, having just perfectly solved the 3000th incomplete game within the crystal pillar in an instant. Immediately, countless cyan light spots condensed out of thin air, surrounding Luo Feng. The ground cracked, revealing a cyan crystal pillar. Luo Feng was instantly surrounded by the gold, red, and cyan crystal pillars, and countless cyan light spots rapidly condensed above Luo Feng's head, forming a 3-colored palace. Luo Feng has actually become a core candidate, Lord Lao's insect roared, while also seizing the time to continue comprehending. Under the gazes of countless candidates, Duan Donghe appeared once again, looking at Luo Feng and saying, "Congratulations, you have broken through the third bottleneck in just one cosmic era, galaxy." Luo Feng listened intently. The other candidates felt an immense pressure. If you can directly reach the fourth bottleneck, they will all be eliminated and killed to celebrate your obtaining the inheritance, Duan Donghe slowly said. The nearly 100,000 candidates present trembled. In these 3,000 years, following Luo Feng's initial breakthrough to the second bottleneck, some other powerful individuals had also successively broken through the first bottleneck. Such as Bai Shui Venerable of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, Shui Yu, an undying from the Zerg race of the second reincarnation era, and 70 other powerful individuals who passed the first bottleneck. As the number of people breaking through the first bottleneck increased, the candidates also summarized the different levels of the first bottleneck. The bottleneck for undying gods is the 500th game, the bottleneck for universe venerables is the 1000th game, the bottleneck for universe masters is the 1500th game, and the bottleneck for universe supreme beings is the 2000th game. Virtual universe, Rhinoceros Emperor Plane. Haha, I have completed the 1500th game. According to the bottleneck that Luo Feng mentioned, I am considered to have broken through the first bottleneck, but unfortunately, I am still far from 3000 games, Ice Peak Master thought to himself. Ice Peak Master looked down at the countless universe venerables and undyings below, sighing, why are all these undyings and venerables here comprehending the Rhinoceros Emperor game? They are not cultivating and comprehending the laws. It seems that there should be some restrictions on them in the future. However, after they comprehend to their respective bottlenecks, and are unable to break through for a long time, many people will no longer continue to stubbornly work on the Rhinoceros Emperor game. However, it is only necessary to appropriately guide them during the explanations. Ice Peak Master continued to think, you can only blame Xiao Yu's fire for burning a little too heavily, the treasures stimulated them too much. Who doesn't like pinnacle treasures? Not to mention these undyings and venerables, even universe masters are very rare. Immediately, Ice Peak Master looked into the distance and transmitted his voice, Huang Jian, how is it going? I have already solved 1500 games. Ice Peak, don't be smug. Who doesn't know that the time acceleration in the creation true God's miniature universe can reach 100,000 times? You have 10 times more time than me, and you have only solved 100 more games than me. What is there to be proud of? Huang Jian sneered. Virtual Gold Master is the same as you, both in the Giant Axe universe, but he has already solved 1565 games, Ice Peak Master said. Then why don't you say that Giant Axe has already solved the 2168th game? Lord Huang Jian said. Currently, on the human side, Giant Axe is first, Chaos is second, Peng Gong is third, Darkness is fourth. Ice Peak Master listed them one by one. Xiao Yu is not comprehending, so he is temporarily ranked last. No venerables and undyings have broken through the first bottleneck yet. Chaos City Lord paused slightly after solving the 1990th game to rest. Looking at the square above, at the huge screen, the screen was displaying names, with the game-solving rankings of the corresponding realms. I am ranked first among the universe masters, but Peng Gong and Darkness are not far behind, with less than 100 games difference in solving. Chaos City Lord looked at the 19 names on the universe master list. Among these undyings, there are only less than 1,000 people who have actually solved the 124th game, and among these 1,000 people, there are actually 100 who are all undyings from the Earth lineage. Chaos City Lord clicked on the undying level ranking list and exclaimed. The undyings of the Earth lineage, as long as they have not entered the 5 major forces, have almost all improved their comprehension through the law tablets that Xiao Yu built in the past. They all have a certain degree of accomplishment in the Tao of secret patterns. Time flies, and 10,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Cosmic Boat, in the Black Stone Pillar cultivation space, it has almost become a world of flames. The last treasure component is finally completed. Xiao Yu put a treasure emitting endless pressure into his world ring, and then put the cauldron into his divine body. Replacing more than 100 million treasure components, even if I have many clones, I am afraid it will take endless time, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Under the cultivation of 10 million times time acceleration, Xiao Yu has been refining treasures here for hundreds of billions of years. In hundreds of billions of years, Xiao Yu has refined himself, plus the spare parts taken from the treasure house, have exceeded 100 million. Not to mention, After the energy circulation system inside the cosmic boat is repaired and improved, there are still the endless defense modules and attack modules of the cosmic boat to be repaired and replaced. Moreover, it won't be long before the Jinji world arrives. If we wait until the Jinji world appears before seeking to repair the cosmic boat, it is estimated that the cosmic boat will be crashed beyond recognition, and perhaps there will be no need to repair it at all. Countless thoughts kept popping up in Xiao Yu's mind. Now his most important task is to repair the cosmic boat before the Jinji world arrives and complete the task assigned by the original will, so that he can obtain the many treasures in the treasure house of the cosmic boat. Secondly, he can also let the original universe's original will release the ancestral god, so that he will have a powerful helper to deal with the realm beasts in the future. In addition, at the end of the third reincarnation, he can also personally watch the entire process of the destruction of the original universe. To quickly repair the cosmic boat, there must be more helpers, and in the entire universe C, only myself and Sitting Mountain Guest have such treasure refining abilities. However, Sitting Mountain Guest's original body is a divine king, and also an old silver coin who is willing to endure a reincarnation for many years to avenge himself. At that time, I am afraid that the conditions he will propose will be quite a few. Xiao Yu thought to himself, it is better to come in and solve it myself and continue to cultivate, transforming all things. Xiao Yu's soul will has long been sufficient to cultivate the third level of transforming all things, but Xiao Yu has never wanted to endure the pain of dividing his soul into 10,000 parts, so he has not continued to divide his soul. But as things stand now, no matter how painful it is, Xiao Yu has to continue. With a thought, Xiao Yu entered the inheritance space. Xiao Yu, Dream Old Man was surprised, looking at Xiao Yu again and again. You want to divide your soul here? That's right, in the inheritance space, with Dream Old Man guarding me, the third level will definitely succeed, Xiao Yu said solemnly. You kid have some knowledge. With this old man here, you are safe, don't worry. Dream Old Man stroked his red beard and laughed loudly. Chapter 513 Soul Crystal. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Alright, thank you, Elder Meng. Xiao Yu bowed slightly, then sat down cross-legged. With a thought, boundless will converged in the void, forming a will blade that emitted a black glow. Will manifested as a blade, and it has already become tangible. Excellent, very good. Elder Meng stroked his beard and praised. When your will forms a domain, I'm afraid even a god king won't be your match. Will is different from the soul. It is inherently ethereal, not even energy, let alone condensed into substance. Those who can achieve this are all heaven-defying geniuses. Will attacks are even more powerful and bizarre than ordinary soul attacks. Just like in the black pattern stone pillar area, even with soul treasures, there's no way to resist the impact of will. Xiao Yu ignored Elder Meng's mutterings. With a thought, a black stream of light flashed, and Xiao Yu was split in half from the middle. The will blade didn't require any manipulation at all. Xiao Yu only needed a thought to complete it instantly, without any hesitation or need for time. Ah, endless pain assaulted Xiao Yu. There wasn't a trace of feeling just now, but at the end of this instant, endless pain came all at once. Xiao Yu felt that this kind of pain was no less than the soul being sliced into thousands of pieces. In the endless pain, Xiao Yu still operated the transformation of all things secret technique. Immediately, the two halves of the soul seemed to melt into black liquid, and then turned into two Xiaoyus. Again, the two Xiaoyus shouted in unison. Immediately, two streams of light flashed, and the two Xiaoyus became four halves. Ah, ah, doubled endless pain assaulted them simultaneously. Xiao Yu still endured the pain and operated the transformation of all things secret technique. The four halves of Xiao Yu instantly turned into four Xiaoyus. Cruel, truly cruel, I can't bear to watch, can't bear to listen. Elder Meng sighed, as if recalling when he had endured such pain. However, when he split his soul, he was even more powerful and endured even more intense pain. Splitting the soul, unless one is a pervert or cultivates a special secret technique, otherwise, no matter what realm one is in, one will feel endless pain. But it is this kind of pain that will make the soul transform and become more resilient. Endure it well. When you pass this level, you won't be in so much pain during the fourth level, Elder Meng said. I really can't bear to watch such self-mutilation. I'd better leave first and come back when he's done. Elder Meng disappeared in an instant. Xiao Yu, while enduring endless pain, couldn't care about anything else. Without waiting to rest, he began the third division of his soul. The third time, dividing into 8 sub-souls, the pain doubled again. The third level of transformation of all things needs to be completed in a short time, with no time to rest and recover. Xiao Yu had to endure the endless pain and grit his teeth to persevere. The fourth time, splitting into 16 sub-souls, the pain doubled again. The eighth time, splitting into 256 sub-souls, the pain doubled again. Xiao Yu felt that his endurance was reaching its limit. This time, I will make the will blade swing 256 times simultaneously. Each blade must not have a trace of deviation and must be divided in half from the very center of the soul. Xiao Yu strengthened his thoughts again and boosted his confidence. Just now, during the 7th division of the soul, he almost had an unyielding will and missed a cut. As long as there is one less cut, then it will undoubtedly fail. Once it fails, although Xiao Yu will not fall, his soul will be severely damaged and fall into a state of serious injury. With Xiao Yu's current powerful divine body, once the soul is damaged, he will have to disperse some divine power. By then, he doesn't know how long it will take for him to recover to a divine body of 100 light years. Divide, Xiao Yu whispered. Silently, the will blade seemed to split into 256 blades, simultaneously drawing 256 black streamers on 256 Xiao Yus. Crack. While enduring endless pain, Xiao Yu felt that his will seemed to break through. The previous endless pain seemed to be reduced countless times. He didn't need to roar, he could already bear it. The speed of operating the transformation of all things secret technique has also increased dozens of times. With a thought, 512 Xiao Yus instantly formed. Again, suddenly, 512 blades of light were produced simultaneously, and 1024 Xiao Yus were instantly formed. Then, flashes of knives flashed by one after another. Soon it reached the 13th division. 4096 Xiao Yus looked at each other at the same time, and at the same time, with a thought, 4096 black streamers flashed. Ah! Endless pain struck again, and at the same time 8192 Xiao Yus were produced. This time, it is not necessary for each one to be divided into 2 halves, but it is also necessary to cut 8192 knives at the same time, and finally form 9901 sub-souls. The key is that each sub-soul must be exactly the same as the main body. Xiao Yu had already calculated it in his mind. With a thought, the will blade quickly cut through endless time and space, cutting out a piece from each Xiao Yu. Then these small pieces were combined to form 1709 Xiao Yus. Finally completed. Although it was a soul body, Xiao Yu still felt that he was exhausted and needed a good rest. Just as Xiao Yu was about to fall asleep, a red light flashed, and Elder Meng appeared again. Boy, now is not the time to sleep. You must immediately practice the primal soul secret technique. This is the best time to improve your soul power, and you also have rare treasures such as soul primal crystals. Elder Meng also gave each of the 9901 Xiao Yu a tap on the head. Suddenly, a raised bump appeared on the head of each Xiao Yu. Don't mess around, Elder Meng snorted. Yes, Xiao Yu was honest and stopped acting strangely, and the big bag disappeared immediately. Elder Meng, what is the soul primal crystal you are talking about? Is it this soul gem? Xiao Yu's main body moved his mind, and the soul gem hidden deep in the soul appeared in his hand. Yes, it is it. Elder Meng beckoned, and the soul primal crystal flew towards Elder Meng. Elder Meng grabbed it with one hand, and countless blue lights flashed from the soul primal crystal. The entire soul primal crystal suddenly turned into a blue crystal. If it weren't for the fact that this primal crystal has already recognized you as its master, I would have wanted to take it for myself. With this primal crystal, even if I am just a wisp of remnant soul, I can regain my cultivation. Elder Meng looked at Xiao Yu with regret. I don't know how many good deeds you kid did in your previous life to be able to obtain such a treasure when you were in such a weak state. Although Elder Meng felt regret, he didn't really want to take it for himself. Although he was a remnant soul, he felt that he still existed and had not truly fallen. Even if he had such a precious treasure, he still couldn't recover, not even a trace. Elder Meng, what level of treasure is this soul primal crystal? Isn't it just able to replenish soul power? Xiao Yu had never been able to see through this inconspicuous crystal. Even now that he is at the true God level, it is still the same. You wouldn't understand even if I told you specifically. You just need to know that even a god king can't get this kind of treasure, it is a life-saving weapon. Elder Meng said. Xiao Yu finally proved his initial guess, that this soul crystal saved his life and brought him to this world. Chapter 514 Repair begins. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. If the soul origin crystal had consciousness, I would really kneel and bow to you 3 times and prostrate 6 times to thank you for saving my life, Xiao Yu said, looking at the soul origin crystal that emitted endless blue light. Dream Elder released his hand, and the soul origin crystal transformed into a stream of light, flying into Xiao Yu's soul. At the same time, it stopped emitting blue light and transformed back into a black crystal. This level of treasure, even without intelligence, has a certain perception. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to recognize its master, Dream Elder sighed. Lucky kid, hurry up and cultivate. Yes, although there were still questions in his mind, Xiao Yu knew the priorities. Now was the time to take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate properly. Instantly, the multiple Xiao Yu seemed to merge and fuse together again, and the soul origin crystal simultaneously emitted 10,000 threads, connecting each of Xiao Yu's split souls in the main body. Endless soul power was transmitted from the soul origin crystal to every Xiao Yu. Absorb, purify, strengthen, recast. Xiao Yu continuously cultivated step by step according to the secret methods recorded in the soul origin technique. Time passed, and Xiao Yu cultivated for tens of millions of years within the inheritance space. The main body has 10,000 times the soul power, and the split bodies have 1,000 times the soul power. I have reached the goal, Xiao Yu said, gazing at all his split souls with emotion. Dream Elder, I want to go out, Xiao Yu said, bowing respectfully. In these tens of millions of years of cultivation, Xiao Yu could be said to have spent every moment with Dream Elder, even more than he had spent with the City Lord of Chaos. Dream Elder said, slightly disappointed. With a thought, Xiao Yu's soul returned to his main body. He stood up, put the cold cliff fortress into his body, and then, with another thought, an incarnation with a light-year-sized body walked out of his body and sat cross-legged in the cultivation space. Next, this incarnation will continue to comprehend various secret methods and also be responsible for analyzing various problems that arise during the repair of the universe boat, Xiao Yu thought. With a thought, endless secret patterns appeared, and Xiao Yu was directly teleported into the abyss. My main body will be responsible for using the control core to directly send each incarnation to various problem points. With 1,000 times the soul of a true god and a light-year-sized body, the strength of these incarnations should not be underestimated, Xiao Yu thought. An incarnation walked out of the main body, holding a world ring in its hand. The world ring contained all the supreme treasures and components needed to repair this abyss. Leaving the incarnation behind, Xiao Yu directly teleported away, arriving at the next problem point. For a month, Xiao Yu continuously teleported, sending 9,990 incarnations to various parts of the universe boat. Countless Xiao Yu were diligently repairing the universe boat in nearly 10,000 places. Deep within the burial grounds, on the endless black mire, tombstones were scattered, emitting a strange ancient aura. Who would have thought that this burial ground was actually a core area for the energy circulation within the universe boat? Perhaps they had other ideas when they buried powerful individuals here, Xiao Yu thought to himself. However, I'm afraid they didn't expect the origin will to be so powerful. Xiao Yu looked at the tombstones, each engraved with countless characters. These characters were very special, containing unknown profound meanings. There will be plenty of time to study these characters later. Now, the priority is to remove all this mire and reveal the 100 billion kilometer light pillar in the center of the burial ground's central square. Only by connecting the light pillar with the passage above can the other components of this burial ground be replaced. Xiao Yu recalled the repair instructions, flew to the void above the square, and took out a palm-sized supreme treasure from the world ring. This supreme treasure was like a compass. After leaving the world ring, it floated in the void and, without Xiao Yu's urging, suddenly expanded to a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. A circular hole formed in the middle of the compass, with a diameter of exactly 10 billion kilometers. Boom, 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 endless light formed, simultaneously impacting upwards and downwards from the circular hole in the middle of the compass. This endless light formed a 10 billion kilometer light pillar connecting the top and bottom. The endless sea of magma above was pushed back by the mighty shockwave, and the endless, thick black mire below was also pushed away, revealing the light pillar in the center of the square. Instantly, the light pillar in the center of the compass turned into a blue-purple light pillar, emitting even stronger fluctuations and impacts. The surrounding endless mire and sea of magma were constantly pushed back. This huge fluctuation continuously transmitted to the distance, its speed far exceeding 100 times the speed of light, as if the laws of the universe's operation did not exist. Burial ground boat. Duan Donghua appeared again. He looked down at the nearly 100,000 candidates below and said, Lord of Water Praise, broke through the second bottleneck, ranked only after Galaxy and Jade Blood, continue to work hard. It's actually the insignificant Lord of Water Praise from the second cycle era. Lord of Water Praise, extraordinary potential. The candidates were extremely surprised. Even Luo Feng glanced at the Lord of Water Praise a few times, and then continued to comprehend the solution. In 3 eras, if Luo Feng solved 4,000 solutions, he could become the sole inheritor. Boom! An extremely vast wave came from the distant place. What happened? It seems to be in the direction of the burial ground. Luo Feng thought. What's wrong? Could it be that the universe boat has undergone another drastic change? The strongest and the masters of the universe were awakened, fearing another accident. Quiet, within 3 eras, you are very safe in this burial ground boat, and will not be subject to any external dangers, Duan Donghua said. Work hard to solve the puzzle, this is your only hope to survive. The candidates regained their peace, tried to calm their minds, and comprehended the solutions. This is the burial ground. Is the universe boat being repaired? Is someone or some force repairing it? Or is it the behavior of the origin will? Duan Donghua looked at the burial ground in the distance, and then looked at the direction of the weak fluctuations. At this time, most of the strong people in the entire universe boat were attracted by Duan Donghua's inheritance. Others, only some universe masters in the core depths and extremely remote places who did not have time to rush over, continued to explore and venture. Due to the gaps between dangerous places, it might take tens of thousands of years for these universe masters to rush to the burial ground boat. After learning that Duan Donghua's inheritance only lasted for 3 eras, they had already dismissed the idea. Mist is mist. In the endless sea of thunder, a blue pyramid floats in the thunder. In the control room of the pyramid, a purple armored alien beast suddenly looked into the distance. This wave, is there a supreme treasure about to be born? Immediately, the pyramid turned into a blue stream of light and flew towards the place where the endless wave was transmitted. The pyramid's speed exceeded 10 times the speed of light. Very obviously, this purple armored alien beast is the strongest one. Deep in the core of the universe boat, the wind stream light area. This is an area with a diameter of 3,000 light years, the length is unknown, endless hurricanes form vortices, and the power contained in each vortex is comparable to the full blow of a 7th-order true god. Countless streamers are released through the vortices, forming beams of light, constantly destroying the surrounding space, forming countless black storms. These black storms continue to form, and then the space is repaired, just like a painter holding a water-stained brush and painting on a hot stove. Chapter 515 Blue Lu True Lord. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Inside the endless vortex was a massive pillar of light formed from countless streams of light. Innumerable dazzling light pillars were cut off at the end by a piece of ice crystal that seemed to have existed for an eternity. The endless light was reflected and diffused, and the infinite power contained in the giant light pillar was continuously released into the space, causing the space to shatter continuously, forming a vast region, a region of endless black storms. Xiao Yu floated beside the ice crystal, then took out a treasure that resembled a lens. This treasure was an ultimate eternal true god treasure that could convert energy into endless divine power of flames. This treasure was a repair tool that existed within the universe boat itself, which was why Xiao Yu could use it. Go. With a thought from Xiao Yu, this lens treasure instantly transformed into 1,000 light-year diameter, flying towards the light pillar. Immediately, the endless light pillar shone upon the lens treasure, then transformed into endless divine power of flames, continuously impacting the ice crystal. The ice crystal gradually melted, releasing bursts of tremendous shockwaves, these endless waves continuously propagating. Judging from this, it will take 3,000 years to completely melt this ice crystal, and in the entire light pillar region, there are still 8 ice crystals. That largest ice crystal will probably take 10,000 years to melt, Xiao Yu continuously estimated. No matter how long it takes, he needs to guard this place. Swoosh, a streak of blue light flashed by, stopping not far from the lens treasure. It was a blue pyramid-shaped palace treasure. Inside the palace treasure, the tremor, it's coming from here. This is an ultimate treasure. The purple-armored alien beast looked at the lens treasure in front of him, becoming more certain that it was a top-grade ultimate treasure. Extremely precious. At the same time, the purple-armored alien beast also looked towards the towering figure beside the lens treasure, floating in the void, next to the endless black storm, muttering, "This is the Genesis true God. A divine body of 1 light year, yet the emitted power isn't weakened in the slightest. Truly lives up to the name." The purple-armored alien beast didn't dare to act rashly. "Genesis true God," the purple-armored alien beast transmitted. "Blue Luster Tower, you are the Blue Luster true God," Xiao Yu thought to himself. The Blue Luster true God was the strongest being in the universe of the second reincarnation era, possessing the palace-type ultimate treasure Blue Luster Tower. In addition, he also possessed a domain-type ultimate treasure. His strength was at the peak of the 8th tier to the 9th tier, as for the specifics, no one knows for now. This lone strongest being hasn't made a move in a long time, or perhaps he has made a move but it hasn't been recorded. Indeed, Genesis true God, are you waiting for a treasure to be born here? The Blue Luster true God said, "I wonder, am I qualified to participate? What are you doing here? Want to snatch the treasure?" Xiao Yu looked at the other party, a source god blade appearing in his hand, his whole body emitting endless baleful aura. He had the posture of killing the other party on the spot if they disagreed, leaving no future troubles. Now, Xiao Yu prioritized repairing the universe boat above all else, and he would annihilate any obstructors on the spot, leaving no future troubles. Treasures are born from heaven, who wouldn't want them? The Blue Luster true God laughed. However, I've also heard of the Genesis true God's power, but I wonder how much of it is true and how much is false. Do you think you are stronger than the God I true God? Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice. God I was indeed inferior to him back then, but now, he is no longer my opponent, the Blue Luster true God said. If you want to snatch the treasure, then come. Xiao Yu shouted sharply. The source god blade in his hand was raised high, and immediately a giant blade phantom of up to 10 light years appeared in the void, endless power of destruction gathering within the phantom. The Blue Luster true God immediately felt the endless time and space darken. The giant blade phantom seemed to become the entire world, the only thing in the endless time and space. Even the flames gathering endless power seemed to become supporting roles. Genesis true God, I was just joking, why are you really making a move? The Blue Luster true God truly felt the threat of death. Endless death seemed to envelop his true God heart like mist. While verbally begging for mercy, the Blue Luster true God instantly hid inside the palace treasure, and with a thought, an endless lightning domain enveloped the outside of the palace treasure, the endless power of lightning, as if it were substantial, forming stars, surrounding the outside of the palace treasure. Joking, take this move, and if you are still alive, not fallen, then I will spare your life, Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice, destruction. No, wait, the Blue Luster true God continued to transmit his plea for mercy. The source god blade in Xiao Yu's hand instantly fell, and immediately endless power of destruction swept towards the Blue Luster true God at over 10,000 times the speed of light, endless time and space shattered, endless lightning formed and shattered. The vast power directly rushed towards the Blue Luster Tower, and suddenly, 10,000 layers of lightning and light intertwined on the Blue Luster Tower, forming layers of shields. Boom, boom, boom. The 10,000 layers of protective layers only withstood an instant before being swept away by the mighty force, but nearly 1/10 of the power was still bounced back. The remaining endless power penetrated the Blue Luster Tower and entered the palace treasure. The power of the 14th tier had already exceeded the defense limit of the palace treasure. Waves of vast power swept through everything within the palace treasure, including the Blue Luster true God. Boom! The Blue Luster true God's eyes widened, and when the endless power swept to the Blue Luster true God's divine body, it had already exceeded the damage value of the treasure armor. The top-grade pinnacle treasure shattered into pieces of armor. Endless power of destruction swept through everything within the Blue Luster true God's body, endless divine power directly annihilated, and the Blue Luster true God's body rapidly dissipated. Genesis true God, I was really just joking. The Blue Luster true God roared. Destruction had spread to the true God heart without any obstruction. The true God heart shattered, and the soul deep within the true God heart was also strangled. The arrogant Blue Luster true God fell. The blue luster universe of the second reincarnation era collapsed, and the endless creatures living within the small universe directly perished, the origin of the universe rapidly dissipating. Don't you understand? I, Xiao Yu, can't take a joke. Xiao Yu looked at the blue luster tower in the distance, which no longer had a trace of aura. Then he appeared out of thin air, and his divine power directly penetrated into it, erasing the blue luster true God's soul imprint and imprinting his own imprint, completing the recognition of the master. With a thought, some treasures and valuables within the palace treasure were all released. Xiao Yu grabbed a blue stream of light, which was a purple triangle, the domain-type ultimate treasure, 9 Light Thunder Realm. The 10,000 layers of light and thunder shields that the blue luster true God released outside the palace treasure were with the help of this domain treasure, and its attack ability was comparable to that of an ultimate treasure. The Tao of lightning and light has already been comprehended to an extremely profound level. As long as he breaks through the bottleneck, he can become a void true God. I remember that there was no such person before. Xiao Yu thought to himself. He recalled the battle scene just now. The blue luster true God's strength was not weak anymore. Unfortunately, he, Xiao Yu, possessed a treasure that could enhance his power. Immediately, Xiao Yu, through the virtual universe system, told Giant Axe and Teacher Chaos about the fall of the strongest being in the second reincarnation era, the blue luster true God. Virtual universe. Giant Axe plane. At the long table, all the universe lords were present, with only Giant Axe at the main seat, and Xiao Yu was not present. The true God blue luster of the second reincarnation era has fallen. All the universe lords of my human race, except for Luo Feng, will all rush to the blue luster small universe, Giant Axe instructed. Yes, the universe lords of the human race were all extremely excited. Chapter 516. Jade Lord. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Since Xiao Yu's rise, this is the nth time humanity has searched for treasures and resources in small universes. One universe lord after another temporarily put aside their comprehension of the Shi Huang game and instead boarded the Star Tower to head to the universe ocean. The Star Tower is temporarily controlled by Giant Axe. The palace treasure's speed in the universe ocean exceeds 100,000 times the speed of light, and it also continuously teleports. In less than a day, the human race's group had already arrived at the blue luster universe and began their treasure hunt. Inclined Peak Realm, one of the 3 dangerous areas in the universe ocean. Deep within the core area, in the depths of the myriad wave water domain, a huge ship was cautiously sailing, avoiding one vortex after another. Inside the ship, the sawtooth ancestor, covered in serrations, murmured, "I've been in this myriad wave water domain for 10,000 years, and I still haven't seen any treasures appear, not even a single ordinary treasure." Exploration in the universe ocean often takes epochs to measure. 10,000 years is nothing at all. It seems I need to go deeper. Perhaps there will be some treasures near the Dark Land area. The sawtooth ancestor made up his mind. The Dark Land was not considered a very dangerous place by the major forces in the universe ocean. Immediately, the palace treasure flew quickly towards the depths. In the distance, a stream of light flashed by, teleporting continuously, leaving far away before hovering in the waves. It was a lightning giant with a lightning ball on its chest. It was Lord Haolei. Lord Haolei took out a communication token and said, "That primal universe demon ancestor, Zhen Zhao, looks like he's heading to the vicinity of the Dark Land." A metallic laughter immediately came from the communication token. "Haolei, that saves you trouble. But you can't be careless, in case he changes his mind at the last minute." "Zhen Zhao, don't worry. I can handle this little thing. Rest assured and wait. I will definitely make Zhen Zhao walk into the trap himself." Lord Haolei was very confident. Universe boat. Inside the tomb ship. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been here for 20,000 years. This, the 3990th game, is really not simple. I've been studying it for 500 years. Counting time acceleration, it's been 50 million years, and it's still a little short, Luo Feng muttered to himself. He absolutely can't succeed. Luo Feng is only one sentence away. He absolutely can't be allowed to succeed. One candidate after another was silently hoping, and some universe lords even went crazy and actively attacked Luo Feng, only to be directly annihilated into ashes. In the virtual universe, with Luo Feng's unique talent in solving the Shi Huang game, Primal Ancestor had been paying close attention to Luo Feng's progress. This Luo Feng can solve up to the 3990th game while being a universe venerable, which is outrageous. Could it be related to the transformation of his Earth-human soul? Primal Ancestor looked at the figure constantly thinking and researching, and countless fantasies kept popping up in his mind. What is Sid Mountain Guest doing by transforming Earth, causing some soul anomalies in the human lineage? Luo Feng's entire growth seems to be inseparable from Sid Mountain Guest. Looking at the entire universe ocean, I can't see through only the founders of the two holy lands and this Sid Mountain Guest. It seems that Xiao Yu also came from Earth, but who is behind this Xiao Yu? Throughout the endless reincarnation era, there has never been anyone who became a true god within 100 eras. No matter how talented they are, they still need accumulation, right? Moreover, he can not only become a true god, but also reach such a height. It's truly mysterious. This world has become so incomprehensible even to me. Perhaps the origin will knows clearly. Primal Ancestor kept thinking. Primal Universe. Creation Universe Country. Inside the Emerald Palace, at the top floor, a beautiful woman sat cross-legged. Her many avatars were either comprehending the Shihuang game or comprehending laws and various secret techniques. And her human main body was stationed here all year round. The laws of time and space have all been comprehended, and they have already been combined with each other. It's time to advance to Universe Lord. Palace Lord Emerald Jade whispered. Immediately, she teleported into her divine kingdom and moved her will. The origin laws descended, and an ocean of laws appeared above the divine kingdom. No one expected that the 20th Universe Lord of Humanity would be Palace Lord Emerald Jade, now to be called Lord Emerald Jade. The human race has a new Universe Lord. Virtual Universe, Space-Time Plane. One Universe Lord and true God of the human race after another all arrived, and even Luo Feng, who was comprehending the Shihuang game, appeared to celebrate the new Universe Lord, Lord Emerald Jade. Congratulations on the addition of a new Universe Lord to our human race. Xiao Yu was very happy. Congratulations, Lord Emerald Jade. Chaos City Lord, Dark Lord, and others also raised their glasses to celebrate together. Congratulations, congratulations. Palace Lord Emerald Jade raised her glass. Most of the Universe Lords of the human race are male, and it is indeed rare to have another female Universe Lord. The celebration banquet lasted for a whole week before it ended. After the celebration banquet, according to convention, Xiao Yu, on behalf of the human race, gave Palace Lord Emerald Jade a pinnacle treasure. She directly chose a pinnacle armor-type treasure. In terms of garrison location, Lord Emerald Jade still chose to garrison in the Creation Universe country. Giant Axe, Chaos City Lord, and others all knew that this Lord Emerald Jade was Xiao Yu's subordinate, so they didn't care too much about her choice. Shihuang Plane. After 2 eras of comprehension, especially with the Universe Lords of Humanity either in 10,000 times acceleration or in 100,000 times time acceleration areas, the comprehension ranking of the Shihuang game has undergone slight changes. Number 1, Giant Axe 3128 games. Number 2, Chaos City Lord 3106 games. No. 5, Ice Peak Lord 2999 games. Number 7, Baron Mirror Lord 2332 games. The worst Universe Lord was Lord Emerald Jade, who only solved 320 games. The remaining Universe Venerables and Undyings were all below 300 games. Although they already knew the rules of the game, they didn't have time acceleration after all. Lord Emerald Jade's achievement was already considered good. Baron Mirror, how is it? I've solved more than 600 games than you, Ice Peak Lord laughed. As long as I solve one more game, I'll win this bet. Ice Peak, you're just enjoying the convenience of time. I see that your solution hasn't changed for 1,000 years. This is your bottleneck. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through even if you have tens of thousands of years. But I'm different. I'm still constantly solving one game after another. Baron Mirror Lord was very confident. He didn't think his comprehension was lower than Ice Peak Lord's. Humph. Then let's compete. Ice Peak Lord was already in the lead, and a temporary bottleneck couldn't stop his determination to win. Time flies. Since Luo Feng was the first to break through the third bottleneck, Venerable Bishui of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land became the second candidate to break through the third bottleneck. The 3 eras are about to arrive. I'm afraid only you can compete with Galaxy for my inheritance. Duan Dong looked at Bishui encouragingly. As Luo Feng and Venerable Bishui worked hard to comprehend, hundreds of years passed quickly. The 3 eras had ended. Time is up, screening is over. 296 people broke through the first bottleneck, 4 people broke through the second bottleneck, and 2 people broke through the third bottleneck. Duan Dong said sharply, all those who have not broken through the first bottleneck will be killed. As soon as the voice fell, the crystal pillars in the entire corridor of life and death directly burst out with golden light, invading those powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 candidates present were all killed and fell. Chapter 517, The Fall of the Horn Part 1. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Of the nearly 100,000 candidates for the Dong inheritance, only 300 remained. You may continue forward. Reaching the next Great Hall will allow you to access the inheritance, Dong said slowly, looking down at the 302 candidates. In the distant void, the originally closed gate rumbled as it lifted. Dong transformed into a stream of light and disappeared, and the 302 candidates, including Luo Feng, flew towards the hall. When all had arrived in the hall, Dong slowly said, in theory, you are now able to access the inheritance, but I must ask one more time whether you wish to continue. If you decide to give up, this is your last chance. Once you access the inheritance, only one of you 302 will succeed. The rest will perish. Dong repeatedly urged them to give up, and some candidates instantly wavered, especially some Universe Supreme Masters and some top-tier Universe Lords. It was now quite clear that Luo Feng and Bai Shui were the most likely to succeed, while the others had little hope. I withdraw. I also withdraw. Withdraw. One Universe Supreme Master after another withdrew immediately, and Universe Lords also chose to withdraw after discussing with their respective races. In addition, some Universe Venerables also chose to withdraw and leave. In a short time, nearly 100 people chose to withdraw, and all those who withdrew were directly sent out of the Boat of Tombs by Dong. Only 216 remained. Of these 216 powerful individuals, 215 would be killed. Those who were from the same race handed over all their treasures to their companions to carry away. You have no way back now. Only one of you is destined to inherit my Dong lineage, Dong said, rising to his feet. Follow me. The throne and the rock wall behind it suddenly split open, and countless sounds of waterfalls and fragrances of flowers wafted out, along with the roars of some exotic beasts, as if it were an independent space. This is the inheritance space of my Dong lineage. All generations of Dong have received the inheritance here, Dong said. Deep within the core of the inclined peak realm. Outside the land of darkness, in the myriad wave water domain. A huge warship flew slowly, constantly using domain powers to probe for any dangers or abnormalities in the surrounding area. Inside the palace, Demon Ancestor Gen murmured, 2 eras have passed, and I obtained a high-tier supreme treasure. Although it's not as good as the harvest on the original star, it's not bad. After all, this is a newly explored area for my demon race. Boom! Waves of energy emanated from the distance. That's the energy of a pinnacle treasure. It's coming from the junction of the myriad wave water domain and the land of darkness, nearly 100 light-years away. Demon Ancestor Gen roughly determined the range of the treasure's appearance through the energy. I've struck it rich. The huge warship immediately transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards the birthplace of the pinnacle treasure at a speed exceeding 100,000 times the speed of light. Far away, deep within the myriad wave water domain, 3 figures rushed towards the birthplace of the treasure from 3 different directions. Half a day later, the junction of the myriad wave water domain and the land of darkness. A purple pyramid floated above the myriad waves, constantly spinning rapidly. Endless waves of water continuously crashed against the pyramid treasure, releasing waves of enormous energy. Haha, a pinnacle palace treasure. I've really struck it rich. Zhen Zhao exclaimed with joy, his divine power spreading out and permeating the treasure, directly imprinting his soul mark on it. Suddenly, boom, the laws of the universe retreated, and a lightning giant with a ball of lightning in his chest descended. Star Master Hao Lei. Zhen Zhao looked at the other party with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. The other party possessed the supreme treasure Hao Lei star armor, and his strength had reached the peak of the 8th level. Zhen Zhao, did you just take my race's pinnacle palace treasure? Star Master Hao Lei shouted. Your race's pinnacle palace treasure? Just because you say it's your race's, does that make it so? There's no soul mark on it, is there? Zhen Zhao thought the other party was only after a treasure. Boom, boom, 2 more streams of light descended, precisely ancestral god Chu Yan and King Zhen Zhao. The 3 stood in 3 directions around Zhen Zhao, with no one behind him in the direction of the land of darkness. Zhen Zhao, I discovered that pinnacle treasure first. Quickly return it to me, King Zhen Zhao roared. I discovered it first. Zhen Zhao, hand over that pinnacle treasure to me, and I'll let you leave from my direction, ancestral god Chu Yan said softly. Ha 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 ha, Zhen Zhao laughed wildly, directly taking the pinnacle palace treasure into his divine body, guarding his true god heart. Each of you claims it's yours, but when I arrived, I didn't see a single one of you. Treasures are born of heaven, first come, first served, Zhen Zhao roared angrily. Star Master Hao Lei, King Zhen Zhao, since the demon ancestor Zhen Zhao of this original universe is unwilling to hand it over willingly, the 3 of us should temporarily join forces to kill him, and then divide the spoils. Besides, adding the supreme treasure on his body should be enough for us to share. Ancestral god Chu Yan looked at the 2 true gods of the first cycle era. Demon ancestor Zhen swept his gaze across Star Master Hao Lei, King Zhen Zhao, and ancestral god Chu Yan, and shouted angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid? I have a supreme treasure and a pinnacle palace treasure. Do you think you're Xiao Yu of the human race? With your strength, you can't do anything to me." The strongest of the 3 was only at the peak of the 8th level, and even if they joined forces, they couldn't kill a true god with a pinnacle palace treasure. Kill, kill, die, Star Master Hao Lei, King Zhen Zhao, and ancestral god Chu Yan roared simultaneously, and then waves of enormous lightning, endless metal stars, and endless rock stars crashed towards demon ancestor Zhen. The 3 strongest beings attacked with all their strength from the start. The 3 true gods were very close, and it was a sudden attack. Zhen Zhao didn't have time to dodge. In a hurry, the shattered domain cone in his hand suddenly transformed into a 10 million kilometer-sized object and slammed towards the 3's attacks. Boom! Zhen Zhao was blasted backwards tens of millions of kilometers. What is that? Zhen Zhao suddenly sensed that the land of darkness seemed to contain endless threats that could instantly cause him to perish. Demon ancestor Zhen was frightened, and even if he was slow to react, he sensed that something was wrong. Everything that happened today was a bit strange. The 3 opponents arrived too timely and too coincidentally. You are plotting against me. Zhen Zhao didn't dare to enter the pinnacle palace treasure, because once he entered, he worried that he would be directly sealed, which would only make things worse. He fled towards Star Master Hao Lei's direction. Boom! Greeting Zhen Zhao was an even fiercer attack. Star Master Hao Lei was enveloped in lightning, using all his secret techniques. Zhen Zhao was attacked again and flew towards the land of darkness. You want me to enter the land of darkness? Zhen Zhao roared, fleeing again. But each time, he was pushed back by the joint attacks of Star Master Hao Lei, King Zhen Zhao, and ancestral god Chu Yan. Not only did he not get away from the land of darkness, but he was getting closer and closer. Zhen Zhao, accept your fate. Star Master Hao Lei, surrounded by lightning, laughed maniacally. Chapter 518, The Fall of the Horn, Part 2. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Again and again, he fled, again and again he was jointly attacked, flying backwards towards the dim land, getting closer and closer to the dim land. Zhen Zhao roared, I'll fight it. The shattered domain cone was used by Zhen Zhao as a psychic weapon, spinning rapidly and flying towards the Hao Lei Star Master, who was shrouded in endless lightning, along a strange angle. At the same time, Zhen Zhao transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the direction of Zhen Zhao King. Before, he had been fleeing along the direction of Hao Lei Star Master, all for this moment. Zhen Zhao King didn't make any movements, and slowly opened his mouth and said, Hao Lei, don't play too much. I've been planning for so long, and I'm finally about to see results. How could I let it go wrong? Hao Lei Star Master roared, and then black air currents began to appear on every part of his huge body. One after another, black air currents emerged, causing him to let out painful screams. The bizarre and unpredictable black air current appeared, seemingly without any power, but it made Zhen Zhao instinctively feel endless danger. He no longer cared about anything else, and directly entered the huge warship. The warship suddenly accelerated to 10,000 times the speed of light, and the speed was still increasing. You still want to escape? Hao Lei Star Master, whose whole body seemed to be surrounded by endless black air currents, flashed across the universe. His speed was so fast that he was not restricted by time and speed at all. Like a teleport, he instantly arrived next to the huge warship. Boom! Endless black air currents impacted the huge warship. The entire ship was not controlled by Zhen Zhao at all, and was directly impacted by endless power, flying towards the dim land. Soon, it had already flown into the dim land. Has he reached the peak of the strongest? What means is Haolei Star Master using? Zhen Zhao still didn't quite understand, but the black air current seemed to be the nemesis of divine power. It's done. Haolei Star Master roared, and the black air currents all flowed back into his body. This power of destruction is really tearing. Although Haolei Star Master and the others now possess the power of destruction in their bodies, because they often have to act outside, the divine power in their bodies has not been completely transformed into the power of destruction. Edge of the dim land. The huge warship flew into the dim land shrouded in endless black mist. Is this the dim land? Zhen Zhao thought to himself. With a thought, the huge warship hovered in the black mist, no longer flying backwards. What is this place? There are no laws of the universe operating. Zhen Zhao couldn't feel even a trace of the laws of the universe operating here. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful fluctuations comparable to true gods came from all directions, each of them equivalent to the peak of a true god. There are so many ugly monsters, each of them comparable to the strongest. Zhen Zhao looked at the monsters shrouded in black mist that were surrounding him. Zhen Zhao instantly decided to tell Meng Yaozu about his encounter. Within the Mengxia's small universe, a thought crossed the endless chaotic air currents of the universe sea and entered here, and then transformed into Zhen Zhao's image. Mengxia, I'm in trouble. Zhen Zhao looked at the sky and said in a low voice, I'm in trouble in the core of the inclined peak realm. The map I picked up in the inclined peak realm last time should be fake. What? Mengxia was shocked, and a divine power incarnation appeared out of thin air. Don't ask, listen to me, I'm afraid there's no time. Zhen Zhao looked at the Meng Yaozu opposite him with reluctance. This is a setup. I've fallen into an ambush. I was ambushed by Haolei Star Master, Chu Yan Ancestral God, and Zhen Jia King from the First Era, and driven into the dim land. Dim land? Mengxia was puzzled. That was just an ordinary dangerous place. That's right, it's the dim land. I'm surrounded by many ugly monsters. Each of them possesses the strength of the strongest, and they are all good at soul attacks. If I didn't have a soul treasure, I'm afraid I couldn't withstand the soul attack of any one of the monsters. Zhen Zhao kept saying, look, these are those monsters. Strands of divine power emanated from the divine power incarnation, forming virtual projections in the air. In the projections, there were ugly monsters shrouded in black mist, each with two heads, each head with a single eye, a nose and a mouth, and no ears or eyebrows. Strands of black mist swept over from the monsters. Mengxia, remember, don't come to the dim land. Zhen Zhao roared, and then the projection dissipated, and at the same time, the divine power incarnation suddenly dissipated. Zhen Zhao, Zhen Zhao, Zhen Zhao. Meng Yaozu kept roaring, but received no response. Quick, go to Zhen Zhao's small universe and see how it is. Meng Yaozu ordered. Yes, a universe master of the Yao race, Feng Yan Master, immediately responded. Feng Yan Master left a divine power incarnation, directly teleported through the membrane wall of the Mengxia universe, and then teleported continuously. In a moment, he had already appeared outside Zhen Zhao's small universe. An aura of decay came through the universe membrane wall. Zhen Yaozu has fallen. Feng Yan Master couldn't believe it. He entered the small universe, and was immediately stunned by the scene before him. He saw that in the endless time and space, the heavens and the earth were beginning to collapse, and there were space cracks everywhere. Feng Yan Master was extremely anxious, and immediately reported, it's not good, Meng Yaozu, Zhen Yaozu, has fallen, his small universe is falling. He really fell. Meng Yaozu was stunned by the news. She had just thought that Zhen Zhao was only trapped, but she didn't expect that he had directly fallen. Meng Yaozu, what should we do now? Feng Yan Master also lost his judgment in a panic. Feng Yan Master's words somewhat temporarily stabilized Meng Yaozu's mind, and he instructed, Feng Yan, I'm on the way back, you first arrange for the geniuses of my Yao race in Zhen Zhao's universe to evacuate and leave. I will immediately arrange for other universe masters to rush over to assist. Yes, Feng Yan Master responded. Then Feng Yan Master transmitted a message to the universe venerables in Zhen Zhao's universe, asking them to organize first, gather the clansmen, and prioritize geniuses. Only in the primitive universe era, when the small universes of these true gods are not far from the primitive universe, do they have the authority to build fixed teleportation channels to directly enter. Otherwise, when this reincarnation era ends, they will also not have the authority to enter the primitive universe. With the Yao race's consistent style, in an emergency, they only value some immortal clansmen, and even among the world lord level, only geniuses are valued and taken away. Feng Yan Master only spent half a day to complete the work of relocating the clansmen, but searching for various treasures and resources, the Yao race's dozen or so universe masters acted together, but it took more than half a month. Meng Ancestral Secret Realm, within the towering temple. Everyone, let's talk about it. Now that Zhen Yaozu has fallen, what should I do next? Meng Yaozu opened his mouth. Usually, the Yao ancestors' major problems are discussed by Meng Yaozu and Zhen Zhao together. Now that Zhen Zhao has fallen, Meng Yaozu rarely brings up such major events to discuss with the universe masters. Yao ancestor, although Zhen Yaozu has fallen, my Yao race still has you. Whether it is the mechanical race, the human race, or the Zerg alliance, they dare not act rashly. Yes, Yao ancestor. Chapter 519. Our demon race's territory has already been ceded to the human race, and besides, we haven't offended them recently. They shouldn't come again, especially with you here. They wouldn't dare push us too far. Now that Zhen Yao ancestor has fallen, our strength has definitely been weakened a lot, and many forces are bound to be eager to make moves. Demon ancestor, I propose that at this time, our demon race should respond to all changes with constancy. The matter of Zhen Yao ancestors' fall should not be spread for the time being. One by one, the universe masters of the demon race expressed their opinions. For the time being, our demon race will respond to all changes with constancy. Order all universe masters to immediately return to the original universe and temporarily cease entering the universe C, said Dream Demon Ancestor. Yes, the universe masters of the demon race responded one by one. Demon Ancestor, how did Zhen Yao ancestor fall? Who is our demon race's enemy? Lord Feng Yan suddenly asked. Zhen Yao ancestor was set up by Hao Lei Star Master, Chu Yan ancestral god, and Zhen Jia king of the first cycle era, and led into the dim land. The dim land has countless monsters comparable to true gods. Zhen Zhao fell instantly upon entering. It's extremely dangerous there. Dream Demon Ancestor slowly recounted the scene he knew that day. Despicable, filthy trash from the first cycle era. We must avenge Zhen Yao ancestor. Avenge. One by one, the demon race's universe masters were filled with indignation, vowing to avenge Zhen Yao ancestor. Avenge. Easier said than done. Take a look at the monsters that Zhen Zhao projected that day, Dream Demon Ancestor said in a low voice, and then boundless divine power spread into the air, forming a virtual projection. The scene of Zhen Zhao's projection that day was perfectly projected. Countless ugly monsters were seen besieging Zhen Zhao from all directions, and black threads of light attacked Zhen Zhao. Every one of these monsters is comparable to the strongest, Dream Demon Ancestor said solemnly. The strongest? There are so many. There are at least several thousand of them, right? The demon race's universe masters were all shocked by the scene before them. They had never imagined that there would be so many powerful monsters. Moreover, it is not yet known whether these monsters are all that the dim land has, Dream Demon Ancestor continued, leaving aside these monsters, just considering Hao Lei Star Master, Chu Yan Ancestral God, and Zhen Jia King of the First Cycle Era, each of these three is stronger than me. The matter of revenge can be discussed later. Now we must first get through this difficult period. Virtual universe. Space-time plane. In front of the temple, around the round table. Giant Axe, Xiao Yu, and City Lord Chaos sat together, discussing the recent development of the entire human race and some intelligence from the Universe C. Giant Axe, Xiao Yu, I just received important news. When Lord Luo Feng of the Hong Alliance returned to the original universe, he encountered a small universe area of the demon race. He discovered that Zhen Yao Ancestor's small universe was collapsing and decaying. Zhen Yao Ancestor is suspected to have fallen, City Lord Chaos said. Although Giant Axe is the leader of the Hong Alliance, generally all intelligence is gathered at City Lord Chaos's place, and then passed on. Zhen Yao Ancestor has fallen. Do we know the reason? Giant Axe was extremely shocked. Although the six peak races compete with each other, the fall of a strongest in the original universe is no small matter after all. It's not clear for the time being, but according to previously obtained news, Zhenyao Ancestor was exploring the inclined peak realm before his fall, City Lord Chaos continued. In the core depths of the three dangerous areas, there are still many areas that can cause true gods to fall, so it's not a strange thing, Giant Axe said lightly. In every cycle era, some true gods will die in the three dangerous areas, and very few true gods actually die in battle. Teacher, Giant Axe, I think this matter is not trivial and should be investigated, Xiaoyu said upon hearing that Zhen Zhao had fallen in the inclined peak realm. He didn't expect that because of his reminder, plus obtaining the Wu Kingdom inheritance, Giant Axe had been in secluded cultivation recently and hadn't gone to the inclined peak realm to venture, but instead the heavily injured demon race's Zhen Zhao had gone and even fallen. Xiaoyu, did you think of something? Tell us quickly, City Lord Chaos said. Teacher, Giant Axe, do you still remember the dim land that I mentioned before? Xiaoyu said slowly. Remember? How could we not remember? Do you mean Zhenyao Ancestor accidentally entered the dim land? City Lord Chaos said. Accidentally entered? It may not be an accident. The map I obtained back then was 9 parts true and 1 part false. This time, Zhen Zhao suddenly fell. It's very clear that behind the Lord of the Primal Chaos, there are still other people. Perhaps this time Zhen Zhao fell because of the actions of this person behind the scenes, Xiaoyu said. The specific situation still needs to be investigated, Giant Axe founder said solemnly. In any case, it is not advisable to rashly enter the inclined peak realm for the time being. Yes, issue an order that the entire Hong Alliance should not enter the inclined peak realm for a short period of time, Xiaoyu said solemnly. Although he knew the identities of those 3 people, he still needed evidence, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to do anything to them. Now he could only restrain the human race from temporarily entering the inclined peak realm. Moreover, entering or not entering the inclined peak realm doesn't have much impact on humans. Luo Feng is about to obtain the Duan-Dong River inheritance, and with Xiaoyu previously obtaining the Wu Kingdom inheritance, the human race has 2 inheritances, and they are both God King inheritances. As for treasures, they are not lacking good ones in the short term. In the long term, once Xiaoyu repairs the universe boat, he will have many treasures, many of which are at least true god-level treasures. Giant Axe, now that Zhenyao Ancestor has fallen, should we take revenge on the demon race? After all, the previous grudges have not been settled yet, City Lord Chaos said. Although Zhen Zhao has fallen, Meng Yao is still there, so it is not advisable to force them too hard now, Giant Axe said slowly. Vast original universe, a remote territory. The prison race lives here. In the prison secret realm, a towering temple sits on the peak of endless rolling mountains. In the temple, the demon ancestor looked down at Lord Ba Shi below and slowly said, What? You said that the demon race's Zhen Zhao has fallen. Yes, demon ancestor, I dare not deceive you. Initially, I saw that the Hong Alliance's universe masters had all withdrawn from the inclined peak realm, so I asked someone to inquire about it. Only then did I learn that Giant Axe issued the order because the demon race's Zhen Zhao had fallen in the inclined peak realm. Giant Axe was worried that something major had happened in the inclined peak realm, so he issued this order, Lord Ba Shi said repeatedly. After obtaining the information, I immediately went to the outside of Zhen Zhao's small universe to take a look, and it was indeed dilapidated. There is no doubt that Zhen Zhao has fallen, Lord Ba Shi was very certain. I know, you immediately spread this news. I want to see if the situation in the original universe will have greater turmoil. The demon ancestor believed that even if Lord Ba Shi had 18 guts, he wouldn't dare to deceive him. Moreover, the human race already knew about this matter, so it should be certain. However, he would still personally confirm it. Yes, Lord Ba Shi respectfully saluted and then retreated to spread the news to all forces in the entire original universe. After leaving the original universe, the demon ancestor quickly appeared outside Zhenyao Ancestor's small universe, looking at the thinning universe membrane and the collapsing endless space-time within the universe, with divine bodies scattered everywhere, confirming Lord Ba Shi's news. It's a pity that only Zhen Zhao died. If even Meng Yao had fallen together, or if the Zerd Queen and the mechanical race Father God had fallen, perhaps my race would have a chance, the demon ancestor thought to himself. Chapter 520, Alliance of Three Races. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The news of the demon ancestors' fall couldn't be concealed and wouldn't remain a secret for long. Soon, it spread throughout the entire original universe. Superpowers like the Machine Race Alliance and the Zerg Alliance, as well as top-tier powers, all received this information. The demon race is weakening, but they still have a strongest being. Now it depends on whether the human race will take action. If the human race moves, we will have an opportunity, the crystal race's strongest being slowly said. The crystal race universe lords around him all agreed with this statement. Currently, among the 9 superpowers in the entire original universe, the human race has become the #1 power because of the Genesis true God. Even the ancestral god sect probably wouldn't dare to easily provoke the human race. In any case, my crystal race will not be the one to stick its neck out, the crystal race's strongest being solemnly said. Original universe, a remote starfield. 3 consciousnesses descended again after a long separation. Meng Cha, did Zhen Zhao really fall? The machine race father god directly asked. That's right, the dream demon ancestor nodded in confirmation. Now, countless powerhouses in the entire original universe have gone to Zhen Zhao's miniature universe to confirm it. Back then, the 4 of us fought side by side. Now, Zhen Zhao has actually fallen, the Zerg Queen slowly said, her voice gentle. How did he fall? The machine race father god asked repeatedly, eager to know the specific details of Zhen Zhao's fall. Although he also knew some news, it was just hearsay. We are still in a loose alliance, so I won't hide it from you. Zhen Zhao did fall in the peak world, and I can tell you the exact location. However, I have some questions I want to ask you first. The dream demon ancestor's voice was cold, without a trace of sadness. What questions? Ask away, the machine race father god said quickly. He wanted to know the exact cause and location of Zhen Zhao's fall, which represented the coordinates of an ultimate treasure. He also needed to assess the danger level within the Qingfeng realm to optimize the map and replan the explorations of the universe lords in the Universe Sea. The dream demon ancestor looked at the still beautiful Zerg Queen. Ask away, the Zerg Queen said. Back then, because of the human race, does the alliance formed by my demon race with your Zerg race and the machine race still hold? The dream demon ancestor really wanted to confirm this. Although the demon race still had her, the pressure from the Genesis true God was too great. If the machine race and the Zerg race were unwilling to continue the alliance, then she might dare not go to the Universe Sea again in the short term, even if her strength increased more slowly. It counts. As long as the human race's threat to our 3 races remains, the alliance will last forever, the machine race father god said, still based on consideration of interests. If all the strongest beings of the demon race had fallen, then he would not hesitate to turn his blade against the demon race, but wasn't the dream demon ancestor still there now? Moreover, the human race's power was growing stronger and stronger. Of course it counts. Now the human race is developing better and better, and there are more and more strong individuals within the race. Moreover, in the Duandong River inheritance that appeared in the tomb ship before, the human race's Luo Feng has the greatest advantage. Perhaps he will become the final inheritor of Duandong River. In that case, the human race's advantage will be even greater, the Zerg Queen analyzed. Under this circumstance, our 3 races can only stick together to keep warm to ensure our own safety. Add one more condition, do not actively provoke the human race, the dream demon ancestor slowly said. Also, the name of our alliance must be changed to 3 Races Coexistence Alliance. Originally, the 3 races privately called it the Alliance Against Human Hegemony, but now it was obviously no longer appropriate. Okay, no problem. Changing a name was all it was, so the machine race father god and the Zerg Queen did not refuse. Speak, what was the reason for Zhen Zhao's fall? The Zerg Queen's voice was still gentle. At that time, the dream demon ancestor slowly explained, without any reservation. Since the matter of Zhen Zhao's fall had already been exposed, she would not hide it for the 3 true culprits. Chu Yan Ancestral God, Hao Lei Star Master, Zhen Zhao King, these 3 are so crazy, what exactly are they doing this for? The machine race father god didn't understand. He couldn't figure out what the meaning of setting up this game was, to make a strongest being fall into the hands of monsters. For some treasures, the machine race father god said. If it was for treasures, then there would be no need to make Zhen Zhao deeply involved in these terrible monster groups. The supreme treasure falls in the dim land. There are so many monsters comparable to the strongest beings there. The three of them are also unable to retrieve the supreme treasure, unless the three of them are not afraid of these monsters, the Zerg Queen said. The Dream Demon Ancestor also said, all three of them are the strongest beings of the first reincarnation era. This reincarnation era will be the last chance for them. The strong individuals of the entire first reincarnation era, the crazy ones, are all unwilling to fall here. Whether they are frantically fighting like the God Eye race, or frantically exploring in the three dangerous places, all of them want to obtain that glimmer of opportunity for breakthrough. Meng Cha, what you said makes me seem to have grasped something, the Zerg Queen slowly said. Breakthrough, first reincarnation era, no matter how crazy they only have one purpose, and that is to break through and become a Holy Land universe. Perhaps, doing so can allow the three of them to break through. The machine race Father God said casually, but even he himself didn't believe it. Killing a strongest being would allow them to break through. If that were the case, I'm afraid there would be countless Holy Land universes in this universe C, and there would not only be these two, the Zerg Queen chuckled. In any case, at least we know the reason for Zhen Zhao's fall, and we also know the fatal threat that exists in the Qingfeng realm, the machine race Father God said. To him, this trip was a good harvest. He obtained crucial intelligence. Since the Chu Yan ancestral god, Haolei Star Master, and Zhen Jia King set up the game, then the mastermind behind the scenes cannot escape. Expose the matters of the three of them. As for the threat in the Qingfeng realm, there is no need to say it, the Zerg Queen suggested. Perhaps the human race's Genesis true god and the giant axe will go in there to venture. If they fall inside, that would be great. Not only can we take back the territory we lost before, but we can also divide it up. What the Queen said is good. Although this may not necessarily do anything to the three of them, at least it will ruin their reputation, the machine race Father God roared in a low voice. When territory was mentioned, he couldn't help but be angry. Okay, let's do as you say, the Dream Demon Ancestor said. Soon after the three finished talking, they left and returned to their respective territories. The demon race's universe lords re-entered the universe C, and sold the information that the reason for Zhen Zhao's fall was caused by the Chu Yan ancestral god, Haolei Star Master, and Zhen Jia King's scheme to the universe C intelligence exchange. In a short period of time, countless major Universe C forces who originally wanted to understand the reason for Zhen Zhao's fall through intelligence trading all knew this news. Suddenly, the entire Universe C knew about the actions of Chu Yan ancestral god, Haolei Star Master, and Zhen Jia King. However, many strong individuals expressed doubts about this, because in their opinion, the three had no reason to do so. Even the City Lord of Chaos asked in the virtual universe, Xiao Yu, what do you say is the reason why the Chu Yan ancestral god, Haolei Star Master, and Zhen Jia King set up a scheme to kill Zhen Zhao? Teacher, then what do you say is why these strong individuals of the first reincarnation are so crazy? Xiao Yu asked back. Chapter 521. The answer is often hidden within the question itself. For the true gods of the first era, failure to break through means annihilation. Powerful individuals who have cultivated to the level of true gods, how many are willing to die? Who doesn't desire eternal life? Said the City Lord of Chaos. Indeed, teacher, the schemes of these three true gods must be related to the Dark Lands, otherwise, they wouldn't have lured Zhen Zhao into the Dark Lands, Xiao Yu said directly. Xiao Yu, are you suggesting that these three are colluding with the realm beasts, that they have betrayed the entire universe ocean? The City Lord of Chaos suddenly understood. Yes, I suspect that's the case, Xiao Yu said. Then why would they betray the universe ocean and side with the realm beasts? What can the realm beasts offer them? The City Lord of Chaos muttered to himself, these three are all powerhouses from the first era, seeking a breakthrough. Their sole objective must be to break through. These realm beasts possess the power or means to allow them to break through to the true god level. From countless choices, eliminate all impossibilities, and the remaining one, no matter how unbelievable, will be the most correct answer. I think so too, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Do you want to take action? Asked the City Lord of Chaos. Not for now. The matter of the realm beasts is for the future. My most urgent task now is to repair the universe boat, Xiao Yu said. Alright, I will remind Giant Axe and the universe masters of my human race to be cautious when encountering people from their three races, said the City Lord of Chaos, feeling more at ease now that he had an answer. Inclined Peak Realm, Core Region, Myriad Wave Waters. Inside a massive warship, 3 towering figures stood facing each other. Hao Lei, what's the next step? Now the entire universe ocean knows that Zhen Zhao was killed by our scheme, King Xianxia said worriedly. What's there to worry about? As long as our dealings with the realm beasts are not exposed, everything will be fine. The entire universe ocean is filled with grudges and hatred. What does killing 1 or 2 strongest beings matter? Ancestral god Chuyan had truly seen grand occasions. As long as the original will doesn't interfere, we will be fine. Shouldn't the original will not be able to interfere with what we do in the universe ocean? Asked Star Master Hao Lei. Based on my experience, nothing will happen. Besides, the universe ocean has its own set of operational rules. The original universe's original will usually can't interfere here, said ancestral god Chuyan. As an ancestral god of the first era, ancestral god Chuyan had a certain understanding of the original universe's original will. Then there's nothing to worry about. After we go out, no matter what the other party says, as long as it involves the realm beasts, just deny it to the death. The matter of killing Zhen Zhao shouldn't concern too many people, Star Master Hao Lei said with a smile. For countless powerhouses in the universe ocean, the death of a strongest being, although a major event, was just that. Whether it was the 2 holy lands or the various forces in the universe ocean, none of them paid much attention to it. What they were truly concerned about now was who would become the sole inheritor inside the tomb ship. Was it Luo Feng, or Venerable Bai Shui, or would a dark horse emerge? No one knew. Even Luo Feng and Bai Shui, who were participating in the inheritance, were now focused on accepting this final test. Purple Moon Holy Land, Ancestor, we discovered the figure of the human Xiao Yu near the abyss. He seems to be repairing something, reported Master Fenglong. Repairing what? What could be in the abyss? Could it be repairing the universe boat? Purple Moon Ancestor didn't believe it at all. Last time, Pan Ke, Yuya, and I discovered an anomaly near the abyss. At that time, countless secret patterns permeated the entire abyss. These secret patterns only lasted for a moment before disappearing. At the time, we thought there was a problem in the universe boat area. Who knew that after monitoring for an era, nothing happened, Master Fenglong continued. So, you suspect that the human Xiao Yu is doing something? Purple Moon Ancestor asked in succession. Some time ago, I discovered endless fluctuations emanating from the abyss, so I wrote a supreme palace treasure and risked my life to enter the abyss and discovered this scene. Master Fenglong pointed to the air, and countless divine powers projected a virtual image in the air. It showed Xiao Yu deep in the abyss, taking out a huge component from the depths of the abyss, and then replacing another component. This creation true master, wouldn't he really be repairing the universe boat? Purple Moon Ancestor also had a trace of belief. What great ambition. What Purple Moon Ancestor truly cared about was the original universe. As long as Xiao Yu didn't grow to threaten his future plans, it didn't matter. Unfortunately, the current Xiao Yu, even if he wanted to suppress it, he had no way. Although his strength was strong, his main body couldn't return to the universe ocean, and sending a divine power incarnation was not as strong as an ordinary true god. For the current Xiao Yu, he had no way at all, he could only wait for the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. It's a pity that Xiao Yu's strength was too strong. Just the matter of destroying the God-Eye race alone made all the forces in the universe ocean dare not act rashly. I already know the matter, be careful, the 3 of you. If you can't get out, I will let Huehua pick you up, said Purple Moon Ancestor. He rarely cared about his subordinates. Ancestor, don't worry, I can come out myself, Master Fenglong was immediately excited. After Master Fenglong left, Purple Moon Ancestor looked into the distance. On the other side of the endless chaotic airflow was the universe boat. The repair inside the universe boat produced a great commotion. Silent fluctuations were generated and constantly transmitted, attracting one powerhouse after another. Some of these powerhouses were onlookers, but there were also those who were greedy and wanted to seize treasures. All of these people were directly killed on the spot by Xiao Yu. Creation True Master is repairing the universe boat. Have you heard? The human Xiao Yu is very ambitious and is repairing the universe boat. If the universe boat is repaired, can we still enter for exploration in the future? Explore what? If it's repaired, then the universe boat will belong to him. The entire universe boat will be his territory, how can he let you in? For a time, the matter discussed by countless universe masters and strongest beings in the entire universe ocean shifted from the first era's 3 strongest beings killing the original universe's demon ancestor's strongest being, Zhen Zhao. Countless powerhouses were extremely shocked by this, and at the same time, they were worried about whether they could still enter the universe boat after it was repaired. But no matter how worried they were, no one dared to step forward to ask. Because those with great courage had fallen, and all their wealth had been given to the human race. Time passed, and 30 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Virtual universe, Luo Feng's plane. Third brother, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, surrounded by a large number of Rhinoceros Emperor Game 3D Shadow. He frowned and looked at Xiao Yu. I have been thinking hard, but I can't find a stronger saber technique. Please give me some guidance, third brother, how should I move forward? Luo Feng's requirement for contacting Duan Donghai's inheritance and becoming an inheritor was to create a strongest being's secret technique under the guidance of 360 sabers' secret manuals and 3 saber mountains. That is, to reach the 6th order combat power without the help of a true god treasure. Are you talking about creating a strongest being saber technique? Xiao Yu said with a smile. You came to the right person for this. Chapter 522, Evacuating the Spacecraft. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. It's very difficult to create a true god-level secret technique without being a true god. However, Xiao Yu has already set a precedent, and he created the saber technique, Genesis, himself. Now, he has even evolved, Genesis, to the peak of the 10th level. What Luo Feng didn't know was that Xiao Yu was able to create a true god-level technique because he had comprehended a trace of the chaos law, and he also had a talent for integrating various laws, achieving some success in that area. That's how he succeeded. As for Luo Feng, he had reached the theoretical perfect limit in the Tao of Gold and Space, meaning he was only one step away from becoming a universe master. His attainment in secret pattern flow was also only at the limit of a universe master. Xiao Yu said directly, Luo Feng, you can imagine why the Duan Dong River inheritance would bestow upon you 360 sets of saber technique manuals and 3 saber mountains. I also understand that to break through, I must draw on these 360 sets of saber technique manuals and the saber mountains, but I don't have a single idea how to break through, Luo Feng said helplessly. It had been 30 years since he created Golden Universe, but in reality, 30 cosmic eras had passed. After such a long time of comprehension, he still didn't have a clue. How could he not be discouraged? The 360 sets of saber technique manuals are ready-made true god-level saber techniques for you to reference. The 3 saber mountains contain some ultimate mysteries. Comprehending those mysteries will allow you to create your own true god-level technique and pave the way for your future, Xiao Yu guided again. For Xiao Yu now, creating a set of 10th level secret techniques is effortless. Even creating a customized set of 10th level secret techniques for Luo Feng wouldn't be difficult, but that wouldn't be good for Luo Feng's growth. Luo Feng listened attentively. Comprehend the saber mountains, understand the mysteries within. Use these mysteries. You don't need to delve into the specifics of these mysteries, nor do you need to truly understand them. Just being able to utilize them is enough for you to create a true god-level technique, Xiao Yu said. As Xiao Yu spoke, divine power gathered in his hand, and then he pointed to the distant midair. Immediately, everything in the midair was repelled, forming a void with a diameter of only 100,000 kilometers. If he were in Xiao Yu's own miniature universe, he could demonstrate it more intuitively. You see, although I haven't figured out the principle of the void, I can achieve this effect of creating a void because I know how the origin laws interact. This is enough to accomplish what I can only accomplish after breaking through to true God, Xiao Yu continued to guide. Breaking through a realm is comprehensive, requiring attention to all aspects. However, creating a secret technique doesn't require that. You just need to know how to achieve that effect. What is created doesn't need to be truly understood, Luo Feng nodded slightly. That's right, Xiao Yu continued, look, these are the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is how the spatial law evolved into the 5 lower laws. He saw a spatial divine power in Xiao Yu's hand, existing in the form of secret patterns. These secret patterns were constantly evolving, eventually turning into the secret patterns of the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth laws. I see, Luo Feng nodded slightly. Afterward, Xiao Yu continued to explain the Tao of various laws' secret patterns to him. Time passed, and 20 years went by in a flash. Genesis Universe, inside the Time Palace with 100,000 times time acceleration. Luo Feng suddenly stood up, flashed, and appeared outside the Time Palace, shouting, "Third brother, I have created a true god-level saber technique and obtained the inheritance." Luo Feng obtaining the Duan-Dong River inheritance meant that Bai Shui Venerable, Lord of Deer Insects, and over 200 other candidates had all perished. Congratulations, Luo Feng. Xiao Yu appeared in front of Luo Feng out of thin air. "I will send you back now." "Okay." Luo Feng nodded slightly. "You've obtained the inheritance. I estimate it will take a long time to accept it. Notify me when you're done, otherwise you might have a hard time getting out of the universe boat," Xiao Yu continued. "Okay, don't worry," Luo Feng nodded slightly. He thought Xiao Yu was talking about some powerful beings blocking him, but in reality, Xiao Yu was talking about something else. Then, with a wave of Xiao Yu's hand, Luo Feng was directly moved into the space teleportation channel and returned to the primal universe. At the same time, Luo Feng also informed Giant Axe and City Lord Chaos of this matter via email in the virtual universe. In a dimension Luo Feng couldn't see, primal ancestors saw every word Luo Feng wrote clearly. "Haha, in this silent war in the universe C, my human race has won," primal ancestor laughed. Virtual universe. Time-space plane, in front of the temple. The universe masters of the human race were all sitting around a round table. The universe boat is about to undergo a drastic change. Teacher, senior brother, Dragon Walker, hurry and gather at ZTN Devil God's place. "I will send you away first," Xiao Yu said slowly. "The universe boat is repaired?" Giant Axe asked in confusion. As far as he knew, the fragments of the universe boat were still floating outside. "Not yet, but some of the functions inside the universe boat have been repaired. Afterward, it will automatically activate once, which will affect countless areas inside the entire universe boat." Xiao Yu had already deduced countless times what would happen to the universe boat after the energy circulation system was repaired. He had a certain foresight about the upcoming disaster. In his opinion, anyone without a peak palace treasure would perish, unless they had a supreme treasure armor. "Will the Black Stone Pillar area be affected?" City Lord Chaos asked. In his opinion, the Black Stone Pillar area should be one of the few areas that hadn't been affected by the Universe C and shouldn't have any problems. "I'm not sure," Xiao Yu didn't dare to guarantee. "Okay, we will gather at ZTN Devil God's place immediately." "Anyway, it's only 10 years, City Lord Chaos laughed. The other Universe Masters also nodded one by one. "I estimate it will take a little longer," Peng Gong Master said. He was in the Extinction God stream, far from the Black Stone Pillar area and also some distance from outside the universe boat. "Don't worry, I will pick you up," Xiao Yu laughed. "Okay, I will notify everything in the Hong Alliance," Giant Axe slowly said. "Okay, there are only 10 years. After 10 years, a major change will definitely occur in the universe boat," Xiao Yu laughed. In his estimation, 10 years was enough to fix the last energy circulation problem. Black Stone Pillar Area. Black Stone Pillar Area number 11, 100 times time acceleration area. ZTN Devil God and the human race's City Lord Chaos, Dark Lord, and other powerful beings, as well as some powerful beings from the Hong Alliance, a total of nearly 20 universe masters, gathered on a piece of rubble. Boom. Endless secret patterns dissipated, and Xiao Yu's true body appeared. "Xiao Yu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Is something going to happen to the universe boat?" ZTN Devil God said, as the change big. "Is it dangerous?" "Haha, ZTN, as soon as I appear, you have so many questions," Xiao Yu laughed. "What I can tell you, I believe my teacher has already said. As for the rest, if you want to know, then join the Hong Alliance." "You?" ZTN pointed at Xiao Yu for a long time, unable to speak. "Okay, I'll join. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Hong Alliance," Xiao Yu congratulated. "Welcome ZTN Devil God to join the Hong Alliance. Welcome to join the Hong Alliance. Welcome." All the universe masters of the entire Hong Alliance stepped forward to congratulate. ZTN Devil God also responded with a cold face, looking like a dead person. Chapter 523, The Spaceship Changes. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. "Alright, Xiao Yu, tell me the reason," the Purple Heaven Devil God asked. "Okay, the thing is like this. Xiao Yu used sound transmission to explain the general situation, as many details were not suitable to be told to the alien universe masters of the Hong Alliance. Okay, let's go, the Purple Heaven Devil God nodded slightly. Xiao Yu looked at the City Lord of Chaos beside him and transmitted a message, Teacher, there is a Supreme Treasure Palace, the Azure Glaze Pagoda, inside. I obtained it from the Azure Glaze True Master before. You can use it for now. Xiao Yu still had a domain-type Supreme Treasure, the 9 Light Thunder Realm, idle, but this treasure was suitable for cultivators of the fusion of thunder and light paths, not suitable for the City Lord of Chaos. He planned to wait and see who among Thunder God and Hong would cultivate in this direction, and then decide the ownership of this true God treasure. The City Lord of Chaos looked at Xiao Yu, very satisfied, with a face full of smiles, and said, Good. Senior brother, what good thing have you encountered? Why are you so happy? The Lord of Darkness asked. Good thing, the City Lord of Chaos answered briefly, then looked at Xiao Yu, let's go. Relax, Xiao Yu said slightly. Immediately, endless secret patterns enveloped the entire huge gravel, and with a flash of divine light, the Purple Heaven Devil God, the City Lord of Chaos, and others all disappeared out of thin air, appearing on a huge fragment outside the universe boat. This is the residence of my human race, the City Lord of Chaos said in shock, looking at the domed palace. He had previously heard Xiao Yu say that the temporary teleportation distance was only within the universe boat. He didn't expect that with the repair of some functions of the universe boat, it could already do this. Let's go, we'll wait for the brothers of the Hong Alliance in this residence first, and then return to the original universe together, the City Lord of Chaos said, taking the lead to fly into the palace. Okay, the Purple Heaven Devil God and a group of universe masters nodded slightly. God Extinguishing Stream. The leisurely Peng Gong Master was sitting on the head of a lava demon god, watching the constantly falling magma and flaming rocks not far away. Boom, endless secret patterns flashed, and Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air. Peng Gong, Teacher and the others are already waiting at the residence outside the universe boat. I'll send you over, Xiao Yu said slowly. Okay, I'll also try what it feels like to teleport within the universe boat, the Peng Gong Master said with a smile. With a thought from Xiao Yu, endless secret patterns surrounded the Peng Gong Master. Instantly, the Peng Gong Master disappeared out of thin air, appearing on the universe boat fragment where the human race residence was located. Next, Hong Alliance members, Xiao Yu glanced at the lava demon god, and immediately the lava demon god bowed and knelt. As the lava demon god respectfully saluted, Xiao Yu disappeared out of thin air. Xiao Yu said he would give the Hong Alliance members 10 years, but in reality, in just 3 years, all the Hong Alliance universe masters had withdrawn from the universe boat and gathered at the Human Alliance residence. First return to the original universe, everyone take a good rest in the original universe, and then come out again, the City Lord of Chaos instructed. Okay, the universe masters were all very happy. Being able to follow the 3 6th-tier universe masters, and also having the Purple Heaven Devil God personally recruited by the Genesis True Master, this road home would be extremely safe. Before, when venturing in the universe boat, although they would occasionally return to the residence to rest, they were still outside after all, and always had to worry about safety. Universe C, one of the 3 great forbidden areas, inside the universe boat. Endless pressure emanated from within the universe boat. In less than 3 eras, the pressure and aura emanating from the universe boat had increased dozens of times. Now, many weaker universe masters couldn't even enter the outer domain, let alone the inner domain. The flowing light area deep within the core of the universe boat. Xiao Yu stood in the void, watching the ice crystal that was constantly being melted by the endless flame divine power. The ice crystal was now very small, less than 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Boom, the last bit of ice crystal also disappeared completely, melting away. Finally, the last bit of problem in the entire universe boat's energy circulation system has been completely repaired, Xiao Yu sighed. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the light pillars in the entire flowing light area surged 3 times, the diameter reaching 3,000 light years, and Xiao Yu was pushed back continuously by the impact. Then, huge waves spread from all parts of the universe boat. Dangerous places were smoothed out by invisible waves, causing huge tremors. Endless universe space shattered, and suddenly huge black storms raged throughout the universe boat. Powerful energy affected all parts of the universe boat, as if the entire universe boat was about to fall into destruction. What happened? The universe boat has undergone a major change. Countless universe masters and true god powerhouses were shocked and panicked, fleeing in a hurry. Countless universe masters failed to escape in time and were swallowed by endless lightning, endless magma seas, endless wind and sand, etc. Some who possessed palace treasures could still escape into the palaces, but those without palace treasures could only fall into endless vortexes. Their divine bodies were rapidly consumed and instantly annihilated. Outside the abyss, a divine power clone of Xiao Yu stood in the void, watching the 12 abysses that had suddenly surged dozens of times, endless suction power emanating from the abysses. Endless flame water lakes were swallowed by the abysses. Boom! Endless secret patterns appeared out of thin air, and then Xiao Yu's true body appeared, and the divine power clone reintegrated into the body. Each of these divine power clones contains considerable divine power, so I can't easily give them up, Xiao Yu thought to himself. Just as Xiao Yu was communicating with the control core, he suddenly felt the difference in the control core. With the repair of the energy circulation, his T0 level authority finally manifested. With a thought, the more than 9,000 divine power clones distributed in various parts of the universe boat were simultaneously teleported over and then integrated into the body. Then, with a thought, Xiao Yu said, "Everyone, friends of the universe, see, I am the human Genesis true master. The universe boat has undergone a major change and will be permanently closed. I will now teleport you away. After leaving, do not enter the universe boat range again, violators will be killed." This voice seemed to be able to teleport, instantly spreading to all parts of the universe boat, reaching the minds of every powerhouse, whether they were deep in the abyss, or caught in a vortex in the magma sea, or deep inside a palace treasure. All could clearly hear Xiao Yu's slight voice. "There's hope. I can leave this place." That slightly disdainful and stern voice, in the ears of the universe masters trapped in dire straits, was like listening to the voice of God. They all hoped for a miracle to happen. "Quick, save me, I will definitely not come to the universe boat again," a universe master shouted hopefully. Far away, Xiao Yu deep in the universe boat seemed to be able to hear their cries for help. With a thought, a huge amount of energy was consumed, and then countless secret patterns appeared out of thin air, wrapping around each universe master and true god. In their shock, they were all moved away from the universe boat. "I'm saved." Feng Long Master in a pyramid was very thankful. Just now, he was swallowed into the abyss that had been enhanced countless times. Just as he felt that even the pinnacle palace treasure could not hold on, he was teleported into the endless chaotic airflow of the universe sea. Universe masters who had similar encounters to Feng Long Master were all thankful. Although Xiao Yu's rescue was timely, in this major change in the universe boat, there were still 34 universe masters who fell, of which only 22 universe masters had surviving clones. Chapter 524. No matter who it is. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Right next to the outer region of the universe boat, in a place shrouded by endless chaotic airflow. Dozens of figures appeared out of thin air. The tomb ship is gone. Is this the universe ocean? How did I suddenly appear here? True gods like North True Star Master and dozens of universe masters became vigilant. Just now, a great change occurred in the blazing ice region, and endless black storms mixed with magma and rocks swept towards them. Just as he was drifting with the hurricane, about to sink into oblivion, a voice suddenly came, and then they appeared here. "It's Xiao Yu. I heard him say earlier that he was repairing the universe boat and wouldn't allow us to approach it again," said North True Star Master, looking towards the universe boat that was emitting even stronger power. Huge waves of energy continuously spread from the distant universe boat. "North True, the ancestral god has instructed us several times that Duan Dong River is extremely important," said Purple Spirit Universe Master of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. Purple Spirit Universe Master was a Tier 6 Universe Master who had given up before the final contact with the inheritance. "I'm afraid that not only were we collectively moved out, but also many powerful figures from the Purple Moon Holy Land and the First Cycle era were also moved out," North True Star Master said solemnly. Since that human Xiao Yu can use such miraculous powers, he should have obtained some functional authority over the universe boat. "What about the Duan Dong River inheritance? Should we still enter the universe boat?" Purple Spirit Universe Master asked. Now, Purple Spirit Universe Master, Mountain Ling Universe Master, Black Eye Universe Master, and the others, more than 10 in total, were led by North True Star Master, who made the decisions. All of them had supreme treasures. If it were before, they wouldn't have to worry about safety, but now it was different. If we don't enter the universe boat, it will be difficult for us to determine who obtained the inheritance in the first place, North True Star Master said, looking at the distant universe boat. From the thousands of huge cracks, jets of magma residue emitting black smoke, liquids emitting green mist, black lightning, and other inexplicable substances were constantly ejected. These were all products of the universe boat cleaning itself, various law products that had been generated over endless epochs, the dregs remaining after absorbing endless energy. North True Star Master turned his head and scanned the surroundings, then instructed, Black Eye, after the universe boat's fluctuations stabilize, if no one from the Purple Moon Holy Land or other forces from the first cycle era enters, you go in and take a look. For the ancestral god, I will not hesitate to die, said Black Eye Universe Master. Mountain Lin, Purple Spirit, you guys keep an eye on the outside of the universe boat. If we really can't enter the universe boat, we will wait outside. There are more than 200 people in total, and someone will eventually come out. If it's someone from my Eastern Emperor Holy Land, protect them immediately. If not, no matter who it is, capture them, North True Star Master instructed. Yes, Mountain Lin, Purple Spirit, and the other dozen universe masters all obeyed the order. For a time, the outer region of the entire universe boat was turbulent, with forces from all sides lurking. Most of them didn't even know who the inheritor was. After the universe boat calms down, wait for the people from the Purple Moon Holy Land and the Eastern Emperor Holy Land to test the waters first. If it's safe, we will also enter together. Otherwise, we will ambush outside the universe boat. This was the idea of the major universe ocean forces. Purple Moon Holy Land, Ancestral God, Ju-Hua True God respectfully saluted. Damn it, all trash. That dear bug too, actually lost to a universe venerable, Purple Moon Ancestral God roared. So many geniuses and experts from my Purple Moon Holy Land participated in the inheritance, and they all fell. Ju-Hua True God held his breath. Ju-Hua, has it been determined who obtained the inheritance? Purple Moon Ancestral God suddenly asked. The universe masters, universe venerables, and immortals who were sent out earlier were all relying on his small universe's origin. He could naturally clearly sense whether each of them had fallen. Not yet, the universe boat just underwent a great change. We were directly moved out of the universe boat's range shortly after the change occurred. It is said that all the strong individuals inside the universe boat, except those in the tomb ship, were all moved out, Ju-Hua True God said. What? Who is it? Who has such powerful ability? No, in the entire universe ocean, only the origin will has such powerful ability, but it wouldn't do that, Purple Moon Ancestral God said. It's Xiao Yu. We heard his voice before we left the universe boat. He said he was repairing the universe boat and forbade everyone from entering the universe boat again, Ju-Hua True God also roared. This human Xiao Yu is too domineering. How dare he offend my holy land? Purple Moon Ancestral God looked at Ju-Hua True God, and then slowly said, is roaring useful? Ju-Hua, I'll give you one more chance. No matter what, you must confirm who obtained the inheritance for me. He didn't care about the death of some universe masters at all. He could always replenish them, it would just take some time. As long as the true God fighters didn't fall, it wouldn't have any impact on the Holy Land. Yes, Ancestral God, Ju-Hua True God respectfully saluted, and then his divine power avatar flew back to his palace. Purple Moon Ancestral God's divine power avatar looked at the distant universe boat and murmured, interesting, it's really too interesting. Yuan Zhu, who attempted to seize the original universe, Xiao Yu, who is repairing the universe boat, and Luo Feng, who is most likely to obtain the God King inheritance, such geniuses have never appeared in countless cycles, and they all appeared in the human race of the original universe in this cycle. The vast and boundless universe ocean. A mountain peak comparable to a supreme treasure floated in the endless chaotic airflow. Xiao Yu is actually repairing the universe boat, what great ambition. Mountain guest sighed. Speaking of which, this Xiao Yu, like Luo Feng, also comes from the earth lineage. Luo Feng has my arrangements for endless cycles, but what is the origin of this Xiao Yu? How could he have reached such a level in such a short time? Why can't even I see through him? What secrets does he have? And why repair the universe boat? Is Xiao Yu repairing it himself, or is someone or some force behind him trying to complete it? Could he also be like me, a reincarnation of a strong Wu Kingdom individual? Otherwise, how can it be explained that he can easily obtain the control core of the universe boat? For a time, countless questions lingered in Mountain Guest's mind, and he couldn't find the answer for a long time. But who is behind this Xiao Yu? Or what are they trying to do? As long as it doesn't interfere with my revenge, otherwise, don't blame me for ruining your good deeds. A strange glint flashed in Mountain Guest's eyes. Mountain Guest closed his eyes and thought for a long time, then sighed. The universe ocean, seemingly ordinary and simple, but whether it's the origin will or the operating laws of the universe ocean, they are existences beyond the God King level. And now there's another force. Chapter 525. Anyone who trespasses into the spaceship will be killed. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Virtual Universe. In a space-time plane, before a temple, around a round table, Xiao Yu and Giant Axe sat facing each other. City Lord Chaos was fully focused on seclusion, preparing for a breakthrough. Xiao Yu, you were actually able to directly move nearly 1,000 universe lords and true gods from inside the universe boat all at once, Giant Axe said with emotion. This isn't my unique skill. After some of the universe boat's functions were repaired, I gained this permission, Xiao Yu said directly, without concealing anything. Permission? Giant Axe asked in surprise. Yes, I'm currently the highest authority on the entire universe boat. As long as it's a capability the universe boat possesses, I can use it, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Such a large-scale transfer should consume a lot of divine power, right? Giant Axe pressed. Generally, the more powerful a unique skill, the more divine power it consumes to execute. The universe boat is a mechanical treasure. It can automatically absorb the universe sea's energy and store it inside, within that source comparable to countless miniature universes. As long as its stored energy isn't used up, it doesn't need to consume my divine power, Xiao Yu said. Mechanical treasures, I know. Each mechanical treasure is unique. Some can enhance secret technique power, some can increase flight speed, and some allow the user to display capabilities of a higher realm in advance, Giant Axe said. Among the hundreds of billions of secret techniques Xiao Yu gave to the human race, he also included introductions to common knowledge and experiences, which could increase the knowledge of the human race's experts and broaden their horizons. That's right, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The universe boat's changes will still take a long time. It's been 100 years since Luo Feng accepted the inheritance, and there hasn't been a single sign of movement, Giant Axe said with concern. Giant Axe, rest assured, Luo Feng is still inside the universe boat, perfectly safe, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Now Xiao Yu could sense everything inside the entire universe boat. Even the tomb ship couldn't block his observation and perception. This was the privilege of AT0 authority on the universe boat. Time passed leisurely, and 500 years flew by in an instant. The various cracks in the universe boat no longer spewed out various toxic and harmful dregs. Mountain Locust, hurry, crack number 05624 hasn't spewed out any dregs for 10 years. Go over there and take a look, True God Huehu pointed to the universe boat, which still exuded an astonishing aura, and said to a universe lord behind him. Yes, for the ancestor, Mountain Locust replied. With a heart determined to die, he flew into a pinnacle palace treasure and continuously teleported toward the crack, which was 300,000 light-years long. Mountain Locust, go for it. You must succeed. The ancestor's request depends on you, True God Huehu prayed in his heart, praying that no accidents would happen. Far away, at the temporary camp of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land's experts. Black Eyes, the Purple Moon Holy Land has already begun to move. You also go over there. You have a supreme treasure armor, so don't worry, nothing will happen. Star Master Bei Zhen looked behind him. To allow Black Eyes to probe more safely, he had equipped him with a supreme treasure palace, Life Cliff Palace, and a supreme treasure armor, New Mountain Divine Armor. Yes, for the ancestor, I will serve with my life. Universe Lord Black Eyes respectfully saluted in the direction of the Holy Land, then flew into the Life Cliff Palace. Subsequently, the Life Cliff Palace transformed into a stream of light and continuously teleported closer to a crack in the universe boat. At the same time, 12 universe lords from various directions of the universe boat teleported closer to the universe boat, riding palace treasures. The palace treasures were at least pinnacle treasures, and the best was the Eastern Emperor Holy Land's Black Eyes. They didn't doubt that Xiao Yu had the ability to kill a universe lord, but they didn't believe that Xiao Yu could simultaneously kill universe lords from various directions. It must work. Around the universe boat, experts hoped that their faction's people could safely enter the universe boat. Boom! Powerful waves were transmitted. On the path of the 12 universe lords, a towering figure appeared. This figure was 1 light year tall and exuded endless power. The laws of the universe retreated around each figure. I said, once you leave, don't think about entering the universe boat again, a voice came. Wherever the voice passed, countless secret patterns appeared and disappeared. The voice seemed to be transmitted from the depths of the universe boat, yet it also seemed to resonate in their ears, as if transmission required no time at all. Whether it was the 12 universe lords who had already teleported close to the cracks, or the true gods and universe lords who were hundreds of millions of light years away, they all heard this voice at the same time. They were all shocked and horrified. Not to mention the power of the attack secret techniques, this single feat alone was already beyond the reach of many true gods. Since you don't listen, I will fulfill what I said before, the soft voice continued to transmit. Those who trespass into the universe boat will be killed. The voice was icy cold. Suddenly, heaven and earth fell into silence. Utter darkness. At the same time, 12 huge black blade phantoms appeared out of thin air in the void. Each blade phantom was tens of light years tall. Each blade seemed to contain endless worlds, and each world was filled with endless destructive power. The 12 giant blade phantoms radiated endless black light, instantly spreading across countless time and space for hundreds of millions of light years near the universe boat. Silently, 12 divine lights flashed, heaven and earth recovered, and endless light re-enveloped the entire universe sea. The 12 towering figures disappeared, leaving only 12 palace treasures floating in endless lightning. Far away, Star Master Bei Zhen of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land gasped. 12 universe lords, hiding inside palace treasures, were instantly killed. Among them, Black Eyes was even wearing a supreme treasure armor, and the palace was also a supreme treasure, yet they couldn't survive. This Genesis true God is indeed beyond our imagination. Star Master Bei Zhen looked at the shattered Pinnacle Palace treasure, then looked at the Life Cliff Palace, and immediately reported this matter to the Eastern Emperor ancestor. After receiving a reply, he said, "Everyone, retreat 1,000,000 light years. Don't enter the universe boat for now. Wait for Luo Feng to come out." He had already learned from the Eastern Emperor ancestor that Bishui had fallen, and all the other inheritors of his Eastern Emperor Holy Land had also fallen. Therefore, the one who finally obtained the inheritance was very likely Luo Feng. It's just that Luo Feng hadn't come out yet. Yes. More than a dozen universe lords followed Star Master Bei Zhen and retreated 1,000,000 light years, ambushing around a space vortex, which was the only way back to the original universe. Not long after the Eastern Emperor Holy Land's team ambushed, another team followed. The leader was true god Huehua. Look, those guys from the Eastern Emperor Holy Land are also waiting again. I'm afraid that the one who obtained the inheritance this time isn't Bishui, then it's very likely Luo Feng. Otherwise, the human Genesis true god wouldn't be so cautious. True god Huehua pointed to Star Master Bei Zhen, who was hiding behind a huge rock cliff. We are waiting here too. No matter who it is, as long as they go in the direction of the original universe, they must pass through here, true god Huehua ordered. Yes, the universe lords of the Purple Moon Holy Land responded. The Purple Moon Holy Land and the Eastern Emperor Holy Land's experts are hiding there. Let's go over there too. No matter who obtains the inheritance, we must snatch it. Once the deadline arrives, my race will be destroyed. Faced with destruction, nothing needs to be considered. Some experts from the first Reincarnation era also followed the two Holy Lands, but they hid before the two Holy Lands. Chapter 526 Complete Spacecraft. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. All the forces in the Universe C withdrew from the vicinity of the Universe boat. It's also the first time I've enjoyed having my strength suppressed by the laws of operation, Xiao Yu said with emotion, having just fought against Universe Masters with his 12 divine power clones simultaneously. Since it was a true god fighting Universe Masters, his divine power was suppressed to 10,000 times that of a Universe Master's genetic level. As for other aspects, such as comprehension of laws and self-created secret techniques, there was no suppression at all. After killing the 12 Universe Masters, Xiao Yu didn't pick up a single treasure, leaving them all there as a deterrent to any strong individuals who dared to provoke him again. Now that the energy circulation system has been completely repaired, internal energy circulation has begun, and many functions can be used, Xiao Yu thought to himself. At the same time, with a thought, he communicated with the control core and uttered a low shout, "Condense." Instantly, formless fluctuations emanated from the control core within Xiao Yu's body. These formless fluctuations radiated faster than the domain of a domain treasure. Endless energy filled the entire universe boat, and boundless, enormous fluctuations emanated from the universe boat. A surge of pressure accompanied the fluctuations, constantly transmitting towards the universe sea. The endless chaotic airflow was even forced back by this immense pressure, retreating a distance away from the universe boat before surging back, stirring up layers of chaotic airflow waves. The universe boat has undergone another drastic change. Star Master Bei Zhen looked towards the distant universe boat. The aura emanating from the universe boat at this moment made him feel alarmed. Suddenly, a secret pattern on the universe boat shimmered with dazzling light, followed by endless secret patterns continuously radiating outwards until the entire surface of the universe boat was covered in secret patterns. The endless secret patterns flickered intermittently. In a short while, even the countless fragments surrounding the universe boat shimmered with endless secret patterns. However, many of the secret patterns on these fragments were damaged and no longer continuous. At the same time, a formless and even greater wave emanated from the universe boat, continuously affecting the surrounding universe sea. The massive dark green vines on the surface of the universe boat shattered, and then transformed into energy to be devoured and absorbed. Giant electric serpents, tens of thousands of light years long, were scattered by the fluctuations containing endless power, turning into the purest divine power, and were pulled into the universe boat by its endless devouring force. Flames, cold air, wind, lightning, vines, light. Various dangerous areas in the outer regions of the universe boat, which were born because of the universe boat, now disappeared because of the universe boat, and all transformed into the purest energy of the universe boat, to be devoured and absorbed. Xiao Yu, who was in the control room, uttered a low shout, "Gather." Instantly, endless secret patterns were transmitted from the control core, and the endless secret patterns merged into the control room. Immediately, the endless source energy within the origin space began to be consumed rapidly. Almost instantly, the endless secret patterns on the outside of the universe boat emitted divine light. The divine light radiated for hundreds of millions of light years, and the endless divine light formed countless secret patterns. Boom, boom, boom. Huge fragments of the universe boat began to tremble, initially only fragments with a diameter of hundreds of billions of kilometers, but as time passed, the tremors became more and more intense, and even fragments with a diameter of several light years began to tremble. In a short while, all the fragments began to tremble continuously, and the tremors became more and more intense. Endless waves continuously transmitted through the universe space towards the distance. This vibration, what happened? What happened to the universe boat? Why are there so many sources of vibration? This should be all the universe boat fragments vibrating. Are these fragments going to be swallowed into the universe boat, or are they going to fly away from the universe boat? The enormous fluctuations could be sensed even by fourth-level universe masters, let alone true gods like Awakened True God and Star Master Bei Zhen. They were all shocked by the continuous changes occurring in the universe boat. Could it be that the Genesis True God can really repair the universe boat? Star Master Bei Zhen thought to himself. Although he had reported to Ancestor East Emperor many times, he didn't believe it in his heart. Since the universe boat came to this universe sea, for endless cycles of reincarnation, no one has been able to take away a single fragment, let alone repair it. However, the continuous changes that have occurred in the universe boat recently have made him question his inner thoughts. The countless fragments of the universe boat continued to tremble for more than a month. The intense tremors caused the surrounding universe space to resonate continuously, even causing endless space to shatter. Whoosh! A fragment 1 million light years away from the universe boat, with a maximum diameter of hundreds of billions of kilometers, suddenly broke away from the original universe space and flew towards the universe boat, its speed exceeding 100,000 times the speed of light, and it was still accelerating during its flight. Whoosh! 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 More fragments, larger diameter fragments, and more distant fragments also gradually began to fly towards the universe boat. As time passed, more and more fragments flew towards the universe boat. Soon, all the fragments, whether they were hundreds of billions of kilometers in diameter or more than several thousand light years in diameter, Whether they were 1 million light-years away or hundreds of millions of light-years away, all flew towards the universe boat. One piece after another of huge fragments flew quickly to the universe boat, some flying in a straight line, some flying in an arc, and some flying diagonally. One fragment after another flew towards the position where they were destroyed and fell off. The fragments were constantly accelerating, and soon they had reached hundreds of millions of times the speed of light. Deep inside the universe boat, in the control room, Xiao Yu looked at the virtual projection of the entire universe boat in front of him and sighed. It was just a try. I didn't expect that the Origin Will would really give up suppressing the universe boat. If the Origin Will hadn't given up suppressing these fragments, even if he had repaired the energy circulation system of the universe boat, he would not have been able to restore all these fragments to their original positions, and could only have adopted the stupidest method. Disassembling the fragments into modules, and then piecing them back together. Time passed, and 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. All the fragments had returned to their original positions, and the universe boat had basically become complete, except that there were still some cracks on the surface, and countless pits of varying depths. These cracks were all caused by the endless power annihilating the universe boat directly during the battle. Next, I need to replace all the modules in these gaps and pit locations that need to be repaired and patched. Xiao Yu thought to himself. With a thought, Xiao Yu activated the endless secret patterns within the universe boat to scan everything on the surface of the universe boat, and immediately Xiao Yu clearly knew the total number of modules that needed to be repaired and replaced. The total is about 22.62 trillion pieces, 2.5 trillion pieces need to be repaired, and only 12 trillion pieces need to be re-refined. In addition, there are nearly 20 trillion pieces that need to have their secret patterns repaired. These universe boat modules are much more complex and profound than even true God treasures. With my current ability, just repairing the secret patterns will take about 30 years for one piece, simple repairs will take about 300 years, and re-refining one piece will take 10,000 years. Calculating it this way, just getting these done will take 25.5 trillion years, even with 10,000 divine power clones, plus the million-fold time flow rate of the black pattern stone pillar space, it will take 2.55 million years. In addition, I have to calculate the time to take the modules and replace them. I'm afraid it will take nearly 3 million years. This doesn't even include repairing the unique attack modules of the universe boat. If everything is repaired, it may take tens of millions of years. Xiao Yu was constantly calculating the time required to repair the universe boat. Chapter 527, Making a Living. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. A spatial vortex hundreds of millions of light-years away from the universe boat. It is a necessary passage to the direction of the original universe. The two holy lands of the universe C and the forces of the first cycle era are stationed here. Stop, the aura of the universe boat is stabilizing, I'll go take a look. Star Master Beijun instructed. Beijun, let me go, said the master of Xianxia, name of the master. His friend the master of black eyes had fallen, and he wanted to see what the universe boat had become. With the power exuding from the universe boat, you can't even get close. Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, reprimanded, all of you wait here. The power exuding from the universe boat hundreds of millions of light years away made this true god feel palpitation. Even he was afraid that he could only observe from a distance. Yes, the universe masters of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, such as the master of Xianxia, name of the master, all responded, no longer vying to serve the ancestor. Immediately, Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, teleported towards the universe boat. After Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, teleported away, 5 more figures teleported closer in succession. In a short while, Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, teleported to a position 30 million light years away from the universe boat. Even at this close distance, he felt enormous pressure. Boom! A figure appeared not far behind him. Huehua, name of the person. Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, transmitted his voice, what are you doing here? Beijun, name of the person, if your Eastern Emperor Holy Land can come, why can't my Purple Moon Holy Land? True God Huehua, name of the person, transmitted his voice, look, not only have I come, but many forces from the first cycle have also come. Boom, boom, boom. 4 more towering figures appeared, All-powerful true gods from the first cycle era. Is this what the universe boat originally looked like? It's truly perfect. I wonder what kind of great power a complete and undamaged universe boat possesses. All the true gods were shocked by the complete universe before them. Boom! Suddenly, endless secret patterns flashed in front of the universe boat, and then a towering figure with a height of 100 light-years appeared. Xiao Yu, name of the person. A trace of fear flashed in Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master eyes. Beijun, name of the person Huehua, name of the person and all the strongest from the first cycle. What are you doing here? Are you going to break into the universe boat? Xiao Yu, name of the person overlooked the 6 true gods in front of him and slowly spoke. I heard that the Genesis true god is repairing the universe boat. My clan's ancestor told me to come and see if there is anything I can help with. Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, did not dare to anger the other party. Although they were both true gods, the height of their divine bodies was vastly different. However, Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, did not lie completely. The Eastern Emperor ancestor did indeed ask him to come and take a look, mainly targeting Luo Feng, and to see what Xiao Yu, name of the person, was up to. Help, ha. Can you refine supreme treasures? Do you have materials above the supreme treasure level? Xiao Yu, name of the person, questioned. Oh, Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, could not answer. They did not have these things in the Eastern Emperor Holy Land, especially materials above the true god level. If they did, they would have been taken away by the Eastern Emperor ancestor long ago. If you can't do any of this, why are you acting like a big shot here? Xiao Yu, name of the person, voice was cold. Now that you've seen it, why don't you leave quickly? Do you want me to ask you to leave? I will keep the words of the Genesis true god in mind. Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, said with a cold face, and then teleported away directly. Oh, are you angry? Xiao Yu, name of the person, smiled slightly, and then looked at true god Huehua, name of the person, next to him. What about you? Why don't you leave yet? Genesis, are you really not giving my Holy Land ancestor any face at all? True god Huehua, name of the person, shouted sharply. Face, how much does your purple moon ancestor's face cost per pound? Xiao Yu, name of the person, smiled contemptuously. An old ghost who can't even leave the Holy Land wants me to give him face. If you have the ability, come out and compete. Didn't I sell the inheritance secret method of the God Eye clan to you before? You can come over and compete together to see if your Purple Moon Holy Land uses it better, or the God Eye clan uses it better. The meaning in Xiao Yu, name of the person, words was self-evident. You actually compare my Holy Land with that group of lunatics from the God Eye clan. True god Huehua, name of the person, roared, but he still suppressed the impulse in his heart. Consider it an honor for you. Xiao Yu, name of the person, shouted, if you don't have the ability, don't yell here, otherwise you will only make a fool of yourself. Genesis true god, you have completely offended my Purple Moon Holy Land. True god Huehua, name of the person, said sharply. He was already furious. Offended is offended, it's nothing. When I repair the universe boat, I will drive the universe boat and swallow your Purple Moon Holy Land first. Xiao Yu, name of the person, grinned and smiled slightly. Huehua, name of the person, and Purple Moon, your good days are numbered. You, true god Huehua, name of the person, was really frightened. He had no doubt that the Genesis true god could definitely do this, and if the universe boat was repaired, he would definitely be able to do it. You what? Why don't you get out? Otherwise, I will really do what I said. Xiao Yu, name of the person, shouted again. True god Huehua, name of the person, did not dare to say another word and quickly fled away in a sorry state. He was really afraid that his actions would lead to the destruction of the Purple Moon Holy Land. If the Purple Moon Holy Land was gone, the Purple Moon ancestor might not fall, but he, true god Huehua, name of the person, would definitely be the first to fall. I wonder how the ancestor will punish me this time. True god Huehua, name of the person, thought to himself, and at the same time, his divine power clone in the Purple Moon Holy Land quickly went to report. Near the universe boat, True God Huehua, name of the person, and Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, left in a disheveled manner one after another. The other four true gods from the first cycle era did not continue to provoke Xiao name of the person, but instead teleported away directly. Their madness was for breakthroughs, leaving no room for any possibility of a breakthrough, but it did not mean that they would offend a killing god for the sake of mere face. After true god Huehua, name of the person, Star Master Beijun, name of the Star Master, and the other six true gods left, Xiao, name of the person, mind moved, and divine power clones with a height of 1 light year walked out of his divine body. In total, there were 9,996 divine power clones. Xiao, name of the person, felt that his divine power had decreased by about 1%. Go to all parts of the universe boat and take out all the modules that need to be repaired or replaced. Xiao, name of the person, instructed. Immediately, nearly 10,000 towering figures either teleported away or turned into streams of light and flew to cracks and fissures. Nearly 10,000 Xiao, name of the person, were working at the same time. Unfortunately, no true god was fortunate enough to see this, otherwise they would definitely be so shocked that they couldn't sleep and would vow never to offend the human race. And Xiao, name of the person, main body looked at a crack in the distance, and then teleported over directly. Endless divine power radiated out, and then turned into secret patterns, which enveloped all the universe boat modules within a radius of dozens of light years. Crack. Modules continued to tremble, detached from the surrounding modules, and flew towards Xiao, name of the person. None of the modules that flew over were intact, all of them had problems, either needing to repair the secret patterns, or the surface was severely broken and needed to be re-refined. Purple Moon Holy Land. The Purple Moon Ancestor appeared again, listening to true god Huehua, name of the person, report, his face becoming more and more gloomy. Huehua, name of the person, I have always let you be responsible for the external affairs of the Purple Moon Holy Land because I think you are a smooth and useful talent, but I did not expect you to be so unwise today. The Purple Moon Ancestor shouted in a stern voice. Ancestor, that Genesis true god really doesn't take my holy land seriously. True god Huehua, name of the person, said. Since you like to act on your own so much, then leave my Purple Moon Holy Land and make a living on your own. The Purple Moon Ancestor waved his hand. Chapter 528, Long Restoration, Part 1. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Leaving the Purple Moon Holy Land. Wouldn't that be letting him, the Huehua true god, commit suicide? Ancestor, I dare not anymore. Ancestor, please keep me, I still have some use. Huehua true god hurriedly knelt on the ground. Then, I will spare your life for your hard work over the years, but the death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty is unavoidable. You will go to the Thunder Hell to endure the punishment of lightning for 3 million epochs. You will only be able to leave when the execution is over, Purple Moon Ancestor said sternly, move immediately. Thunder Hell, possessing endless divine thunder, even if a peak true god enters, the thunder punishment will be unbearable, but the power of these thunderbolts is not great, even a newly promoted universe master will not fall because of it. It is a place of punishment in the Purple Moon Holy Land for those who have committed mistakes within the clan, personally created by the Purple Moon Ancestor. Yes, Ancestor. Huehua true god did not dare to hesitate in the slightest, but Ancestor, what about Luo Feng's side? What should we do? With that deity staying there, you wouldn't think you could still succeed, would you? Purple Moon Ancestor chuckled, however, appropriate competition is still necessary. Let those 10 universe masters stay. If they can succeed, it will be counted as their merit. After I advance, there will naturally be a day for them to become true gods. Yes, Ancestor, I will return to the Holy Land immediately and head to the Thunder Hell, Huehua true god said. Purple Moon Ancestor nodded slightly and then disappeared from the spot. Far away from the primal universe, in the endless chaos, a small universe with a diameter of 3.2 billion light years. In the center of the endless god realm, the Eastern Emperor Ancestor's divine power avatar appeared. The Northern True Master began to recount what he had just seen and heard in the universe boat. I didn't expect that this Genesis true god is really repairing the universe boat, and he has even achieved some results. That is a supreme treasure of the level mechanical flow. Although it is not a single mechanical flow treasure, this treasure is considered a national treasure even within a country for ancient civilizations, Eastern Emperor Ancestor said softly. The time he entered the Origin continent was much earlier than the Purple Moon Ancestor, and he fared better than the Purple Moon Ancestor. He had heard some rumors about the already destroyed Wu Kingdom, including the rumors of the 3,000 world-conquering boats. Ancestor, then what should we do? Northern True Star Master asked. You and the others should stay there for now. If you find that the one who obtained the inheritance is really Luo Feng, see if Xiao Yu is there. If he is, retreat immediately. Try not to have any conflicts with Xiao Yu. When appropriate, you can show some goodwill, Eastern Emperor Ancestor instructed. Yes, Ancestor, Northern True Star Master said respectfully. The matter of Xiao Yu of the Primal Universe repairing the Universe boat has already spread widely throughout the Universe Sea, and the recent changes that have occurred in the Universe boat have also entered the Primal Universe. The Ancestral God Religion. In the Ancestral God Palace. Great Source, do you have any new instructions regarding Xiao Yu of humanity repairing the Universe boat? The elderly Ancestral God communicated with the Source Will. Boom. Endless pressure appeared out of thin air, and the Source Will descended upon the Ancestral God Palace. The Ancestral God Palace can isolate everything. Even if the Source Will descends, there will not be a single ripple produced in the outside world. Human, repair, boat, is, my, will, do not, interfere, let him, be, a fragmented intent came. Yes, Great Source, we understand, the elderly Ancestral God said respectfully. The Source Will left, and the pressure dissipated. The three Ancestral Gods felt a sense of relief all over their bodies. Even though they had contacted the Source Will countless times, they still felt immense pressure. Although the three of them have a respected status, they are still Universe Masters in essence. Virtual Universe. In front of the Space-Time Temple. Giant Axe said, Xiao Yu, I heard that your progress in repairing the Universe boat is good. When will it be able to be repaired? Giant Axe's concern about the progress of repairing the Universe boat is more because as long as the Universe boat is repaired, the Source will release the Primal Ancestor. Haha, don't believe those rumors. If you want to truly completely repair it, it will probably take about tens of millions of years, Xiao Yu said with a wry smile. This hasn't even included the 10 million times time acceleration. Haha, then continue to work hard. The human race has me in chaos. It is estimated that he will be able to break through before long, Giant Axe said. Really, it seems I have to prepare a congratulatory gift for my teacher in advance, Xiao Yu said with a happy smile. He knew that the accumulation of Chaos City Lord himself was very deep, and breaking through would not be a problem at all. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Xiao Yu had already removed all the modules that needed to be re-repaired from the Universe boat, and he had also re-entered the Universe boat to select the various materials needed, and then returned to the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space inside the Universe boat. Now, there is only Xiao Yu alone in the black patterned stone pillar space. Entering the cultivation space again, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a movement in the control core within his body, and a voice resounded in his heart, Master, the fourth level of the cultivation space can now be opened, where the flow of time can reach up to 100 million times. Oh, it can be opened. Xiao Yu was surprised, but without hesitation, he teleported directly into the fourth level. Entering the fourth level, Xiao Yu discovered that there were a full 9 rooms, each room representing a different time flow rate. The outermost room has a time flow rate of up to 20 million times, while the last room has a time flow rate of up to 100 million times. Xiao Yu directly entered the last room, and as soon as he entered, he felt himself constantly enduring the will impact of the Void True God limit. However, this has no effect on Xiao Yu, who has now reached this level. With a thought, the divine power avatar that had been cultivating in the third level was teleported to the fourth level. Master, don't worry, now Tutu can control the entire energy system of the Universe boat. Although the weapon system has not been repaired and perfected, the endless energy alone is enough to kill powerhouses even higher than true gods, Tutu said. Tutu, I have a question that I haven't asked all along. What are those 9 lava demon gods in the god-slaying abyss? Xiao Yu asked immediately. You mean them? They had already broken through the true god level before they were alive, 2 levels higher than the true god, and reached the peak of that level, only a line away from breaking through again. However, They were all enemies of my Wu kingdom, refined into puppets, but after endless years, without maintenance, the source within their bodies has been severely damaged, and now they can only exert the strength of the peak of the true God, Tu said regretfully. Then if the source within their bodies can be repaired, how much strength can be restored? Xiao Yu asked again. Even if it is repaired again, it cannot reach the previous level, only the strength one level higher than the true God can be reached, Tu said repeatedly. During these long years, due to the lack of source energy replenishment, their bodies are no longer as strong as they used to be. Xiao Yu immediately felt that he was not very interested. 9 void true God level puppets, for him, perhaps the effect of pretending to be forceful is more than practical. Perhaps after passing through reincarnation and entering the origin continent, they can be used to pretend. Immediately, nearly 10,000 Xiao Yu appeared in this cultivation space, and then the cauldron appeared, and endless flames spread throughout the space. Nearly 10,000 Xiao Yu began to refine one module after another. The refining of a total of 12 trillion modules will take 120,000 years of outside time. Chapter 529, Long Restoration, Part 2. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Time flows, and 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Deep within the core area of the universe boat, the Yan Ice domain. The tomb ship, suspended in midair, suddenly disappeared. A silver-armored man with stone-bladed boots appeared out of thin air, carrying a stone knife on his back. It was Luo Feng, who had accepted the inheritance of Duan Donghe. It's only been less than 40,000 years, and the changes in this Yan Ice domain are so great. Luo Feng exclaimed, could it be that third brother has already begun to repair the universe boat? Above the void, there were vortexes in the endless lava sea, with the endless lava sea being swallowed into an unknown place. The original black mud had receded for the most part, even revealing the black rocky earth. In the distant tomb land, a giant pillar of light pierced through the heavens and the earth, with endless impacts radiating from the pillar. Report my safety, Luo Feng thought to himself. Virtual universe. Time-space plane. In front of the temple, around a large round table, Xiao Yu, Giant Axe, and Luo Feng sat next to each other. Luo Feng, congratulations on obtaining the ancient civilization's Duan Donghe inheritance, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Congratulations, Giant Axe also said with a smile. Congratulations to you too, Luo Feng replied with a laugh. The three of them shared a drink. Both Xiao Yu and Giant Axe knew that after obtaining the ancient inheritance, Luo Feng's strength would definitely have an explosive period in the near future. Before long, Luo Feng's strength might also be like Xiao Yu's, possessing the strength of a true god after advancing to the Universe Master level. Luo Feng, what level do you feel your strength will reach when you advance to Universe Master, 7th Order or 8th Order? Xiao Yu asked. 7th Order, but after accumulating for a period of time, I feel I can improve to 8th Order, Luo Feng said directly. Oh, such a big improvement. Seeing your strength, I am so envious. Giant Axe said sourly. Giant Axe, with your divine axe in hand, you are probably not inferior to the original ancestor, Xiao Yu said, looking at Giant Axe next to him, and slowly spoke. At least 10th Order peak, Giant Axe laughed loudly, then continued with a bitter face, but it is very, very difficult to improve further. He felt that his current strength breakthrough had reached a limit, and it would be difficult to improve further. It is indeed very difficult to continue to break through. It requires accumulation, and the true God stage is also a stage to lay the foundation for future realms. It is better to improve the divine body to the limit first, Xiao Yu continued. Even true gods who follow the law route are the same, possessing secret methods to continue to improve the limit height of the divine body, instead of remaining fixed. Are you talking about those body refining methods? I always thought those were unorthodox methods, Giant Axe said. Haha, body refining methods are chosen by many strong people in ancient civilizations, whether they follow the law route or the divine power route. The body is very important, Xiao Yu said slowly. The most special feature of advancing from Universe Master to True God is that one regains a body from the divine body, and can also cultivate body refining methods, thereby improving the body's strength, resistance, height and other characteristics. Luo Feng listened intently to the conversation between Giant Axe and Xiao Yu. Although he obtained the God King inheritance, firstly, he actually could not see many inheritances of that ancient civilization, and secondly, he had just obtained it, and had not had time to check many details. Okay, listening to your words, I have a direction for my future cultivation, Giant Axe said thoughtfully. In fact, the cultivation of body refining methods will be extremely difficult. Not only can it be cultivated in the True God stage, but also in the Void True God stage, or even when the Eternal True God starts, it is still possible. Luo Feng, the entire universe boat is now being repaired, and its internal map has also changed a lot, Xiao Yu said with a smile, looking at Luo Feng. Yes, third brother, I have already discovered it, Luo Feng nodded slightly. If you want to come out, I will send you out immediately, but after coming out, I am afraid you will not be able to enter the universe boat again for nearly 1,000,000 years, Xiao Yu continued leisurely. Giant Axe obviously already knew about this and did not say anything. Understood, I also want to return to the primal universe and retreat to truly advance to Universe Master, Luo Feng said. He also felt the defect in the quality of divine power, which made it impossible for many of his secret methods to exert their power. Inside the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space, Xiao Yu's main body, which was immersed in refining the treasure module, suddenly stopped his movements, and with a thought, the control core in his body suddenly flickered. Then, in the distant Yan Ice domain, endless secret patterns appeared out of thin air, enveloping Luo Feng, and before he could react, they had already teleported him away. Cosmic Sea, 100 million light-years away from the universe boat, a place where chaotic air currents surged. Suddenly, endless secret patterns appeared out of thin air, and the secret patterns gathered together, as if forming a passage. Then the endless secret patterns suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then dissipated, and a human figure appeared in place. It was Luo Feng. Wow, is this the original appearance of the universe boat? Luo Feng looked at the universe boat in the distance that was constantly devouring endless chaotic air currents. At this time, the dangerous areas formed by the gathering of basic law divine powers such as flames, ice, lightning, and light on the periphery of the universe boat had all disappeared, and only huge vortexes were formed due to the devouring of chaotic air currents. The original small universe had already been completely devoured. Luo Feng was shocked by the changed appearance of the universe boat, and once again felt Xiao Yu's mystery and unpredictability. After carefully observing the universe boat for a while, he moved his mind, and the tomb ship appeared again. Luo Feng directly teleported into the control room of the palace treasure, and then teleported towards the nearest space vortex in the distance. Not far from a space vortex hundreds of millions of light-years away from the universe boat, there are sections of huge rock cliffs. The Eastern Emperor Holy Land Station is located behind the cliff closest to the space vortex. It's been almost 2,000 years, why hasn't Luo Feng come out yet? Bei Zhen Star Master complained. Because the Eastern Emperor ancestor no longer allowed him to directly rob, he also allowed him to obtain some inheritance as much as possible through any other means. Boom! A huge warship appeared out of thin air, alarming the cosmic sea that had been silent for more than 1,000 years. This is the tomb ship. The inheritor is driving the tomb ship. Our chance has come. Do it. The forces of the first reincarnation era in the outer area, who were anxiously waiting, couldn't hold back, and the strongest ones in the universe took action directly. In the void, magnificent attacks easily distorted and shattered the universe's space. Some attempted to swallow the tomb ship, and some attacked directly to disrupt the situation and fish in troubled waters. Boom, boom, boom. The tomb ship trembled again and again, but there was no sign of being unable to withstand it. In just 1 second, the tomb ship has withstood more than 160 full-strength attacks from true gods, Luo Feng lamented. He sensed the attacks from the strong ones of the first reincarnation era, including the universe masters of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Why is Zhu Hua true god of the Purple Moon Holy Land not here? Also, Bei Zhen Star Master of the Eastern Emperor Holy Land has not launched an attack, Luo Feng wondered, looking at Bei Zhen Star Master floating in the endless chaotic air currents near the space vortex in the distance. Chapter 530, Long Restoration, Part 2. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. The attacks from the true gods and universe masters of the first reincarnation era not only failed to shake the boat of the tomb mausoleum, but also failed to prevent it from approaching the spatial vortex. Even with the full power of nearly 20 supreme treasures, they couldn't restrain the boat of the tomb mausoleum. Haha, Luo Feng was exceptionally cheerful inside the boat of the Tomb Mausoleum. How can this boat of the Tomb Mausoleum be so strong? Even a palace-type supreme treasure, even if it could withstand our attacks, couldn't possibly continue flying. One by one, the true gods and universe masters were almost driven to despair by the scene before them. They were working hard to attack and restrain it, yet Luo Feng was leisurely laughing, and even spreading his laughter. Luo Feng, I am the Star Master of North True, from the Eastern Emperor Holy Land. My race is willing to trade with you. A divine power transmission entered the boat of the Tomb Mausoleum. Luo Feng was in no hurry, he also wanted to hear how the other party planned to trade. After a period of bargaining, during which the Star Master of North True constantly sought the opinion of the Eastern Emperor Founder. It could be said that the Star Master of North True was the Eastern Emperor Founder's mouthpiece. After discussion, the two reached a deal. The Eastern Emperor Holy Land would exchange 10 supreme treasures for 3 memory stones containing the cultivation experience of super existences. Moreover, for the sake of fairness and safety, both parties divided the transaction into 3 parts. First, the Eastern Emperor Holy Land would exchange 2 supreme treasures for 1 memory stone, one of which must be a palace-type supreme treasure. Second, 4 supreme treasures would be exchanged for 1 memory stone. Third, 4 supreme treasures would be exchanged for 1 memory stone. In fact, the cultivation experience of those super existences that Luo Feng obtained in the inheritance also belonged to the category that could not be spread. He could only trade 3 ordinary memory stones. When Luo Feng returned to the original universe, he separately notified the Star Master of North True of the transaction time. Half a month later, the first transaction was successfully completed. Luo Feng happily took the 2 supreme treasures and returned to the original universe, while the Golden Horn Beast once again entered the Inclined Peak realm. After some twists and turns, he subdued the White Wings and obtained the divine blood containing the impact of endless will. The Star Master of North True quickly returned to the Eastern Emperor Holy Land and gave the memory stone to the Eastern Emperor Founder, who immediately discovered that he had been deceived. This human Luo Feng actually dares to play tricks on my Eastern Emperor Holy Land, dares to swindle us out of 2 supreme treasures, we must make him regret it. The Star Master of North True was extremely angry. If he had been deceived by Xiao Yu, he could have tolerated it. But a mere universe master, although a little stronger, actually dared to do this. Did he think that the Eastern Emperor Holy Land had no strong experts? What, do you want to enter the original universe? The Eastern Emperor Founder sneered. With his current realm, he didn't care about 2 supreme treasures at all. As long as he could obtain what he wanted, he would be willing to pay even more. I will personally handle the follow-up, the Eastern Emperor Founder said slowly, looking down at the Star Master of North True below. Soon, Luo Feng, who was in the original universe, actually received a message from the Eastern Emperor Founder through the token given to him by the Star Master of North True. Luo Feng, I have done what you asked, but you have disappointed me, the Eastern Emperor Founder said slowly. Eastern Emperor Founder, what do you mean by that? We traded 3 memory stones containing cultivation experience, and besides, I don't know if what you said is true or false. Luo Feng said, if you want to conduct a second transaction, then trade with 4 supreme treasures. In fact, Luo Feng could not see the content above the true god. The Eastern Emperor Founder was furious, he was speechless. If you want to continue trading, then bring 4 supreme treasures, Luo Feng said forcefully. The Eastern Emperor Founder was furious and directly cut off the communication. Luo Feng shook his head, feeling a little regretful. It's not bad to get 2 supreme treasures for a memory stone without important information, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Just now, he had been watching from the side. It was also a coincidence that the Eastern Emperor Founder's message came just as Luo Feng was chatting with him. Time passed, and 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. After entrusting his teacher, sitting mountain guest, to refine the divine blood into a treasure for impacting the will, Luo Feng began his closed-door cultivation. After 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation, especially in the boat of the Tomb Mausoleum, under the 10,000 times acceleration of time, constantly comprehending the Tao of gold and space, he finally broke through the last trace of bottleneck. He advanced to the Universe Master, and the endless Yuhai clone also changed from a diameter of 10 billion kilometers to 80 billion kilometers. Original Universe. Genesis Universe Country. Inside the temple. For tens of thousands of years, this place has welcomed an extraordinary guest. It was the two-faced ancestral god. He brought extremely precious ice and fire fruit wine to the door, requesting to meet Xiao Yu and Luo Feng. Although Xiao Yu is still the guardian god lord of the ancestral god sect, Xiao Yu's strength and status are too high. Even the two-faced ancestral god can only come to the door in person if he has something to trouble Xiao Yu with. After eating and drinking well, Xiao Yu then slowly said, "Two-faced, what is the purpose of your visit this time?" "Just now, the original universe's source will send a message," the two-faced ancestral god said softly. Luo Feng was startled. He had previously heard Xiao Yu say that the source will had entrusted him with the task of repairing the universe boat. As he thought about it, the matter entrusted by the source will was, after all, extremely difficult. The source will sent a message that the strongest of the first reincarnation era, Star Master Hao Lei, King Zhenjia, and ancestral god Chu Yan have betrayed the universe sea. Killing any one of these three people can permanently obtain the favor of the source in this reincarnation era, the two-faced ancestral god said. "So it wants us to kill these three people," Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. "However, I am currently busy completing another request of the source will, so this matter will be left to Luo Feng. I believe he should be able to complete it." In his opinion, the strength of these three people, even with the improvement of the power of destruction, is at most at the 9th level, and it is not worth his shot at all. It is better to let Luo Feng or the human race's strong experts train. "What is the strength of these three people?" Luo Feng asked curiously. "At least 8th level," the two-faced ancestral god said. The source will did not mention the strength of the three people, but he deduced it based on the countless intelligence he had previously obtained. "Okay, I will find a way to kill these three people," Luo Feng said, "but the time may have to wait for a while." "Okay, kill the three people as soon as possible," the two-faced ancestral god said. Although Xiao Yu knew about the original universe's source will's kill order for the three people, he did not intend to do it himself, and completely left it to Luo Feng to be responsible for. Since Luo Feng advanced to the Universe Master, Luo Feng, who owns the Star Tower, can usually exert 8th level combat power, and can even exert 9th level combat power using Severance. Xiao Yu has been immersed in the black pattern stone pillar space, refining treasure components. As one treasure module after another was refined, Xiao Yu's treasure refining ability was also steadily improving, and the refining speed was also getting faster and faster. Time passed, and 80,000 years passed quickly. Xiao Yu put a treasure module into the world ring inside. Finally, 120 trillion treasure modules have been refined. Next is to repair the modules. More modules need to be repaired, and it will also take more time. Chapter 531 Redeeming Rewards. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Virtual Universe. Time-space plane, before the temple. Around the enormous round table, Luo Feng, the Dark Lord, and other human universe lords sat upon their majestic thrones. In the main seats, Xiao Yu, Giant Axe, and Primal Chaos True Lord sat side by side. As early as 50,000 years ago, City Lord Primal Chaos had already broken through, becoming humanity's fourth true god, known as Primal Chaos True Lord. Not long after City Lord Primal Chaos advanced, Luo Feng, while adventuring in the Universe Ocean, encountered Star Master Hao Lei, one of the three great criminals of the Universe Ocean. After a fierce battle, Star Master Hao Lei unleashed the power of destruction, his strength even breaking through to the 9th level, actually fighting Luo Feng, who was using his full power, to a standstill for a time. But when Primal Chaos True Lord and Giant Axe arrived together, with Giant Axe's 10th level peak combat power, Star Master Hao Lei was undoubtedly killed. With Star Master Hao Lei killed, the other two Universe Ocean traitors, Ancestral God Chu Yan and King Zhenjia, immediately learned the news. They hid in the depths of Peak World, in a dark place, afraid to come out. After killing Star Master Hao Lei, the human race not only obtained all of Star Master Hao Lei's treasures, but also received the favor of the original universe's origin will. Instantly, more geniuses were born within the human territory. My human territory can now truly be considered a blessed land with outstanding talents, Lord Huangjian exclaimed. Indeed, take the recently concluded genius battle for example. These 10,000 geniuses, in the 50 years of the creation universe, have all passed at least the 4th level of the Tongtian Bridge, with the best even passing the 10th level, Lord Bingfeng also exclaimed, although not as monstrous as Xiao Yu was back then, the average level far exceeds previous results. To gather more geniuses, Virtual Universe Company and Giant Axe Martial Arts Arena had already increased the final quota for each genius battle to 10,000. Even so, many talents still flowed into other forces. The Earth lineage, as the sixth largest force of the human race, only focuses on cultivating geniuses within the Earth lineage and does not compete with Virtual Universe Company and Giant Axe Martial Arts Arena for talent. That doesn't even include the geniuses cultivated by the Earth lineage, Lord Qing Dong said enviously. The Universe Lords discussed the recent situation of the human race, each one very happy. The prosperity of talents meant that more powerhouses would appear in the future. Quiet, Giant Axe said. Instantly, the Universe Lords held their breath, looking at the three people in the main seats. This time, I am here to fulfill the promise I made earlier, Xiao Yu said. Whoever solves 3,000 games of the Rhinoceros Emperor game will receive a peak treasure. The Universe Lords held their breath. Most of them were still renting several peak treasures. If they could obtain a peak treasure, they could pay fewer rental fees each time they went out. As of now, Lord Peng Gong has solved 3,999 games, Lord Dark has solved 3,999 games, Lord Bing Feng has solved 3,890 games, Lord Huang Jian has solved 3,682 games. The above 15 Universe Lords have all obtained a peak treasure. Also, besides Luo Feng, Lord Yuhu and the other three of you need to work harder, Xiao Yu said slowly. These peak treasures have all been placed in the initial universe. You can enter the side hall of Chaos City to receive them. Creation True Lord is generous. Generous. The Universe Lords all praised. Now, even without the reward of treasures, they would be willing to participate in solving the games. In these 100,000 years of solving the games, they had already felt a real improvement in their comprehension. Some who had not been able to create the strongest secret technique before, after participating in solving the games, had created the strongest secret technique in a short time, and even created multiple strongest secret techniques. Even Lord Kui Yu, without a supreme treasure, already had 4th level combat power. Luo Feng, how many pairs of your Chaos Golden Wings have you collected now? Xiao Yu looked at Luo Feng next to him. 5 pairs, only 1 pair is missing to be complete. I can feel that the 6th pair is in the Purple Moon Holy Land, Luo Feng said through gritted teeth. I really want to kill my way to the Purple Moon Holy Land. I previously wanted to trade for it with a supreme treasure or a memory stone, but the Purple Moon Holy Land still disagreed. Purple Moon Ancestor probably saw through some of the details of this mechanical flow treasure. He doesn't want you to obtain all the wings and suppress your strength, Primal Chaos True Lord said. He had already known about Luo Feng's search for the last wing. Third brother, I previously obtained a cyan token, which is said to contain the treasures of Jia Fanzi, but I haven't gone to retrieve it yet. Luo Feng suddenly said. Haven't gone yet, Primal Chaos True Lord laughed. Then you go to the universe boat now, I'll directly send you over to retrieve it, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Okay, Luo Feng nodded slightly. 7 days later. Outside the universe boat, a majestic giant ship tore through the endless chaotic airflow and appeared out of thin air. I have arrived, Luo Feng transmitted his voice through a communication treasure within the giant ship. Okay, a soft voice came. Immediately, endless secret patterns appeared out of thin air within the endless chaotic airflow, and then Luo Feng felt the space-time change. Looking at the vast space, with huge leaves suspended in the endless void, he knew that he had arrived at the Cyan Token secret chamber space area. Most of the secret chamber spaces within the universe boat were places where the previous universe boat's high-level powerhouses cultivated and rested, so they were relatively safer. 2 days later, a dark green small boat stopped on a huge leaf. Boom! Endless secret patterns flashed, and Xiao Yu appeared out of thin air. Luo Feng, found it? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, Luo Feng pointed to the huge building in the distance. Luo Feng waved his hand and put away the tomb ship, and then flew into the huge building with Xiao Yu. On the vast and boundless continent, 2 towering figures stood side by side, looking up at the sky. The light produced by the 9 scorching fireballs intertwined in the sky above the entire continent, as if forming a picture scroll. The origin of water and fire, this Jia Fanzi, can reach the 10th level peak by simply cultivating the way of water and fire. His talent is very strong. If he also obtained the inheritance of ancient civilization like the two of us, then a third Holy Land universe will definitely appear in the universe ocean, Xiao Yu praised. Yes, such a powerful person still couldn't pass through reincarnation. Passing through reincarnation is really extremely difficult. Luo Feng was momentarily filled with emotion. Breakthrough, only by breaking through the true God realm and reaching a new level, otherwise the chances are not high, Xiao Yu sighed, and then said, under this earth, there is a peak palace treasure. The many inheritances and treasures he left behind are all there. Luo Feng threw it casually, and suddenly the star tower flew up. With Luo Feng's divine power guidance, the huge 9 fireballs in the high altitude were quickly collected into the star tower. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the earth separated, and the sand and stones separated to both sides, revealing a palace. There are actually 32 treasures of this level of peak palace type domain type, and there are as many as 91 ordinary peak treasures, Luo Feng said excitedly. Luo Feng was like a nouveau riche. Third brother, how is my harvest this time? Luo Feng said with a smile, looking at Luo Feng. Haha, not bad, just so, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Luo Feng, I'll take you to see what a real tycoon is. Treasures even more than this. Where? Luo Feng was also very much looking forward to it. Chapter 532, Eternal True God Level Treasure. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. The core area of the universe boat. Countless palace complexes float in the void. Within one of these majestic palaces, endless divine light flashes, and 2 figures appear out of nowhere. These are all supreme treasures? Luo Feng asked, astonished. Haha, you could say that, but these treasures cannot be taken away for the time being. Only when the universe boat is completely repaired and the original will allows it, can they be taken, Xiao Yu said slowly. Envy, jealousy, hate. Luo Feng joked. He suddenly felt that the 100 or so pinnacle treasures he had obtained before were not so appealing anymore. These treasures are all external things, only your own strength is true power, Xiao Yu said slowly. Third brother, then I'll go seek my own strength, go to other forbidden areas and the various dangerous places in the universe see, Luo Feng laughed. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Immediately, the two were submerged in endless secret patterns. The moment the secret patterns disappeared, Xiao Yu returned to the black stone pillar area, while Luo Feng appeared in the universe sea. After leaving the universe boat, Luo Feng first returned to the initial universe and handed over the treasures he had obtained this time to the primal Chaos City Lord. This Jia Fanzi Sr. left behind so many treasures, only asking us to continue his legacy. Our human race should naturally help, the primal Chaos City Lord said with excitement and joy. However, with so many treasures, including those pinnacle treasures obtained before, we must think carefully about how to use them well. Otherwise, when our human race has more and more universe masters in the future, perhaps each one won't even get a pinnacle treasure. The primal Chaos City Lord could imagine that the number of universe masters that could appear in the human race in the future would definitely be unimaginably large. Teacher, don't worry, by then, the supreme treasures in Third Brother's universe boat will be enough for each universe master in our human race to have a set, and there will still be plenty to spare, Luo Feng said. There are so many supreme treasures. The primal Chaos City Lord had not seen the scene at the time and could not imagine it at all. Of course, the number of supreme treasures could fill up a world and then some. Luo Feng directly used divine power to simulate the scene he had seen. There are so many. The primal Chaos City Lord was stunned by the projection. So, teacher, arrange things with peace of mind now. Don't be afraid of not having enough, Luo Feng said. Leaving the initial universe, Luo Feng also began his long journey of cultivation. Adventuring and traveling is also a way of cultivation. Time flies, and more than 800,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. The universe sea, the universe boat, formerly one of the 3 great forbidden areas. Success. When Xiao Yu replaced the last treasure module, the aura of the entire universe boat suddenly underwent earth-shattering changes. Endless pressure filled the inside and outside of the entire universe boat. Waves of huge fluctuations originated from the universe boat, and endless space-time was directly torn apart by the huge fluctuations, creating waves of huge black storms. Waves of huge fluctuations continued to radiate outward. As the fluctuations spread, the surrounding cosmic space within a radius of billions of light years was completely destroyed, becoming an area shrouded in endless black storms. Even the naturally formed space vortexes were destroyed and torn apart. Wow! The power emitted by the universe boat itself is so terrifying, Xiao Yu said with emotion. This super-mechanical treasure truly deserves to be called a national treasure. Although endless pressure could still be felt inside the universe boat, it was incomparable to the outside. Boom! The operating laws of the universe sea descended, and endless pressure enveloped the universe boat. Immediately, the endless black storms dissipated, and the pressure emanating from the universe boat rapidly weakened, quickly weakening to the level of an eternal true God. Immediately, the operating laws of the universe subsided and no longer suppressed the universe boat. The operating laws of the universe sea actually do not allow such a powerful existence to exist here, but it can still allow existences of the eternal true God level, Xiao Yu said with emotion. At the same time, he already understood where the bottom line allowed by the treasure rules in the universe sea was. Master, just now, the original will has relaxed the restrictions on the many treasures within the universe boat. Endless treasures can now be taken out, Tutu transmitted excitedly. Haha, today is truly a day worth celebrating, Xiao Yu laughed. I completed the request, the original will should release the ancestral god, right? Xiao Yu was very happy, not only because those true god treasures, void true god treasures, and some eternal true god treasures could all be his, but also, and most importantly, that this 3,000 world boat would completely belong to him. 2. Calculate how many treasures are within my entire 3,000 world boat, Xiao Yu asked directly. Within the entire 3,000 world boat, there are countless treasures, but only a portion of them can I call upon. Of these that can be called upon, there are 3 God King treasures, 18 Chaos Dominator level treasures, 382 Eternal True God level treasures, over 30,000 Void True God level treasures, and countless True God level treasures, Tutu said. For God King level treasures and Chaos Dominator level treasures, Xiao Yu was not too concerned for the time being. Mainly, unless these treasures could automatically seal their power, otherwise, the energy required to maintain their existence alone would not be something that Xiao Yu could provide at present. How many Eternal True God level treasures are mechanical treasures? Xiao Yu asked. Powerful mechanical treasures all have a source, carrying energy. Before the origin within that comparable to a small universe is exhausted, they do not need to consume the user's divine power. There are only 5, Tutu said. Then, endless divine power surged in the void, forming a treasure that looked like a compass, a battle blade, a suit of armor, a crystal that looked like an eyeball, and a small boat. These 5 are, the endless heavenly compass, the opening heaven divine blade, the eternal divine armor, the black god eye, and the Wuyong flame boat, Tutu explained. Each of these 5 mechanical treasures possesses unfathomable abilities. The endless heavenly compass can generate a universe and is a suppression-type treasure that can bind limit eternal true god powerhouses. The opening heaven divine blade is an attack-type mechanical eternal treasure with extremely strong attacks and is indestructible. It can directly destroy void true god level treasures and also possesses 2 abilities. The first, a thought of the void. The second, a thought of the universe, can directly produce a universe with a diameter of millions of light years out of thin air. The universe contains endless power, and even eternal true God level existences that fall into it will find it difficult to escape. The eternal divine armor is a mechanical defense treasure that can simultaneously defend against any material attack or soul attack. The defense limit is the eternal true God limit, and any attack below the eternal true God limit is ineffective. The Black God Eye is a will impact type mechanical treasure that can emit a will impact comparable to the Chaos Dominator level. The Wuyong Flame Boat is an eternal true God level mechanical spaceship with extremely high flight and shuttle speeds, Tutu continued to explain. Quickly bring them over, I want these treasures now. Also, bring over some true God level treasures and true God level mechanical treasures, Xiao Yu ordered. He was already shocked by the functions of these eternal true God level mechanical treasures. Chapter 533, Releasing the Original Ancestor. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Endless divine light flashed, and soon treasures appeared in the void before Xiao Yu, including a blue spaceship, a purple warblade, and dark green armor. Master, according to your instructions, I have retrieved 5 eternal true God level mechanical treasures, as well as 500 true God treasures and 120 mechanical true God treasures, Tutu said. Master, are these treasures sufficient for you and your forces? They are sufficient. Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction, storing the 620 true God level treasures into various world rings. Then, Holding the 5 eternal true God level mechanical treasures, he extended his divine power into them, claiming them one by one. Each of these 5 treasures required him to possess a will at the limit of the eternal true God level, which he now fully met, successfully completing the recognition process. After claiming them, Xiao Yu's true body directly stored the void armor within his body, enveloping the heart of true God, and donned the purple eternal divine armor, storing the other 4 eternal true God level treasures within his body. With a thought, Xiao Yu appeared outside the universe boat. Inside the universe boat, nearly 10,000 divine power avatars of Xiao Yu were constantly cultivating within the black stone pillar space. Inside the virtual universe, the space-time plane. After nearly a million years of development, the human race has once again had a universe top overlord, Venerable Sky Blue, advance to become a universe master, becoming the current 20th universe master of the human race, titled Sky Blue Master, originating from the Giant Axe martial arts arena. The human race now possesses a total of 4 true gods and 20 universe masters. Our human race is now thriving and can be said to be heading towards the true apex of the original universe. Giant Axe exclaimed. The human race is now the undisputed number 1 force in the entire original universe. In terms of hard power, it even surpasses the 2 Holy Lands. However, the number of strong individuals still cannot compare with the 2 Holy Lands. Even the current Purple Moon Holy Land, although Luo Feng has been using the tomb ship to suppress the universe masters of the Purple Moon Holy Land for nearly a million years, he has only suppressed 10 of them. The reason for not killing them is that Holy Lands not only possess a large number of universe masters but also have an even greater number of quasi-universe masters, so whenever a universe master falls, they can replenish them in a short period of time. Unless it is like when Xiao Yu destroyed the God Eye race, killing dozens or hundreds of universe masters at once. However, Luo Feng's strength is insufficient, and the universe masters of the Purple Moon Holy Land are not fools and will not foolishly wait to gather together. Just now, I have repaired the universe boat and fulfilled the requirements of the original will, Xiao Yu said slowly. So, the original universe can release the original ancestor. Chaos City Lord suddenly stood up, surprised and delighted. It should be. I have retrieved those treasures he promised me, a total of more than 600 true god level treasures, including various ordinary treasures and mechanical treasures, Xiao Yu continued. True god treasures? Sky Blue Master asked in confusion. In the past, we called the level above Universe Master the Universe Supreme Master. In ancient civilizations, it was called True God, and there are even higher levels above that, Luo Feng explained. The previous term, Supreme Treasure, was actually incorrect. In ancient civilizations, there were many levels above True God, so these treasures can also be further subdivided. Treasures for true gods are called True God treasures, and there are even more other levels of treasures above that. These treasures, especially the mechanical treasures, can usually increase your combat power by 2 to 3 levels. However, the stronger you are, the more limited the improvement will be, Xiao Yu said. I will give all these treasures to teacher. You can go to him to exchange for what you need. Stop talking, let's go welcome the original ancestor. Chaos City Lord couldn't wait any longer. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. The original universe. Within the human race's Genesis universe, in a remote, uninhabited territory, a black, towering giant ship appeared out of thin air. It was the Wuyong Flame ship, Xiao Yu's newly acquired eternal true god level mechanical flying palace. This shuttle distance is really far. It can actually traverse 1 trillion light years at once, Xiao Yu exclaimed. This kind of shuttle distance is much farther than the instantaneous movement of a true god. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu stored the Wuyong Flame ship into his body. Then, with an instantaneous movement, he appeared at the palace complex. Boom! A towering figure reaching 1,000,000 kilometers in height appeared out of thin air. It was Chaos City Lord. Teacher, you came so quickly. Xiao Yu bowed respectfully. Although both of them were true gods, a teacher is still a teacher. Wait for Giant Axe, we will go together, Chaos City Lord said, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Okay, Xiao Yu replied calmly. Suddenly, a towering figure resembling a savage appeared out of thin air. It was Giant Axe. Let's go, we are going to the ancestral god religion, Chaos City Lord said with incomparable excitement, and took Giant Axe and Xiao Yu to the ancestral god religion together. The group of 3 quickly arrived at the ancestral god palace in the ancestral god secret realm. Entering the ancestral god palace, 3 ancestral gods were sitting inside. Ancestral gods, you must know our intentions, Chaos City Lord said directly. The universe boat has been repaired. Should the original will abide by its original promise and release our human original ancestor. Chaos City Lord, don't be anxious. The elderly ancestral god opened his mouth and said, the original will has already informed us of the matter. Now that Xiao Yu has repaired the universe boat, the original ancestor can naturally be released. Wait a moment, the original ancestor should appear directly in the ancestral god palace. Has the original will begun to release the original ancestor? Giant Axe asked. Please wait a moment, the double-faced ancestral god said. Xiao Yu was also looking forward to it. Although he had seen images of the original ancestor in the virtual universe several times, he had never seen him in reality. He was very curious about what the original ancestor was like. He was also looking forward to how the Boundary Beast crisis would unfold with the original ancestor. Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe were both excited, especially Chaos City Lord, whose whole body was trembling, unable to control himself. Teacher. Xiao Yu grasped the arm of his teacher, Chaos City Lord. Xiao Yu, I am fine, I am just too excited. The wish that I have been looking forward to for endless years is finally about to be realized, Chaos City Lord said. To Chaos City Lord, Giant Axe, and others, the original ancestor could be regarded as both a teacher and a father. Without the original ancestor, there would be no them. Suddenly, a powerful wave appeared in the hall. In the center of the hall, the space twisted, as if forming a spatial wormhole. A blurry figure instantly passed through the spatial wormhole and appeared in the hall. Is this the original ancestor? He is really strong, Xiao Yu exclaimed. He could feel that the original ancestor's realm had actually reached the void true god level, but he had not yet broken through due to some problems such as the small universe. Teacher. Chaos City Lord directly took a step forward, teleported to the front of the white-robed man, and knelt down, tears streaming down. Haha, don't be like a child. The white-robed original ancestor smiled like a loving father, helping up Chaos City Lord. Senior. Giant Axe also teleported to the front of the white-robed original ancestor. You did a good job. The white-robed original ancestor patted Giant Axe's shoulder and said. Grandmaster. Xiao Yu also said respectfully. Xiao Yu, you are also very good. The original ancestor stared at Xiao Yu and smiled with satisfaction. The original ancestor's smile seemed to have great power, able to smooth out all other emotions and restore people to calm. Thank you. The original ancestor looked at the 3 ancestral gods and nodded slightly. Chapter 534. Xiao Yu, Chaos, Giant Axe. Primal ancestor smiled as he looked at the 3, let's go. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Immediately, the 4 disappeared from the ancestral god palace. The 3 ancestral gods looked at the departure of the 4 most powerful beings of the human race, and couldn't help but look at each other. The double-faced ancestral god couldn't help but sigh. With primal ancestors' return, and with Xiao Yu in the human race, and with a heaven-defying universe master like Luo Feng in the new generation, they will be even more glorious and honored. They actually automatically ignored the fact that Xiao Yu and Luo Feng were from the same era. In the Genesis universe kingdom of the human territory, in front of countless majestic palaces. Xiao Yu, I originally thought that with your talent, you would at most be able to become a universe master, in such a short period of time. Primal ancestor sighed with a smile. I didn't expect you to not only become a universe master, but also break through again to become a true god in an extremely short period of time. I didn't expect you to grow to this point, and I didn't expect that you could repair the universe boat in such a short time, and even let the origin will release me. Primal ancestor said solemnly, I can hardly repay your kindness to me, so please accept my bow. No, primal ancestor, you are my grand master. Xiao Yu hurriedly stopped him, and endless divine power lifted the primal ancestor up. Kindness is kindness, you don't have to care about other things. Primal ancestor was held back by Xiao Yu's divine power and couldn't bow down at all, not even a half bow. Teacher is just like that. Chaos City Lord said helplessly from the side. Right, Grand Master, why were you suppressed by the origin will back then? Xiao Yu quickly changed the subject. He naturally knew that if the primal ancestor hadn't intended to destroy the origin will of the original universe and become the origin will of the original universe himself, he would not have provoked the origin will to suppress him. Yes, teacher. Chaos City Lord also said, Teacher, you mentioned this to me before, but you only mentioned it vaguely. What exactly happened? That's right, Senior, you can talk about it. Giant Axe also said. Don't worry, now that I have been released, we have plenty of time. Primal Ancestor shook his head and smiled. Let's talk about it when we return to the initial universe. Teacher, take these treasures first. Xiao Yu took out world rings, which contained 620 true god-level treasures. Good. Chaos City Lord took the world ring, and then took out a mechanical true god-level treasure that looked like a warhammer. Divine power penetrated into it and directly completed the recognition of its owner. Immediately, a message entered his mind. It can really increase the power by 3 levels. Chaos City Lord nodded with satisfaction. His self-created secret technique is now at the 7th level. Using this mechanical treasure, he can exert the 10th level, which is comparable to Giant Axe's combat power. Let me see. Primal Ancestor also said curiously. Then Chaos City Lord took out 2 more mechanical treasures, one a divine axe and the other a divine staff. Primal Ancestor took the divine staff, directly recognized its owner, and shook his head with a smile. This treasure doesn't have much effect on me, it can only be regarded as a slightly handy weapon. Before being suppressed, Primal Ancestor was already able to display top-tier 10th level secret techniques. After being suppressed, he came into contact with the highest law and comprehended even higher levels. Even if he has not yet been promoted to Void True God, he can still display 11th and 12th level secret techniques at will. Giant Axe took the divine axe, and after recognizing its owner, said, "This mechanical treasure doesn't improve me much either, only able to increase 1 level. A treasure that can reach the 11th level of power is not bad for Giant Axe. Primal Ancestor and Giant Axe, after a while, I will bring some higher level mechanical treasures over." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "I came back in a hurry this time, so I didn't prepare any void level mechanical treasures." Void level is not a defining term of the highest rule, so it can be said. Void level, Primal Ancestor asked in confusion, are you saying that above True God is void level? That's right, above True God is void level, and above that is eternal True God. Continuing upwards, there are saint level existences who can control chaos. Above saint level is king level. As for the names of higher levels, I don't know for the time being. Xiao Yu explained. Void level, this name is very appropriate. Primal Ancestor moved his mind, and a distant starry sky turned into void. Within this void of only millions of kilometers, there is no law or matter. Is this the ability above True God? Giant Axe murmured, a single thought can create a void. Having been suppressed for endless years, I want to walk around and see. Primal Ancestor smiled and disappeared out of thin air. Senior, you haven't said why the origin will suppressed you back then. Giant Axe shouted towards the place where Primal Ancestor disappeared. Giant Axe, when Grandmaster wants to say it, he will naturally say it, there is no need to force it. Xiao Yu smiled. Giant Axe and I will leave first. Chaos City Lord said. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Swoosh, swoosh. Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord teleported away directly. Virtual Universe. Rhino Emperor World. It has been 100 epochs since the Rhino Emperor World was created. Xiao Yu appeared here out of thin air. Looking at the sky above the plane, the huge screens displayed the rankings of various realm solutions. In 100 epochs, among the Undying, no one has reached 1,000 solutions, and 63 people have exceeded 500 solutions, which is very good. Among these 63 people, 26 are Undying from my Earth lineage. Xiao Yu was very happy. Then he looked at the solution rankings of the Universe Venerables. No one has broken through 1,000 solutions yet. In the Genesis Universe Kingdom, in a majestic palace with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. The Undying gods of the Earth lineage gathered here, as well as 3 Universe Venerables. Among these 3 Earth humans who were promoted to Venerables, one was Xiao Ling, Xiao Yu's eldest sister, and another was Sun Lan, also an acquaintance of Xiao Yu. The 3rd Universe Venerable was Luo Li, Luo Feng's 25th generation grandson. Wow, are these all powerhouses of our Earth lineage? There are actually millions of Undying. It is said that the number of king-level Undying in our Earth lineage has exceeded 50,000. Look, the 3 people at the front are all Universe Venerables. It is said that one of them is the Genesis True God's own sister. And the dozens of people sitting in the front, don't look at them as only Undying level, but they are all relatives of the 4 ancestors of our Earth lineage. I heard that the Genesis True God and the Galaxy Lord will both appear today. The Genesis True God is appearing today specifically to send treasures to the Undying who have exceeded 500 solutions in the Rhino Emperor world. The human Undying were talking about it. Suddenly, a powerful wave appeared, and then a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Emerald Lord. After she descended, she sat directly to the side. After a while, Luo Feng also appeared out of thin air. Galaxy Ancestor. The Undying bowed respectfully. This is the future of my Earth lineage. Luo Feng looked at the powerful Undying clansman in front of him with great emotion, and then looked at his parents and family members such as Shu Xin and Luo Hua sitting aside, and thought to himself, it's good to have you here. Boom! A pressure appeared out of thin air, and then spread throughout the palace. Genesis Ancestor. The Undying bowed respectfully again. Xiao Yu's figure appeared out of thin air on the throne. Chapter 535, The Long Years. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. 100 epochs ago, I said that if any of you could solve 500 puzzles, I would reward them with a treasure. The first solver would receive an ordinary domain treasure or a treasure of equivalent value. Those who fail to complete the task will have their permissions reduced by 1 level. Xiao Yu's voice was soft, yet it clearly entered the consciousness of every immortal. The immortal gods held their breath. 100 epochs have passed, and only 26 of you immortals have completed the initial task. However, most of you million immortals have advanced to immortality later. Only less than 500 people have reached the time limit. The permissions of those who have not completed this goal will be immediately reduced, Xiao Yu continued. Today, I will personally deliver the rewarded treasures to you. Xiao Yu looked down upon the immortal gods. Even though Xiao Yu had restrained his aura, the aura of slaughter and the presence he naturally exuded from being in a high position for so long were not something these immortals could resist. The first one, and also the fastest in our entire Earth lineage to solve 500 puzzles, is Xiao Li. He has only been an immortal for less than 80 epochs. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu directly teleported a handsome man from the immortal crowd below. Xiao Li was completely stunned. He didn't say anything for a moment, just standing there blankly. Xiao Li, as the first to break through the bottleneck of immortality, you can receive an ordinary treasure. What type of treasure do you choose? Xiao Yu said with a light smile, his laughter containing a trace of divine power that awakened Xiao Li. Ancestor. Xiao Li hurriedly bowed respectfully. All right, now is not the time for these formalities. Tell me, what is your choice? Xiao Yu asked again. Treasures equivalent in value to ordinary domain treasures include domain type, palace type, soul type, and suppression type ordinary treasures, as well as advanced treasure armor and advanced treasure weapons, Luo Feng explained, seeing the other party's blank expression. Indeed, you can think about it carefully, there's no rush, Xiao Yu said softly. Domain treasures possess both offensive and binding abilities, but their defensive capabilities are much inferior to palace-type treasures. However, with my current strength as a king-level immortal, I mainly explore some secret realms, and domain treasures are very important, Xiao Li thought to himself. For a moment, many thoughts circulated in his mind, swaying back and forth. It was just that these treasures each had their own advantages and disadvantages. It would be great if he could obtain them all. Ancestor, can I choose a complete set, even if it's downgraded by 1 level? Xiao Li asked. You can. How about this? I'll give you a top-tier domain-type treasure, a top-tier palace-type treasure, a top-tier suppression-type treasure, a top-tier soul-type treasure, an ordinary treasure armor, an ordinary treasure weapon, and also a flying-type treasure, Xiao Yu slowly said. The value of these many treasures and ordinary treasures was still slightly lower than that of an ordinary domain-type treasure, but not by much. All of these treasures and ordinary treasures are within this world ring. With a wave of his hand, a masterless world ring appeared out of thin air in Xiao Li's hand. Thank you, Ancestor. Xiao Li bowed and quickly grasped the world ring, allowing his divine power to penetrate and imprint his soul mark. I hope you work hard and strive to advance to the Universe Master as soon as possible, Xiao Yu patted Xiao Li's shoulder encouragingly. Xiao Li was immediately excited and thrilled, a voice constantly echoing in his mind, the Ancestor patted my shoulder. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yu teleported Xiao Li away. Next, Xiao Yu said softly, Luo Feng, Because this was the first batch of geniuses from the Earth lineage to receive rewards, Xiao Yu personally bestowed the rewards. In the future, Countless immortals and universe masters would receive rewards from time to time. These people would directly receive rewards within the virtual universe. Moreover, all formalities would be cancelled. Therefore, this first group of 26 people would be the luckiest, and would also be deeply engraved in the history of the Earth lineage. Afterwards, Xiao Yu returned to Earth and personally spent nearly 10,000 years with his parents. During these 10,000 years, Xiao Yu accompanied his parents to wander around the primitive universe. The Zerg territory, which bred endless Zerg warriors, the fiercely fought Yao territory, the beautiful Crystal Clan Temple, the dangerous ancestral god Mystic Realm. He even made a special trip to tour 10,081 primitive stars. With Xiao Yu, the #1 expert in the Universe C, as their escort, there was no danger in the entire primitive universe. Time passed quickly, and soon the tour ended. Xiao Yu left a divine power clone to continue accompanying his parents, while he himself directly left the primitive universe. He returned to the universe boat. His main body entered the black patterned stone pillar cultivation space. With a thought, he entered the inheritance space. Under a time acceleration of 100 million times, he cultivated and comprehended various secret techniques, and also comprehended the 5 newly acquired eternal true god level mechanical flow treasures. At the same time, Xiao Yu sent out all his divine power clones to wander around the universe C. Some entered the peak world, exploring all the dangerous places except for the dim place. Some entered the flowing Chong Mountain, exploring the secrets and searching for treasures within the bizarre and beautiful, maze-like flowing Chong Mountain. Some constantly teleported and traveled in various directions in the universe C, exploring the dangerous places they passed along the way. As time passed, humanity's map of the universe C also rapidly increased due to Xiao Yu's constant expansion, soon increasing many times over. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 million years had passed. In 6 million years, Xiao Yu's miniature universe had completely evolved, and its source structure was very stable. Each of the 10,000 plane worlds had an internal diameter of 100 billion light-years, resembling a real universe. Each plane had evolved quite completely according to its own characteristics. At the same time, next to the time-space hall, the original world tree had also grown to the true god stage, with a height of 10,000 light-years, its canopy covering the entire source space. The world tree's 100,000 main roots, each over 1,000,000 light-years long, appeared outside the creation universe, constantly absorbing the chaotic airflow. In this way, the world tree no longer needed to absorb the energy within Xiao Yu's creation universe to grow. The vast universe C is boundless and limitless. One of Xiao Yu's divine power clones was constantly teleporting rapidly in one direction. After 6 million years, although most of the time was spent constantly exploring the dangerous places he passed along the way, he had already left the universe boat by more than 100 million trillion light-years. There is a small universe ahead, coming at a speed exceeding 120 million times the speed of light. Xiao Yu possessed the special ability to sense universes. Within that small universe, it was as if there was a universe, and within it, there were even smaller universes. This is the world of Jin, right? It's coming, Xiao Yu thought to himself, then teleported twice in a row and hovered in the endless chaotic airflow. Boom! An incomparably terrifying stream of light flashed past. Under the incomparably terrifying speed, the shockwave formed by that behemoth impacting the surrounding chaotic airflow instantly impacted Xiao Yu, who was still very far away, causing Xiao Yu's body to suddenly retreat by several million kilometers before stabilizing his figure. Chapter 536, The World of Jin. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. A gigantic humanoid creature, 160 million light-years tall, moving at 120 million times the speed of light, truly astonishing. Xiao Yu thought to himself, with the arrival of the Jin-Ji world and its current speed, it will probably take 2 million years to reach the original universe. Xiao Yu believed that the Jin-Ji world, pulled from the immeasurably distant depths of the universe ocean by the original universe's source will, could be slowed down or even stopped by the original universe's power, even without colliding with the universe boat. Haha, the original universe wants me to repair the universe boat, perhaps intending for it to reduce the Jin-Ji world's speed. But I don't necessarily need to do that. Maybe I can change its direction and have it directly crash into the peak world. Then, the tilting peak realm will either shatter or become embedded in the Jin-Ji world. Xiao Yu kept thinking. As for what Zuo Shan Ke would think about this, that had nothing to do with him, Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu only wanted to continue exploring and researching the laws. Boom! Suddenly, the gigantic humanoid object directly crashed into a dangerous area called Black Metal Petrifying Pool, formed after the destruction of a small universe. This was a vast pool, approximately 3.2 million light-years in diameter, formed of exceptionally sturdy black metal. The pool wasn't filled with water, but with endless purple flames that resembled liquid. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, this wasn't a naturally formed dangerous area of the universe ocean, but rather something derived from the destruction of a small universe. The universe membrane had completely vanished, endless spacetime had collapsed, and the original world had disappeared, leaving only the most solid foundation of the small universe. It was like Xiao Yu's original time-space island, and the time-space palace evolved from it. The towering, gigantic humanoid object rushed in at 120 million times the speed of light, directly shattering the black metal petrifying pool, which was as hard as a void true god-level treasure, sending debris flying in all directions. Endless purple, liquid-like flames adhered to the gigantic humanoid object, but were quickly dispersed by the endless chaotic airflow. Swoosh! A streak of purple flame flew towards Xiao Yu at over 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Void. With a thought from Xiao Yu, a void tens of millions of kilometers in radius formed, enveloping the purple flame. Within the void, the purple flame rapidly decelerated. When the void disappeared and the chaotic airflow rushed back in, the purple flame surged along with the chaotic airflow. This small universe definitely wasn't a true god-level small universe. Xiao Yu could sense that even a single flame from the black metal petrifying pool was enough to make a powerful universe master perish. Inside the black patterned stone pillar space of the universe boat. Within the inheritance space, Xiao Yu suddenly opened his eyes and murmured, "The Jin-Ji world is coming. Fortunately, I have now comprehended the complete secret techniques on the universe boat and can control it." Immediately, Xiao Yu's soul stirred, sensing his entire body's condition, and naturally understood the changes within his soul's inner world. 600 trillion years, the world has finally grown to 100 million light-years in diameter. However, according to the records in the Yuanyun technique, the maximum size before the universe's first cycle is 100 million light-years in diameter. Xiao Yu thought. At the same time, with a thought, an invisible wave radiated from Xiao Yu's body, instantly reaching a radius of 1 kilometer. As Xiao Yu's mind moved, this 1 kilometer radius instantly transformed into a world of flames, and then, with another thought, it instantly transformed into a world of water. "Kid, you actually dare to unfold your own universe within my world." Dream Old Man appeared out of nowhere and said softly. "Dream Old Man, why is my universe domain only this 1 kilometer in size?" Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, since his universe had already grown to 100 million light-years. "Considering your realm, being able to unfold this domain is already quite good." Dream Old Man smiled. "Indeed, Dream Old Man, your realm is profound." Xiao Yu said. "Not bad, you brat are quite knowledgeable. You're doing well. Your soul origin cultivation is already quite good, and you can start the next stage of cultivation." Dream Old Man said. "Next stage of cultivation, isn't it just continuously accumulating source energy to make the inner universe bigger? Why is there a need for cycling?" Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. The growth of a universe cannot truly become powerful by solely relying on external source energy. To give an analogy, let's take the universe ocean as the largest system. No matter how vast the energy of the universe ocean is, as sacred universes are born and become eternal, and even transcend, the unknown energy within the universe ocean will only become less and less. Dream Old Man said softly. In that case, the stronger one becomes, the harder it should be to be born as time flows. Under these circumstances, what should one do? Is it possible to cultivate a secret technique that doesn't consume any external energy? The answer is yes. Dream Old Man continued. Is it like positive and negative matter? As long as positive and negative matter are produced simultaneously, the total amount of matter is always zero. Xiao Yu said. Yes, not bad. However, for the laws of the universe, it's even more complex. Positive and negative matter annihilate each other upon contact, but when it involves laws, they can be made to coexist interdependently. Dream Old Man continued, only by having the universe cycle can one stabilize the original source energy, purify the source, making it more refined and powerful, and accumulate more source energy. Cycling, this is different from the original universe's cycle. Xiao Yu sighed. Naturally. You have your inner universe cycle for cultivation. Each cycle will only make your inner universe more powerful. For example, now, if you use the law domain of your inner universe to fight, your own strength has already reached the peak of void true God. And if your inner universe enters a state of destruction, your strength will break through again. Dream Old Man explained. In other words, each cycle will increase my strength again. Xiao Yu suddenly understood. Not bad, but each time you cycle, all the negative energy, such as the power of destruction, within your inner world needs to be released. But your inner universe possesses the law of dreams, so it's different. As long as you let the law of dreams digest these negative energies and transform them into positive source energy, your inner universe will grow even faster. Dream Old Man said solemnly. Everything is relative, advantages are always accompanied by disadvantages. One drink, one peck, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. But dreams can change everything. Dream Old Man, how long is the approximate time between each cycle? Xiao Yu asked, as he needed to know these basics. 700 trillion years. This is the limit of your inner universe's growth time, and it will also be the time limit for each of your cycles. Dream Old Man said, waving his hand to produce a book 10 meters thick. This is the next stage of the soul origin inheritance. Study it carefully and don't cause any problems. Xiao Yu took the thick book, placed it in his training room, and with a thought, exited the inheritance space. 2-2, accelerate towards the Jin-Ji world. With a thought from Xiao Yu, the control core flashed with a series of complex and profound secret patterns. Instantly, the universe boat began to move, slowly turning its head, and then flying away from the original universe. Chapter 537, The Spacecraft Disappears. AI Model, Gemini 2.0/001. Within the endless chaotic currents, trillions of light-years away from the universe boat, lies an ordinary perilous area known as Flowing Flame Mountain. Flowing Flame Mountain is a common dangerous zone within the universe sea, resembling a range of continuous mountains, except that these mountains contain endless flowing flames. Suddenly, a streak of light flew out from within Flowing Flame Mountain. It's been a while since I visited Flowing Heavy Mountain. I'll go take a look around, the demon god Yao Lang of the second reincarnation era thought leisurely as he advanced. For him, venturing into this Flowing Flame Mountain was like a vacation, completely without pressure. Boom! An incredibly terrifying streak of light flashed past, and the demon god Yao Lang was sent tumbling hundreds of billions of kilometers away by the impact of the endless chaotic currents. That's the universe boat, it's actually moving away from the original universe, demon god Yao Lang exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had long been aware of the widely circulated rumors about the universe boat and had personally observed it from a distance, so he was quite familiar with its changes. However, since the human creation true God repaired the universe boat, he had merely kept people from approaching or entering it, without actually manipulating it to do anything. The two holy lands of the universe sea and the various forces of the three reincarnation eras had always assumed that the human Xiao Yu was incapable of controlling the universe boat. He never expected that today he would see the universe boat actually moving away from the original universe. Where is the universe boat going? At 40 million times the speed of light, moving away, what's it up to? Demon god Yao Lang wondered. Perhaps there's an opportunity, should I follow it? Demon god Yao Lang hesitated. In his view, whatever the human creation true God was using the universe boat to travel to must be a great opportunity, containing endless treasures, otherwise, why would he make such a grand display? A treasure like the universe boat, comparable in size to a small universe, would consume extremely vast amounts of energy to fly at 40 million times the speed of light. I'll follow and see, demon god Yao Lang decided, filled with determination. He teleported repeatedly, keeping a distance behind the universe boat as he continued to advance. Inside the universe boat, Xiao Yu's main body had already detected a true god trailing behind the universe boat. However, Xiao Yu didn't pay much attention. Over the past millions of years, Xiao Yu had traveled throughout the universe sea and seen all sorts of things. If they want to follow, let them follow. After tens of thousands of years, they'll realize that I'm just traveling and will give up. In the universe sea, at the original location of the universe boat, one of the three great forbidden zones. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Northern True Star Lord, a subordinate of the Eastern Emperor. Where's the universe boat? It's only been 30,000 years since I last came, how could it be gone? Northern True Star Lord wondered. Since learning that the human Xiao Yu was repairing the universe boat, he would come to check on it every so often. With numerous space vortexes along the way, coupled with constant teleportation, even traveling from the universe boat to the Holy Land didn't actually take long. The ancestor once said that with Xiao Yu's current strength, he wouldn't be able to put away the universe boat, let alone control it to leave, Northern True Star Lord murmured. The disappearance of the universe boat could be said to be a major event for the entire universe sea. Northern True Star Lord reported it to the Eastern Emperor at the first opportunity. However, the Eastern Emperor didn't know the specific reason and only instructed Northern True Star Lord to gather more information. Soon, all the forces in the entire universe sea knew about the disappearance of the universe boat. Even if the Eastern Emperor Holy Land didn't publicize it, it couldn't be concealed at all. The various races of the universe sea, after learning that the creation true God had repaired the universe boat, would always come to take a look whenever they had the chance, especially to observe the changes of the universe boat. It was only in the recent millions of years that the universe boat had basically remained unchanged, so the true God experts of various races only occasionally came. But after tens of thousands of years, it would eventually be discovered. Virtual universe, time-space plane, in front of the God Temple. Chaos True God, Luo Feng, and Xiao Yu sat next to each other. Xiao Yu, the disappearance of the universe boat, this wouldn't be your doing, would it? Chaos True God stared at Xiao Yu with both eyes. Teacher, it is indeed my reason, Xiao Yu said directly. Third brother, you wouldn't be able to put away the universe boat already, would you? Luo Feng was extremely surprised. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for him to put away the Star Tower, which was less than 10 light years in size, so one can imagine the difficulty of the universe boat, which is over 100 million light years. Even if the universe boat is a super mechanical treasure, I can't do it with my current strength. Perhaps I'll be able to do it when I truly break through, Xiao Yu said repeatedly, picking up a glass of fruit wine and taking a sip. Then what's the reason? Luo Feng asked, pursuing the matter. Both Luo Feng and Chaos True God were very curious. Millions of years had passed, and they both knew the treasures that Xiao Yu possessed. The number of True God level treasures was extremely astonishing, and even void level treasures were numerous. They couldn't think of anything in the universe sea that would be worth Xiao Yu's mobilizing such a large force. Boom! After a burst of time-space fluctuation, white-robed primal ancestor appeared in front of the three. Teacher, Chaos True God hurriedly saluted. Grand Ancestor, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng also quickly saluted respectfully. Alright, Xiao Yu, I'm also very curious, Primal Ancestor also looked at Xiao Yu. Instantly, the three people, 6 eyes, stared straight at Xiao Yu. Alright, Chaos, and Luo Feng, don't stare at him like that, Primal Ancestor said slowly. Over the past millions of years, Luo Feng has been traveling throughout the universe sea, and so have I. Although my main body has been constantly cultivating deep within the universe boat's cultivation space, my nearly 10,000 divine power clones have been traveling throughout the universe sea, Xiao Yu said slowly, then pointed remotely at the void. Instantly, endless divine power formed a virtual projection. In the projection, a giant humanoid object was flying rapidly. Isn't this just a humanoid object? Luo Feng wondered, what was so special about a reclining human? Chaos True God looked at Xiao Yu, his eyes containing a questioning meaning. Don't worry, wait for him to finish speaking, Primal Ancestor said with a slight smile. 10,000 years ago, one of my divine power clones encountered such a giant humanoid object in a place far away from the original universe, Xiao Yu said slowly. Its reclining height is as high as 160 million light years, and its speed has reached 120 million times the speed of light. Ordinary dangerous places are simply vulnerable in front of it and are directly crushed. What? A height of 160 million light years, and it's flying at 120 million times the speed of light, Luo Feng was shocked. Such a huge object, flying at such a fast speed, I'm afraid nothing can stop it, not even the Holy Land universe, Primal Ancestor said with a solemn expression. What direction is it flying in now? Chaos City Lord asked. It's now flying towards the original universe, and it's estimated that it will take millions of years to collide with the original universe, Xiao Yu said slowly. You're controlling the universe boat, wouldn't it be to prevent it from colliding with the original universe? Primal Ancestor sighed. He didn't expect that the current Xiao Yu was not only powerful, but also able to discover crises that others had not discovered, and would also decisively take measures. Chapter 538. I want to stop it, but I don't want to keep this giant humanoid object there. Instead, I want to change its direction and make it crash into the inclined peak realm, Xiao Yu said slowly. You wouldn't be thinking of using the giant humanoid object to solve the realm beast problem in the inclined peak realm, would you? The Chaos True Master said. He understood Xiao Yu's meaning in an instant. Perhaps Xiao Yu's idea is actually possible, the Origin Ancestor laughed. Based on my understanding of the original universe's will and the supreme rules, since the universe ocean can produce a creature group like the realm beasts, which is enough to threaten the entire universe ocean, and the supreme rules haven't taken any action, it means that this is allowed by the supreme rules. The Chaos City Lord and Luo Feng both listened attentively. Millions of years ago, the original universe's will actually descended and entrusted Xiao Yu with repairing the universe boat, and even willingly released me. This shows that the original universe's will also felt the threat. Now it seems that the only thing that can pose a threat to the original universe's will is the realm beasts in the inclined peak realm. But the original universe's will didn't directly attack the realm beasts, and couldn't even personally deal with the three traitors of the universe ocean, which means that the original universe's will is unable to cope with this kind of crisis. And at this moment, the giant humanoid object is approaching the original universe, which means that the key to solving the realm beast crisis may lie within this humanoid object, the Origin Ancestor continued. In fact, the Origin Ancestor still didn't understand the realm beasts enough, and he didn't understand the giant humanoid object either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed with Xiao Yu's idea, and he wouldn't have agreed to let the Jin's world crash into the inclined peak realm. Xiao Yu, do you understand that giant humanoid object? What kind of object is it? The Chaos True Master asked. I don't understand it very well, but I can sense that it's like a universe, and it also contains some small universes inside, Xiao Yu said directly without hiding anything. Have you been inside? The Origin Ancestor asked curiously. No, although I haven't been inside, I can sense that within a certain range, I can sense both small universes and universes, Xiao Yu continued, not paying attention to the shocked expressions of the three of them. This is a special ability formed by reaching 100,000 times divine power on the divine power path. Taking the divine power path, reaching 100,000 times actually has such magical abilities. Doesn't that mean that even without a map, you won't get lost in the universe ocean? Luo Feng asked curiously. Luo Feng, who had already become a universe master, was also thinking about his path to becoming a true god, whether to take the divine power path or the law path. In fact, the power of the three levels of divine power already made him biased towards taking the divine power path. Now, seeing Xiao Yu as a precedent, he was even more certain of this direction. Actually, special abilities are not absolute, and are related to the life structure constructed by each true god who takes the divine power path, but the ability to be invisible is certain. As for other abilities, it's hard to say. Xiao Yu's eyes swept over the Origin Ancestor and the Chaos True Master, and then he looked at Luo Feng. Teacher and Master Ancestor are already true gods. If you want to improve your physical strength, you can only cultivate body refining techniques. I remember that among the many secret techniques I obtained before, there were body refining schools. However, Luo Feng, you can take the divine power path, but the divine power path can be said to be extremely difficult, far more difficult than the law path, Xiao Yu said repeatedly. I have already confirmed that I will also take the divine power path. Living a lifetime, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, I always have to try, Luo Feng said. Then you probably need to refer to various life structures a lot. Everyone takes this path differently, Xiao Yu said solemnly. The Origin Ancestor looked at the high-spirited Luo Feng, nodded with satisfaction, and smiled slightly. Universe boat. In the black-patterned stone pillar space, in the cultivation space, Xiao Yu saw that there was no problem with the direction of the universe boat, so he entered the inheritance space. A part of his soul continued to comprehend various laws. In the previous hundreds of millions of years, he had completely comprehended the fusion of any 5 laws and the fusion of any 6 laws, and had also completed most of the fusion of the basic laws among them. In Xiao Yu's view, he would be able to completely comprehend the fusion of any of the laws within tens of thousands of years, which is hundreds of trillions of years in the cultivation space. And the other part of his soul's sensitivity was all used to cultivate all the secret techniques of the next stage of primal soul. In just 10,000 years in the cultivation space, Xiao Yu had already completed the cultivation of all the secret techniques of the next stage of primal soul. He began to carry out the actual operation of reincarnation. Under Xiao Yu's control, the world within his soul, the endless void laws, began to extract the world's origin energy. Suddenly, countless laws began to collide and fuse with each other. The fusion of laws produced incomparably huge power, and space-times were destroyed one by one. The world began to be destroyed. With the destruction of the world, endless destruction power, evil power and other negative energies were produced. Dream transformation, Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, after this endless negative energy was produced, it was not able to accumulate, but had already been transformed into more origin, accumulating. The process of destruction was very slow, and after a full trillion years, the world within his body returned to chaos. At this time, the world within his body only had chaos laws, although it was also chaos laws, it was chaos laws with the fusion of 13 basic laws, which could be called great chaos laws. It's time to leave for a while and see what's going on outside. Xiao Yu's mind moved, and his soul returned to his true body. Suddenly, a wave of invisible fluctuations transmitted from his soul into his body. Xiao Yu found that his body was actually becoming more powerful. His height had increased by a full double, reaching 200 light-years high, and at the same time, he found that his divine power had also undergone a slight change. Although this change was not great, Xiao Yu felt that his divine power had a higher plasticity. Without continuing to entangle with the changes in divine power, Xiao Yu controlled the 3,000 world-piercing boats through the control core and corrected the flight direction. Then he returned to the inheritance space again. Evolve universe. Xiao Yu's mind moved, and the world seed within his soul continued to evolve. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, the universe boat had been flying for 750,000 years. Xiao Yu opened his eyes, teleported directly out of the black patterned stone pillar space, and appeared in the universe boat's control room. Under the amplification of the universe boat, his divine power spread out, and everything within hundreds of billions of light years was in his mind. Jin's world was in front of the side of the universe boat, flying at 120 million times the speed of light. 2. Calculate the angle and strength of attack needed for our universe boat to attack, so that Jin's world can change direction and fly towards the inclined peak realm. Xiao Yu looked towards the distant giant humanoid creature. Master, the calculation has been completed, and all parameters have been set, 2 said immediately. As the spirit of the universe boat, 2 has extremely powerful detection and calculation abilities, and had calculated everything almost instantly after Xiao Yu gave the order. Good, prepare for attack, Xiao Yu ordered. Yes, Master, the countdown to the launch of the Chaos Energy Matrix has begun. Suddenly, endless secret patterns on the entire universe boat emitted a dazzling light, and the attack modules on both sides of the universe boat opened, revealing 2 purple crystals the size of 100,000 light-years. Chapter 539, The Arrival of Jin's World. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Endless origin power converged into the purple crystal, instantly emitting an aura of endless chaos law. At the same time, immense pressure was generated, and the universe's operating laws receded. The endless space-time around the universe boat shattered. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch, 2 said. Boom. 2 chaotic origin pillars with diameters of 100,000 light-years broke through the endless chaotic airflow, shattered endless space-time, and rushed towards the giant humanoid object. 1 chaotic origin beam rushed towards the humanoid object's head, and the other impacted the side of the humanoid object's chest. Rumble. The upper body of the giant humanoid object was violently deflected by the impact of endless power. Although the direction was deflected, the speed remained unchanged. The giant humanoid object passed by the universe boat and then flew away rapidly. Master, the Jinji world has currently deflected 18 degrees and is flying towards the Tilt Peak realm, 2 said. It succeeded. It actually succeeded on the first try. Xiao Yu felt excited. Of course, this is the famous ultimate move of the universe boat. Even a saint-level powerhouse would be severely injured by this move at the very least, 2 said triumphantly. Don't be complacent. Hurry up and turn around to chase after it. Along the way, we will encounter dangerous places one after another. If we deviate even slightly, we won't be able to hit it, Xiao Yu said. At this moment, the map of the Universe Sea was in his mind. With a thought from Xiao Yu, secret patterns flashed across the control core, and then the entire universe boat made a large circle before completing the turn. Accelerate, accelerate, Xiao Yu kept whispering, while communicating with the control core, manipulating the universe boat to accelerate continuously. The speed of the universe boat was rapidly increasing, 40 million times the speed of light, 60 million times the speed of light, 80 million times the speed of light. Soon, the speed of the universe boat exceeded the Jinji world, reaching 130 million times the speed of light. Master, at this speed, the energy consumption of the universe boat will be enormous. The chaotic airflow absorbed cannot keep up with the consumption, and we need to use the origin energy within the source. Tutu was very unwilling to use the universe boat's origin energy. These origin energies were all accumulated little by little over endless epochs. I know, after catching up with the Jinji world at this speed, we will start to decelerate, Xiao Yu instructed. Yes, Master, Tutu felt very aggrieved. Even if it was unwilling, it still couldn't disobey Xiao Yu's will. The universe boat was constantly chasing behind the side of the Jinji world, and the distance was constantly closing. Soon, the universe boat was flying side by side with the Jinji world. With a thought, Xiao Yu directly teleported to the black pattern stone pillar cultivation space, where the time flow rate reached 100 million times. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the cultivation space, comprehending the evolution of the small universe and the world within his body, studying the difference between 13 basic laws and 10 basic laws. Time passed, and 250,000 years had passed in a flash. Master, in the past 250,000 years, after 36 course corrections, it has been confirmed that the Jinji world will collide with the Tilt Peak realm in 30,000 years, Tutu said. In the past 250,000 years, the Jinji world had collided with countless dangerous places. Although these dangerous places could not stop the Jinji world from flying, they still slightly changed the direction of flight. Xiao Yu could only continuously adjust and correct the direction of the Jinji world through the universe boat's attacks. Although there were still nearly 30,000 years of journey ahead, there were no longer any dangerous places obstructing the path. It's time to let the divine power clones return first, Xiao Yu thought to himself. He couldn't bear to let these divine power clones dissipate directly. Each divine power clone condensed a lot of Xiao Yu's divine power. It would be a pity for such vast divine power to dissipate directly. Master, in order to prevent the Tilt Peak realm from being destroyed by the Jinji world, the speed of the Jinji world needs to be reduced to 10 million times the speed of light, Tutu came to a conclusion after careful calculation. Although Tutu had not been to the Tilt Peak realm after the universe boat was repaired, even when the universe boat first came to the universe sea before the endless reincarnation era, it had investigated the Tilt Peak realm and knew some of the details. Okay, Xiao Yu agreed with Tutu's statement. With a thought, through the control core, he controlled the entire universe boat. Immediately, the secret patterns all over the universe boat emitted endless fluctuations and suddenly accelerated. The speed quickly increased to 130 million times the speed of light again. The universe boat quickly arrived in front of the Jinji world. Bind, Xiao Yu shouted in a low voice. Immediately, endless chaotic power acted on the entire Jinji world, and the speed of the Jinji world was also slowly decreasing. Although the decrease was very slow, it was still constantly decreasing. At the same time, under Xiao Yu's control, the universe boat always remained directly in front of the Jinji world. The Jinji world decelerated, and the universe boat also decelerated. The Jinji world decelerated by 10,000 times the speed of light, and the universe boat also decelerated by 10,000 times the speed of light. In short, the universe boat always maintained the same speed as the Jinji world. The speed of the Jinji world was also constantly decreasing, 120 million times the speed of light, 110 million times the speed of light, 100 million times the speed of light, 90 million times the speed of light. As time passed, the speed of the Jinji world finally decreased to 10 million times the speed of light. It took 1,000 years for the speed of the Jinji world to finally decrease to 10 million times the speed of light, Xiao Yu sighed. The universe boat actually had the ability to reduce the Jinji world to a lower speed in a shorter time. However, if the speed was too low, the effect of hitting the Tilt Peak realm would not be achieved, and more time would be consumed in the process. Master, we are about to arrive at the activity range of the major forces in the universe sea, Tutu said. Okay, I will control the universe boat to leave here. This time, I will park the universe boat in the universe sea range corresponding to my human territory, Xiaoyu said. Master, aren't you afraid that the origin will be afraid of being threatened and destroy the universe boat again? After all, the universe boat can be considered to have completed this mission. Being too close, the original universe has no time to react, which is a kind of threat, Tutu reminded. Xiaoyu instantly thought of it. The distances between the three major Jedi of the Universe Sea, Tilt Peak Realm, Universe Boat, and Stream Mountain, from the original universe are not much different. Even if traveling at 100 million times the speed of light, it would basically take about 1,000,000 years. Tutu, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten. Even if the origin will has allowed me to repair the universe boat and possess this super mechanical treasure, it doesn't mean that it will turn a blind eye to threats. Although it may not be anything, it's ultimately hard to say, Xiaoyu said. Now Xiaoyu also had worries. Then let's park the universe boat here. I'll let the divine power clone rush over and follow the Jinji world, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Chapter 540, Impact on the Qingfeng Realm, Part 1. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Under Xiaoyu's control, the universe boat suddenly accelerated and then changed direction, flying towards the nearest spatial vortex. 300 years later, the universe boat began to decelerate, eventually stopping 100 million light-years away from a spatial vortex. In the Jin's world, after flying for nearly 30,000 years, it passed through Whirlpool Lake, a dangerous place. This time, it was discovered by the rampaging demon god who was exploring within. A giant humanoid object, larger than the universe boat, 160 million light-years tall, moving at 10 million times the speed of light. An opportunity. This is definitely a great opportunity. This is definitely the fourth forbidden zone in the universe sea, comparable to the universe boat, and I, the rampaging demon god, am the first to discover it. The rampaging demon god's heart was already going crazy. He suddenly felt like the luckiest person in the entire universe sea. Otherwise, how could he be the first to discover this fourth forbidden zone of the universe sea, comparable to the universe boat? The reason he was sure he was the first to discover this enormous object was because if others had discovered it, they wouldn't have left midway, but would have followed it continuously. This humanoid giant seems to be heading towards the inclined peak realm. The rampaging demon god had been wandering around this area for a long time, and the map was already memorized in his heart. With a slight judgment, he was already very accurate. Using continuous ultra-long distance teleportation, the rampaging demon god directly appeared in front of the universe boat, constantly thinking in his heart, if it crashes into the inclined peak realm, the commotion will be known to countless people. But if I can stop it in advance, I can be the first to take a bite of the apple. The rampaging demon god unleashed his endless domain-type supreme treasure, and a hazy golden light enveloped the surrounding area. Then, he manipulated the domain to unleash his strongest secret technique. In an instant, nearly 90% of the domain's power converged into a pair of giant hands, slapping the humanoid creature. Boom! The giant hands shattered directly. The speed doesn't seem to have changed. Could it be that the size is too large, so the flight is extremely stable? The rampaging demon god muttered to himself. Boom! The rampaging demon god teleported to the front of the humanoid object again and again, and then attacked forcefully, almost hundreds of times a day. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The speed of the Jin's world had finally decreased, slowing down by 1,000 times the speed of light. Damn, according to this deceleration rate, it probably won't be able to stop before it hits the inclined peak realm. The endless behemoth roared through the universe sea, causing spatial fluctuations that were more intense than a true god battle, and it was a continuous impact. Not far from the high-speed flying Jin's world, in an ordinary dangerous place called Flame Stream Valley, with a diameter of 7 million light-years, the primal universe beast ancestor was exploring. Since the universe boat was repaired, the places where the beast ancestor could truly explore had decreased a lot. He often traveled between the inclined peak realm and the flowing heavy mountain, and would also go to dangerous places. The beast ancestor was attracted by the huge impact fluctuations and continuously teleported into the chaotic airflow. Wow, what is this? He saw a figure constantly attacking a huge stream of light. The beast ancestor continuously teleported to follow the enormous object and discovered the full picture of the Jin's world. An opportunity. This is definitely a great opportunity. The beast ancestor was also very happy, excited, and thrilled. Beast, I discovered this first. The rampaging demon god transmitted his voice angrily. Rampaging, just you alone, you want to monopolize this opportunity. I'm afraid you can't swallow it, and you'll explode your stomach instead. The beast ancestor transmitted his voice, since I can discover it, then others can also discover it. Like this, beast, don't spread the news. I don't expect to monopolize it either. Since you discovered it, then you and I will share this opportunity. Although the rampaging demon god didn't care about the beast ancestor, after all, he was someone who didn't even have a supreme treasure. But he was also afraid that the beast ancestor would spread the news. If the entire universe C knew about it, then there would be nothing for him, the rampaging demon god. Okay, the beast ancestor said. Time passed quickly. Just as the beast ancestor and the rampaging demon god were working hard to organize the Jin's world, 100 years had passed. Boom. A figure sensed the huge fluctuations and continuously teleported over. North True Star Master. A trace of disappointment flashed in the rampaging demon god's eyes. I'm afraid the news can't be kept secret. The North True Star Master has come, then the entire Eastern Emperor Holy Land will also know. I'm afraid this information can't be concealed anymore. The beast ancestor was still quite insightful, and his analysis of the situation was very accurate. Let's make it public, the rampaging demon god said helplessly. Okay, anyway, even if we don't spread it, the Eastern Emperor Holy Land will probably still spread it. The beast ancestor said, the vast universe C, endless chaotic airflow. A figure flew out of the spatial vortex, and then continuously teleported towards the universe boat not far away. In just a moment, this figure had already flown into the universe boat. 2-2, I'll leave the universe boat first. Take good care of the home. Xiao Yu's true body directly connected a divine power clone from outside the universe boat to the cultivation space and integrated it into his body. As time passed, the divine power clones traveling in the universe C all returned to the universe boat, leaving only one that Xiao Yu left in the cultivation space. The news spread, and the entire universe C was shaken. True gods and universe masters from all forces in the universe C were preparing to take action. Virtual universe, space-time plane. In front of the temple, a huge round table, and around the round table, huge stone chairs. The round table and stone chairs were engraved with complex secret patterns. Each secret pattern contained endless artistic conceptions. Xiao Yu sat in the main seat, scanning the universe masters and true gods of the human race. A humanoid object with a height of 160 million light-years is rushing towards the inclined peak realm. It is estimated that in less than 300,000 years, it will collide with the inclined peak realm. Xiao Yu slowly opened his mouth. Chaos True Master, Primal Ancestor, and Giant Axe simultaneously changed their expressions. They knew that Xiao Yu's previous plan had succeeded. The major forces of the Universe C have already gathered their experts to go there, and my Hong Alliance must also rush over. Xiao Yu slowly said, this time, I will still lead the team, and Senior Primal Ancestor will be stationed in the initial universe. Giant Axe said. Soon after the meeting, the experts within the entire Hong Alliance began to take action. Universe boat black pattern stone pillar space. I'll also go join the fun. Xiao Yu got up, and then with a thought, he appeared outside the universe boat. Wu Yong Yan boat absorbed the chaotic airflow and suddenly grew larger. Xiao Yu directly teleported to the Wu Yong Yan boat control room, and then controlled it to rush to a dilapidated small universe in the Universe C, which was the gathering place for the Hong Alliance experts. That afternoon, after continuous teleportation and rapid flight, Xiao Yu had already appeared next to this dilapidated small universe near the inclined peak realm. Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in the control room, waiting for the human race to arrive. One day later, Star Palace, Life Palace, and Tomb Ship had already stopped beside it. Creation True Master. Creation True Master. The universe masters within the Hong Alliance greeted each other, and Xiao Yu also responded enthusiastically with voice transmissions. The Hong Alliance experts gathered, and then rushed towards the temporary camp of the various forces in the Universe C. This place was already very close to the inclined peak realm. Chapter 541, Impact on the Qingfeng Realm, Part 2. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Deep within the core region of Kaifeng Realm. A dim place shrouded in endless dark mist. Ancestor God Chuyan and King Xianxia were hiding deep within the dim place, having received news that the humanoid behemoth was about to collide with Kaifeng realm. Master, a humanoid behemoth has flown from who knows where in the universe sea and is about to collide with Kaifeng realm. I'm afraid it will endanger the safety of the masters, King Xianxia said anxiously. It's all right, I already know this news. The dim place is where our realm beasts are nurtured, it is extremely safe, Betty said. Master, that humanoid behemoth is 160 million light-years tall, taller than the entire Kaifeng realm, and its speed is also 10 million times the speed of light, Ancestor God Chuyan also said. No need to worry, if you are afraid, you can leave, Betty snorted coldly, then transformed into a black light and flew away. What to do? Ancestor God Chuyan asked, gazing at the departing black light. Let's leave first, King Xianxia said. Although they had submitted to the realm beast, it didn't mean they were willing to be buried with it. The Hong Alliance, a mighty group of over 100 universe lords, led by Xiao Yu and Primal Chaos City Lord, gathered outside a dangerous place a trillion light-years away from Kaifeng realm. Not only the human alliance gathered here, but also various races from the entire universe sea. Soon, the Jin's world would fly past here and collide with Kaifeng realm. The three super forces in the two holy lands of the universe sea have gathered 64 true gods and over 3,400 universe lords here. It can be said that all races in the universe sea have sent out their elite forces, Primal Chaos City Lord slowly said, gazing into the distance. So many. Luo Feng was surprised. I estimate that the humanoid behemoth will need nearly 200,000 years to reach here, Xiao Yu said with emotion. After being decelerated by the universe boat, the Jin's world only had a speed of 10 million times the speed of light, a flight speed 12 times slower. Time passed, and nearly 200,000 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. It's coming, it's coming. Although they couldn't see it, everyone sensed the vibration caused by the invisible shockwave, followed by an extremely terrifying shockwave truly spreading out, and a behemoth transformed into a stream of light and flew past. Luo Feng, Darkness Master, and all the other universe lords were extremely astonished. Even though they had heard about the size of this behemoth before and were mentally prepared, they were still incredibly shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Third brother, the universe boat is a super mechanical treasure. Is it possible that such a huge humanoid behemoth is also a mechanical treasure? Luo Feng looked at Xiao Yu beside him and asked, or is this a powerful expert? Luo Feng, you really dare to think. An expert? What expert could have a height of 160 million light-years? The tallest known being in the entire universe sea is our Genesis true god, Lord Huangjian sneered. He would rather believe that this humanoid behemoth was a mechanical treasure like the universe boat than believe that it was the body of a powerful expert. Don't listen to Huangjian's nonsense, I really think your idea is very possible, Xiao Yu slowly said, although we haven't encountered it yet, it doesn't mean there is no such possibility. Let's go, follow it, Giant Axe said. The Human Alliance's group of experts teleported collectively again and again, and once again appeared next to the humanoid behemoth. Not only the Human Alliance teleported collectively, but the experts from other forces did the same. It's deviated in a direction, we have to correct it. Although the universe boat had corrected the direction before, with its long flight time, plus the bombardment of the ancestral god of the monster race and the rampaging demon god, it had finally deviated again. All of us, bombard the left side together. Along with the voice transmission of Xiao Yu and other true gods, the thousands of top existences in the universe sea began to gather momentum at the same time. Soon, the behemoth appeared within the range of perception. Attack! With the orders of the true gods, thousands of existences launched their respective attacks at the same time. In an instant, countless attacks gathered together and directly bombarded the left side. The attacks launched actually flew at 100 times the speed of light, and even a light-year distance still took a long time to fly. And the shockwave formed by the humanoid behemoth's flight was too powerful, and everyone couldn't get close. They could only attack in advance again and again. Teleport. The army teleported collectively again, each collective teleport being 1,000 light-years. Attack. The army attacked collectively again. Teleporting again and again, bombarding again and again. The direction is correct, stop attacking. The true gods confirmed the flight direction based on the space-time shockwaves caused by the humanoid behemoth's flight. Teleport, get away from the humanoid behemoth's flight path. The true gods and thousands of universe lords all teleported away. It is estimated that in another 90,000 years, as long as there are no accidents in the middle, it will collide with Kaifeng realm, Xiao Yu said after checking. After spending so long, it's finally a success, Primal Chaos City Lord looked into the distance with great joy. After that long period of time, the thousands of existences from various forces in the universe C each entered palace treasures, either waiting slowly or teleporting to catch up. The outer domain of Kaifeng realm, one of the three great forbidden lands of the universe C. Figures stood suspended in the endless chaotic airflow. I wonder if Kaifeng realm can withstand it. Kaifeng realm is nearly 100 million light-years high, and its maximum diameter is also nearly 100 million light-years. It can only be said that it is similar to the humanoid behemoth. The speed of the humanoid behemoth is so terrifying, will it knock Kaifeng realm away in a head-on collision? Hopefully it can withstand it. Thousands of existences arrived in advance, all hoping for it. Hope it succeeds. If it fails, we can only try our best to change its direction and make it collide with Liuchang Mountain. Everyone silently hoped. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about letting Xiao Yu control the universe boat to stop the humanoid behemoth, but now in the universe C, who didn't know Xiao Yu's personality? If Xiao Yu was willing, he would have already driven the universe boat over, instead of following them. It's coming. The humanoid behemoth has arrived. Thousands of existences simultaneously sensed the vibration wave, and everyone became excited. Giant Axe and Primal Chaos City Lord and other Hong Alliance experts standing beside Xiao Yu were also looking forward to it. At the same time, everyone in the Hong Alliance also hid inside palace treasures, such as the Star Tower, the Life Palace, the Tomb Ship, and the Wuyong Flame Ship. Although the shockwave has arrived, it will still take decades for the humanoid behemoth to truly collide with Kaifeng realm, Xiao Yu thought secretly inside the Wuyong Flame Ship. At this time, dozens of Hong Alliance action personnel were also standing inside the Wuyong Flame Ship, and they were all looking forward to it. In the endless chaotic airflow, palace treasures were suspended. Either supreme treasures, or peak treasures, and of course there were also the Tomb Ship and the Wuyong Flame Ship, everyone waiting. At this moment, there were no more experts in Kaifeng realm, even the two Universe C traders had already escaped, far away from Kaifeng realm. Buzz. The humanoid behemoth had not yet arrived, but the huge shockwave had already collided with the water area with a diameter of hundreds of millions of light-years in the outer domain of Kaifeng realm. Suddenly, the water flow was pushed apart and discharged to both sides, forming waves of hundreds of thousands of light-years, rolling up pieces of celestial rubble and flying to both sides. Before these rubble waves could fly away, they were crushed by the humanoid behemoth, and even those water flows were crushed and annihilated. Chapter 542, Jin's World Stops. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Deep within the waters of Kaifeng realm, a water stream spirit, significantly larger than the average, possessing a fixed form akin to a human, was frantically fleeing. It teleported away intermittently, each jump covering a distance of 10,000 light-years. It rapidly escaped to a water stream spirit gathering place. My king, a massive shockwave is approaching. According to the information I've gathered, it's a colossal entity, and all the powerhouses from the various cosmic seas within Kaifeng realm are fleeing, the humanoid water stream spirit reported respectfully. Upon a throne resembling a typical one sat a water stream spirit, its form spanning tens of millions of kilometers, exuding a pressure comparable to the limit of a true god. This water stream spirit king was none other than Water Invincible, albeit far more gigantic. I've already sensed an immense crisis approaching. Let's bypass to the rear of Kaifeng realm and temporarily leave the water domain. Act swiftly and avoid being discovered by the cosmic sea powerhouses, Water Invincible instructed. Yes, my king. The thousands of water stream spirits below responded in unison with reverence. These water stream spirits were all developed and gathered together by Water Invincible. Furthermore, Water Invincible utilized his abilities to infect these water stream spirits, granting them a degree of intelligence akin to that of human children. Go, Water Invincible uttered in a low voice. Subsequently, the thousands of water stream spirits teleported away together, each collective jump covering 10,000 light-years. In a short while, Water Invincible and his group had already teleported to the back of Kaifeng realm. All of you, enter my palace treasure, Water Invincible commanded in a low voice, producing a crystal-like gigantic ship. This ship continuously expanded, soon reaching a size of 100 billion kilometers. Water Invincible and the other water stream spirits flew into the palace treasure one by one. Being inside here is just like being in the water domain. Each of the water stream spirits was immensely pleased. This is our clan's treasure. If the water domain ceases to exist in the future, our clan may live here. Water Invincible gazed down at each of his clansmen. These clansmen represented his prime years. Under Water Invincible's control, the crystal-like palace treasure flew away from the water domain, then teleported continuously, leaving Kaifeng Realm's location and entering the endless chaotic currents of the cosmic sea. The humanoid behemoth relentlessly crushed everything in its path in the outer regions of Kaifeng Realm for decades. Eventually, this humanoid being directly collided with the ancient mountain range, presumably with its humanoid upper body impacting the ancient mountain, its head making initial contact. Boom! In the first instant of the terrifying collision, space-time was compressed and shattered, spreading outwards in all directions, forming a terrifying shockwave. The speed of the shockwave's propagation was extremely fast, almost instantly covering hundreds of millions of light years. Although it wasn't enough to shatter peak palace treasures, it still sent palace treasures flying. Following closely behind were the devastating shockwaves. The impact zone was simply a nightmare, and even eternal true gods would likely be annihilated immediately. Soon, the second and third waves of shockwaves propagated and radiated outwards. We are more than 500 million light-years away from Kaifeng Realm. The shockwaves generated by the humanoid being's collision with Kaifeng Realm are transmitted in all directions, continuously weakening, yet even reaching us with such terrifying power, Lord Qingdong exclaimed in awe and shock. How terrifying must the core region of that collision be? At least no one within our cosmic sea could have survived, Xiao Yu stated. I wonder if it can be stopped, Lord Qingdong murmured. Hopefully, Xiao Yu replied slowly. The inverted mountain of Kaifeng Realm was directly separated from its mountainside by the impact, tumbling and flying outwards. Countless rocks were crushed and annihilated, forming enormous shockwaves. Accompanied by the shockwaves, countless fragments flew backward. The humanoid being's head, having its speed greatly reduced in the initial impact, still collided heavily with the mountainside. Immediately, under the immense impact, the entire mountain range seemed about to shatter, with countless rocks being crushed and annihilated, forming enormous shockwaves radiating outwards. Boom! Centered on Kaifeng Realm, tens of trillions of light years in all directions, the endless space-time suddenly trembled, as if about to be overturned. What's going on? Lord Qingdong was shocked by the scene before him. Kaifeng Realm has already anchored itself to the surrounding cosmic sea's endless space-time. Colliding with Kaifeng Realm is equivalent to colliding with this surrounding endless space-time, Xiao Yu said. He had been shocked just now, but he had quickly understood the reason. Anchored. Indeed, it can be understood as having merged into one, Xiao Yu continued. The distant humanoid being's massive head suddenly collided with Kaifeng Realm's mountainside, being stopped. However, the other parts of the humanoid being still continued forward at millions of times the speed of light, compressing the head and impacting Kaifeng Realm again. Boom, boom. With each impact, countless rocks on Kaifeng Realm's mountainside were crushed and annihilated, becoming increasingly thinner. Finally, the entire mountainside, like a knife, embedded itself into the humanoid behemoth's head. The instant the humanoid being's head was breached, it emitted endless pressure. Within it seemed to be endless worlds, with massive continents being shattered by the impact. Subsequently, the head recovered as if shattering space-time. At the same time, the humanoid being continued to collide with Kaifeng Realm, and Kaifeng Realm continued to cut the humanoid behemoth like a giant blade. It stopped. It finally stopped. Amidst the endless shockwaves constantly reverberating, the true god sensed that the humanoid being had completely stopped. Although the humanoid being had stopped there, the surrounding endless water domain and various fragments were still flying around at extremely rapid speeds. Although the humanoid being has stopped, various aftershocks are still present. We'll go in after things have calmed down a bit, Xiao Yu instructed. Just like an earthquake, every earthquake is always accompanied by countless aftershocks. Hundreds of years later, countless fragments and randomly flying water currents finally no longer possessed such great speed after constantly colliding with each other. Go, let's get closer and take a look, Xiao Yu ordered. Okay, the Universe Masters of the Hong Alliance responded. The Wu Yong Yan ship continuously teleported closer, dodging the high-speed flying fragments. Occasionally, Some fragments tens of thousands of kilometers in size still bombarded the Wuxian ship at millions of times the speed of light, but were directly annihilated by the layers of divine light splashed on the surface of the Wuxian ship. At the same time, the true gods and universe masters all teleported closer to the humanoid being to investigate. Look, the surface of this humanoid being is undulating mountains. One cannot see the end at a glance. Those are not mountains, Xiao Yu slowly said, those are actually some extremely fine wrinkles in this humanoid being's clothes. Just like enlarging a human being by 160 million light years, even a speck of dust on the skin would be magnified countless times, more enormous than a stellar system. Chapter 543 The Pioneer. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Original Universe, Ancestral God School. Boom. Endless pressure descended, accompanied by an invisible will. The three ancestral gods, sitting on the three thrones, were all cross-legged and closed their eyes, appearing incomparably sacred. My children, it is coming, the crisis is about to descend, the fourth deadly ground is about to open, the source will convey fragmented messages. After a long time, the source will finally receded, and the three ancestral gods finally opened their eyes. For endless epochs, since the three of us became ancestral gods, this is finally the first time we can leave the original universe and enter the universe ocean, said the two-faced ancestral god. Let's go, if we are late, they will probably suffer heavy losses. Within the vast and boundless Jin's world, there are endless spaces of time. The previous collision with Peak World destroyed endless spaces of time, and endless, mighty shockwaves obliterated space after space, including everything within them. After the shockwaves raged, time and space began to recover, but endless black threads still remained. Inside a purple palace supreme treasure, a purple-armored void true god-level expert said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I sensed the crisis and immediately hid inside this white righteousness hall, and then quickly left, otherwise I would have been instantly annihilated like those elite warriors under my command. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to continue fighting for His Majesty the God King," the purple-armored commander muttered to himself. "The battle losses this time are so severe, I must report to the general." Immediately, the palace supreme treasure transformed into a purple light and flew into the distance. Peak World, one of the three deadly grounds in the universe ocean, is now occupied by a towering humanoid object. On the surface of the humanoid creature, palace supreme treasures constantly flew and probed, searching for entrances to enter it. Wu Yongyan's ship was also flying at a speed exceeding 10 million times the speed of light, rapidly probing everything on the surface of Jin's world. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's communication supreme treasure transmitted a message from the primal chaos true god. "Xiao Yu, there is an entrance in the direction of the humanoid creature's head." "Teacher, wait for me, don't rush over, I'll be right there," Xiao Yu transmitted back. Yes, we're not that stupid," the primal chaos true god transmitted. "That's right, if anything happens, let others rush in first. This humanoid creature is so huge, even if there are supreme treasures inside, it won't be possible to explore everything so quickly," the giant axe also transmitted from within the Star Palace. "Moreover, our human race is not lacking in supreme treasures for the time being, there is no need to rush over so quickly," Luo Feng also transmitted from within the tomb ship. Luo Feng donated some of the pinnacle supreme treasures he obtained to the human race and obtained more than 1,000,000 supreme treasure points, and even exchanged for a complete set of true god-level supreme treasures. Wu Yongyan's ship directly teleported continuously, appearing at the head's location. "It's really big. This should be the humanoid creature's mouth." Wu Yongyan's ship landed next to the Life Cliff Palace, and Qing Dong Master and the others were all shocked and amazed as they looked into the distance. Not far ahead, there was a huge abyss. Judging from the entire humanoid creature's form, it should be closing its mouth. This narrow gap was merely a gap left between the lips, with a length of 1.9 million light years and a width of approximately 120,000 light years at its widest point. "Primal Chaos, Xiao Yu, I've arrived," the giant axe transmitted. The Star Palace slowly landed next to Wu Yongyan's ship, and soon the tomb ship also landed next to it. The experts of the Human Race Alliance had already gathered together. "When do we enter?" the Primal Chaos True God asked. "Don't rush, let them take a look," the giant axe transmitted. Swoosh! Suddenly, streams of light teleported and appeared above the abyss, and then directly rushed in. "Quick, if there are treasures within this colossal giant, first come, first served." Many forces were extremely eager. They were not as wealthy as the human race, possessing so many supreme treasures. Some clans even had quite a few void-level supreme treasures. In addition, they yearned to explore, not only because of supreme treasures, but also because they wanted other treasures or inheritances. Giant Axe, Xiao Yu, let's go down too. Some alien race universe masters within the Hong Alliance were all anxious when they saw that all the other forces had people entering. The Giant Axe looked around and said, everything within this colossal giant is unknown, and the extent of the danger within is also unknown. For the time being, true God-level experts should not enter. Even if universe masters want to enter, they need to have avatars. Let the avatars enter. Even if they encounter danger and perish, it will only be a loss of an avatar and some supreme treasures. There are 5 main entrances to this colossal giant: the ears, the nostrils, and the gap between the lips. If we want to enter, it's best to separate and explore separately, the primal chaos true God suggested. No one knew which entrance could lead to treasures. All go too. Soon, 8 universe masters with avatars were about to enter, including Luo Feng. Xiao Yu did not stop them. Even if he knew about this, it was still not the best time to enter, and it was still okay to lose some avatars. Everyone, after entering, do not be careless. Be sure to record the map to provide some experience for the others in our Hong Alliance. Alright, let's go, the Giant Axe exhorted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The channels of the human race's palace supreme treasures had already been opened, and streams of light flew out, entering through the 5 entrances respectively. In just a moment, Giant Axe, teacher, my demon-killing race avatar has perished, Luo Feng said directly. He felt somewhat frightened in his heart. He had directly entered through the giant mouth abyss gap. How did it perish? Xiao Yu asked. It should be wind, endless wind, Luo Feng transmitted. However, my domain-type pinnacle supreme treasure detected everything was normal, but the wind appeared out of nowhere and instantly shattered my pinnacle palace supreme treasure, and my divine body was also torn apart, without even a bit of resistance or struggle. The primal chaos true God, the Giant Axe, the Dark Lord, and other Hong Alliance experts were all shocked. They all already knew of Luo Feng's strength during the many confrontations with the Purple Moon Holy Land over the past hundreds of thousands of years. Although Luo Feng had not yet become a true god, he already possessed the strength of a true god-level expert, just like Xiao Yu before. After Luo Feng's demon-killing race avatar perished, within 10 days, the 8 universe masters who had entered from the Hong Alliance perished one after another. At the same time, in order to act consistently, everyone in the Hong Alliance entered Xiao Yu's eternal true god-level supreme treasure, Wu Yongyan's ship. Inside the huge hall, the primal chaos true god was analyzing the reason for the 8 universe masters' deaths. Luo Feng encountered wind, and Snow Crane Master encountered fire. Whether it's wind, fire, fog, or water currents, they all appeared out of nowhere, and then instantly began to obliterate the universe masters who entered. Everyone, according to the news I just received, it's not just our human race. All the major forces in the universe ocean, all those who ventured into it, have entered into endless abysses, all are abysses, and have not found any other environments. Moreover, whether it is wind, fire, lightning, light, etc., they all appear out of nowhere and directly obliterate. Not to mention Pinnacle Palace supreme treasures, even the strongest supreme treasure palaces are directly destroyed, and the universe masters within are also obliterated, the primal chaos true god continued. At the same time, messages were constantly being transmitted. Several forces in the first cycle era, through natural wormholes, teleported into a secret place filled with chaotic air currents, like a small universe, but were obliterated when they touched the universe membrane wall. Chapter 544. Just when all the forces in the universe ocean were exploring and perishing, news spread. The 3 ancestral gods of the ancestral god school in the original universe summoned all the forces of the universe ocean, conveying the will of the original source. The 3 ancestral gods of the original universe have actually entered the universe ocean. All forces were in an uproar. The ancestral gods, representatives of the original source will, who usually never left the original universe, had actually entered the universe ocean and were conveying the orders of the original source will. Inside Wu Yanggan's ship, perhaps, it's related to the news about those humanoid creatures, Xiao Yu said slowly. Let's go, we'll follow them, said Giant Axe. Palace treasures rushed over, and Wu Yanggan's ship was among them. After continuous teleportation, the forces from all over the universe ocean arrived in the chaotic airflow about 10 million light-years away from the humanoid creatures. There were 3 white-robed figures. The pressure they emitted was much stronger than that of true gods. What a strong pressure, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. They entered the universe ocean this time under the orders of the original source will. Naturally, the original source will also create momentum for them. Otherwise, with their strength as universe lords, their words probably wouldn't be convincing, Xiaoyu said slowly. As time passed, more and more powerful individuals gathered here. The 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 holy lands have all arrived, the ancient ancestral god said, then we shall begin. The reason why the 3 of us ancestral gods have entered the universe ocean this time is for that behemoth. When you first entered, you could find a natural wormhole. Entering the natural wormhole will take you to a space. There is a small universe in that space called the Jin's world, the ancient ancestral god continued, its arrival is in accordance with the laws of the universe ocean. The powerful individuals listened intently. The Jin's world contains infinite dangers, but also infinite opportunities. But to enter it, you need to wait for the right time, the young ancestral god said. When the membrane of the Jin's world turns black, it is at its strongest. Even the strongest would perish if they touched it. But when it turns white, even an ordinary universe lord can easily enter. The cycle of the universe membrane's strength change is 1 era. So, as long as we wait for the membrane to turn white, we can enter. Immediately, the various forces became restless. The Jin's world is mysterious and unpredictable, and contains the secret to transcend reincarnation, the 2-faced ancestral god also slowly said. Immediately, all the true gods of the major forces were shocked by the content of the 2-faced ancestral god's words. The Jin's world is inhabited by creatures, and these creatures cannot go out, otherwise they will immediately perish. And it also possesses the secret to transcend reincarnation. These pieces of information fascinated and excited the true god powerhouses. The 3 ancestral gods, as representatives of the original source will of the original universe, conveyed the message and warnings, and then immediately retreated and returned to the original universe. However, the major forces in the universe ocean still dared not fully believe it and cautiously explored. The universe lords of the human alliance, those who had clones, all entered the exploration. Xiaoyu also separated a divine power clone, carrying a set of system-made void blades, void armor, and void god tower, passed through the natural wormhole in the abyss, entered the chaotic airflow, and waited quietly. At the same time, Luo Feng was also the same. He had to hand over many treasures to the Moshe clan clone, and then the human body entered it with the tomb ship. While the many powerhouses were waiting, more than 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The color of the small universe, Jin's world changed from dark blue to light blue, and then turned white one day. It's turned white, you can enter it now. In an instant, the more than 200 powerhouses who were waiting quickly flew towards the Jin's world and began to use weapons or other treasures to try to enter. And Xiaoyu easily passed through it. Boom! When Xiaoyu passed through the world membrane, he rushed directly into another world. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt his whole body's divine power was joyful, without any suppression or restraint. Whoosh! Xiaoyu felt the feeling of no suppression, and then rode the Lenga fortress and quickly flew downwards, and occasionally teleported, and soon fell into the earth. This was an ancient and boundless land, surrounded by majestic mountains, and the energy filled the world made Xiaoyu feel extremely happy. Roar! Accompanied by a earth-shattering roar, a ray of light flashed in the distance, the speed far exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light, and directly appeared in front of Xiaoyu. This was a beast with 2 heads, 1 gold and 1 silver, like a huge platypus, but all had huge fangs. The body, like a reptile, was like metal, covered with purple scales, and the 6 tails were like metal whips, and they all had barbs. Get out of here, this is my territory, the evil beast roared, looking down at Xiaoyu. From the aura emanating from this beast, Xiaoyu judged that the other party was a true god powerhouse. Yo, dare to underestimate me, Xiaoyu shouted, then no longer suppressed his height, and suddenly turned into a giant 1 light-year tall, and the aura emanating from his whole body was no longer hidden. You are so powerful. The evil beast suddenly discovered that although they were both true gods, the pressure emanating from the other party was far stronger than him. Don't me, tell me, where is this place, and I will spare your life, Xiaoyu's voice boomed. Who are you? A traveler. Don't you know what this place is? The evil beast roared in confusion. Xiao Yu saw that the other party dared not to answer his question, and with a thought, the Lenga fortress's endless binding force acted on the evil beast. Town seal type true god treasure. The evil beast roared, "Let me go, or you won't be able to escape, no matter who you are." HMPH, that is to say, you still have a group. Xiao Yu snorted, then, with the void blade in his hand, he casually slashed. In the endless black light, time and space shattered, and the mighty power rushed into the evil beast's body, and then quickly destroyed it, and instantly rushed into its true god heart, destroying it. The evil beast instantly fell. Happy. Without suppression, the power of divine power can be exerted, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Xiao Yu waved his hand, put the beast's body into the world ring, and then turned into a stream of light, flying towards the distance, and at the same time, the domain treasure was constantly exploring everything around him. Continuous teleportation, passing over continuous mountain ranges, looking for the native tribes of this world. Virtual universe, Thunder Island, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng and Chaos City Lord are together. I have already entered Jin's world, Xiao Yu said. Jin's world does contain extremely great dangers, but as soon as I entered, I met a true god with 8th order combat power, but in it, even if you fight, you are not suppressed, it is relatively easy to deal with. Then I teleported all the way, but the domain exploration, at least found nearly 100 true god level beasts. There are so many true god level monsters. Chaos City Lord took a breath. The divine power of the true god in Jin's world is not suppressed. For Xiao Yu, it is equivalent to increasing his strength by 1,000 times compared to the universe ocean. Chapter 545 Juyuan Tribe. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. I was relatively lucky. As soon as I entered, I landed in a native tribe. Through contact, I discovered that the language they used was the common language of ancient civilizations. I learned this language before in the Duan-Dong River inheritance, Luo Feng said directly. Then you really are lucky, Xiao Yu said with emotion. The common language of ancient civilizations. So, both the Jin kingdom in the Jin world and the Wu kingdom in the universe both use the common language of ancient civilizations. Is there some kind of connection between them? Hunyuan True Master said in surprise. No wonder it is said that there is a secret to transcending reincarnation here. Could it be that these ancient civilizations have all passed through reincarnation? Xiao Yu really wanted to answer yes, but he couldn't. He couldn't reveal these secrets, but it didn't matter if his teacher guessed them himself. Boom! The white-robed primogenitor suddenly appeared. The entire virtual universe was just formed by a secret technique of the primogenitor. He had the highest authority, and he could eavesdrop on any secret if he wanted to. Teacher, Hunyuan True Master bowed and saluted. Grand Ancestor, Xiao Yu and Luo Feng also hurriedly saluted. Hunyuan, Xiao Yu, Luo Feng, I have heard your conversation just now, the primogenitor said with a smile as he looked at the three of them, and then slowly opened his mouth. Hunyuan, your idea is very interesting, maybe this is really possible. It seems that I have to go to this Jin world myself. The reason why the primogenitor wanted to seize the original universe before was because he felt that reincarnation was a conspiracy, otherwise he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After being suppressed, although he had a certain understanding of the highest rules, he still didn't know the secret of reincarnation. Now that he finally had the opportunity to verify it himself, how could he not want to go? Teacher, you need to wait for the next era to have a chance, Hunyuan True Master said. There was only one chance to enter the Jin world in each era. The first entry had already been missed, so they could only wait for one era. It's okay, I can afford to wait, the primogenitor said. He had already heard about the special nature of the Jin world, so he naturally knew that he could only enter when the Jin world turned white. Jin world, continuous teleportation, crossing over continuous mountain ranges, Xiao Yu flew to a vast plain. Whoosh! Figures in the distance turned into streams of light and approached. Soon, they landed in front of Xiao Yu. This was a team of 100 universe lords. The leader was wearing purple armor. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Outsider, who are you? Why did you enter the territory of my Juyuan tribe?" Xiao Yu listened to the ancient civilization's common language from the other party's mouth. It was indeed as Luo Feng said. Although the language spoken by that alien beast before was also the common language, it was not the language of the native civilization after all, so he dared not confirm it. Now, it was confirmed without a doubt. I am Xiao Wu, a traveler, Xiao Yu also said in the common language of ancient civilizations, so as not to make the other party strange. Moreover, Xiao Yu did not hide his cultivation. The cultivation of a true god could make him more valued. Traveler, I am Juyuan Nanli. Welcome to our Juyuan tribe as a guest, the purple-armored youth said very enthusiastically when he saw that the other party was a true god. Okay, I would like to appreciate the local customs and practices here, Xiao Yu smiled slightly. The purple-armored youth's proposal was exactly what he wanted. While chatting along the way, he also learned more about the Juyuan tribe. Some young people in the Juyuan tribe who had reached the level of law venerables or law masters would travel around and become travelers. The Juyuan tribe was a large tribe. The tribe's internal names were basically Juyuan, and then a single or double character name was added. The front is our tribe, Juyuan Nanli pointed to the distance and said. Drink. Admit defeat. You can't beat me. Xiao Yu saw two majestic figures as tall as 100,000 kilometers from a distance, one using a war blade and the other using a war hammer, colliding with a loud bang like heavenly gods. One of them had a clear advantage, and each strike could reach the 6th level, while the other one using the war blade only had the top strength of the 5th level. They are all perfect Gene Universe lords, Xiao Yu watched, secretly startled. Boom, kill. Waves of fighting and low roars continued to come. Xiao Yu sensed carefully, and there were more powerful people fighting in the distance. All of these fighters were Universe Lords. True God Xiao Wu, look, these are the warriors of my tribe training, Juyuan Nanli said, my tribe has 3 billion members, and they are all great warriors. They can only grow into law masters through constant life and death training. Through continuous communication with Juyuan Nanli, Xiao Yu had a better understanding of the Juyuan tribe and the Jin world. Through understanding, Xiao Yu learned that after a period of time, a portion of them would be sent into the army according to a certain proportion. As long as these people survived in the army for a period of time, they could retire and gain freedom. This system was similar to compulsory military service. Once selected, they could not avoid or retreat, otherwise they would be hunted down by the entire army of the Jin world. The army was one of the most core organizations in the entire Jin world. Xiao Yu and Nanli and others passed through groups of fighting and training members all the way, and finally arrived at the core gathering place of the tribe. 6 true gods, Xiao Yu saw 6 towering figures standing in the high sky at a glance. Those 6 figures exuded an incomparably powerful aura. They were all wearing blue armor, and they all carried weapons such as war knives and battle axes on their backs. Their whole bodies exuded amazing pressure and baleful aura. When Xiao Yu approached, the 6 people turned their heads together. Where did this true god come from? Why did you bring him to my tribe? A voice transmission crossed time and space and appeared in Juyuan Nanli's mind. Uncle, this true god is Xiao Wu. He is a traveler. I was leading a team to patrol the tribe's territory when I happened to meet him. That's why I invited him to be a guest in our tribe, Juyuan Nanli told the details of meeting Xiao Yu in detail. Okay, you continue to train. You don't need to worry about the rest. The true god who was called Uncle Ancestor by Juyuan Nanli continued to transmit his voice. With Xiao Yu's control over the secret patterns, he could naturally know that they were transmitting their voices, but Xiao Yu didn't care and didn't explore the content of their voice transmission. True God Xiao Wu, next, my uncle will receive you. I still have patrol missions to complete, Juyuan Nanli bowed slightly. Well, thank you, Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Immediately, 6 figures appeared out of thin air not far in front of Xiao Yu, and Juyuan Nanli took a team of members and teleported away directly to patrol. True God Xiao Wu, I am True God Nanli of the Juyuan tribe. Welcome to my Juyuan tribe as a guest, a slightly older true god in the middle of the 6 true gods said. It is my honor to be able to come to the Juyuan tribe, Xiao Yu smiled. True God Xiao Wu, I will take you to visit my Juyuan tribe, True God Nanli said enthusiastically. He didn't have any doubts about Xiao Yu's identity. The previous shock did not affect the time and space of the Juyuan tribe, and countless time and space around it did not know about this. Chapter 546 Joining the Army. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash. The Juyuan tribe stretched out as far as the eye could see. In one area, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, with endless storms raging. 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle amidst the thunderclouds. Boom! Xiao Yu's fist carried a dazzling divine light, like a giant fist tearing through the universe, directly slamming into the opponent's chest, shattering the surrounding space and sending the burly man tumbling away. Xiao Wu. The tumbling man flashed and reappeared beside Xiao Yu, laughing heartily. Your fist is truly formidable, whether in power or speed, it's quite impressive. Among true gods, there shouldn't be many who can surpass you. True God Mingwang, you're not bad either. Your staff techniques are also very powerful, I almost couldn't defend against them. Xiao Yu laughed, mutual flattery, who wouldn't indulge in it? Tens of thousands of tribesmen watching from afar on the ground also praised, True God Mingwang, you once established a formidable reputation among the true gods of our entire Eastern army. Who would have thought that true God Xiao Wu would be even more powerful? Ha ha. Xiao Yu, hearing the praises from below, also laughed happily. He had only arrived at this tribe 3 days ago but had already integrated into it. For these 3 days, Xiao Yu had been a guest in the Juyuan tribe. However, Xiao Yu was different from Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a universe master and not valued by the tribe, but Xiao Yu was a true god and thus received considerable attention within the tribe. Those who interacted with him on a daily basis were True God Nanli, True God Mingwang, and a few others. As a wanderer, he was obsessed with battle and had fought with all the true gods within the tribe. Through these battles, Xiao Yu made a surprising discovery: the true gods within the Jin world were generally much stronger than those outside. Moreover, True God Mingwang's strength had indeed reached the 10th level, though not quite the peak. True God Mingwang was considered the strongest true god in the entire Juyuan tribe, but not the strongest person in the tribe, because there was at least one void true god level expert within the tribe. However, he rarely took action, only appearing when matters concerned the life and death of the tribe, or when the army was recruiting and he had to go on missions. Usually, these true gods managed the tribe. Jin world, it seems I came to the right place. Xiao Yu gazed at the Juyuan tribe, then looked into the distance. Since becoming a true god, he hadn't truly fought unrestrainedly with other true gods. The Jin world had so many true gods, and also possessed many void true gods and eternal true gods, so there was no shortage of battles. Moreover, he believed that the world beasts wouldn't disappoint him either. Deep within the core of the inclined peak realm, in a dim and dark place. The black mist was becoming increasingly dense. On a vast plain, a black light appeared out of thin air, looking towards a figure suspended in the black mist in the distant sky. Betty, let's not fight each other to the death, shall we? Morosa transmitted his voice. He was covered in wounds, with countless black liquid seeping from the claw marks. In the distance, the world beast in the black mist was also covered in wounds. Clearly, the two world beasts had just experienced a great battle, but neither had gained an advantage. Morosa, since you advanced to the 2nd tier, I haven't actively sought trouble with you. Each time, it's you who comes knocking. Betty snorted. Since advancing to Betty, the gap between their strengths had narrowed again, and since their combat experience was similar, he was unwilling to fight to the death. Ancestor God Chuyan and King Xianxia haven't come for over 1,000 years. Since the last great earthquake, they haven't appeared again. Could they have been killed by the experts of the Universe Sea? Morosa suddenly said. He had sought out Betty this time mainly for this matter, the fighting was just out of habit. Every time he saw Betty, he always wanted to scratch the other's body a few times, even though he knew his strength had no advantage, he couldn't help it. Fool, haven't you noticed? Since the great earthquake that occurred in the entire Dark Land thousands of years ago, has our speed of comprehending destruction increased? Even without devouring other world beasts, it will increase. Betty transmitted his voice. The portion that increased in 1,000 years is not even as much as devouring a first-tier world beast. It doesn't arouse my slightest interest. Morosa said. Roar. Betty roared lowly, scaring away the world beasts that were trying to approach. They saw the two world beasts covered in blood and thought they were seriously injured. These greedy thieves. Morosa also roared lowly, scaring away the surrounding world beasts. Then what are you interested in? Betty asked curiously. For world beasts, although there were no eternal friends, temporary allies were still needed. The identities of friends and enemies could also be mutually transformed. Haven't you thought about leaving to see what the inclined peak realm has become? Morosa asked. He did have a slight idea of going out to take a look, but he also felt that his strength was insufficient and he didn't dare to go out at all. Especially after witnessing Xiao Yu's strength back then, he was even more afraid to go out now. If there was a world beast together, or he could bewitch this world beast to go out, he would be very happy. No, what's good about the outside world? It's not too late to leave after I become a king. Betty had no intention of leaving at all. He was considered a conservative in the world beast world, everything was for the sake of becoming a king. Since you're not willing, then I'll find another world beast, Morosa said and was about to leave. I advise you, it's best to think about leaving after you advance to the 4th tier world beast, otherwise, you won't be a match for that human Xiaoyu. Betty warned, then turned into a black light and flew into the distance. Juyuan tribe, Nanli, Mingwang, I'm leaving. After staying in this Juyuan tribe for half a month, Xiaoyu directly said. True God Nanli and True God Mingwang were considered his better friends during sparring. Leaving, are you going to continue wandering? True God Mingwang asked. No, this time, I'm going to join the army. Xiaoyu looked into the distance. Join the army, True God Mingwang's eyes lit up. Yes, I've been wandering for a long time, wandering all the way from the original Law Master until now, when I am considered powerful among the true gods. However, I still want to become stronger, and the best way is to join the king's army. Xiaoyu's voice was full of expectation. This wasn't acting, but Xiaoyu's sincere anticipation to see the experts within the Jin world. You want to join the army? Then wait a moment, my tribe will soon have a batch of warriors setting off to join the army, and I will lead the team at that time, so you can come with me. True God Mingwang was extremely happy. Oh, that's quite a coincidence, then I'll go together. Xiaoyu smiled slightly and immediately agreed. Being able to go with a native was exactly what he wanted. Afterwards, Xiaoyu waited in the Juyuan tribe, and this wait lasted for half a year. Chapter 547, World Beast Crisis. AI Model, Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Virtual Universe, before the towering divine palace in the space-time plane. The universe lords of the human race gathered here, with even Primal Chaos City Lord, Giant Axe Creator, Ancestral God, and Xiaoyu all present, preparing to discuss how to deal with the 4th Absolute Land. I heard that the Jin world possesses existences surpassing true gods. I heard that the Jin world has many supreme true god level treasures. Are there many true gods there? Each and every one of them was extremely excited, because only Luo Feng and Xiaoyu had entered this time, so they mainly surrounded the two to inquire. Although the human race possessed many true god-level treasures due to Xiaoyu's influence, they couldn't be given away for free. They were currently using them on a rental basis. For most of them, their own contributions were insufficient to exchange for true god-level treasures. After all, the human race's true rise was still too short. The treasure points that the universe lords possessed had already been exchanged for peak treasures. Even donating all the peak treasures would only be enough to exchange for one true god-level treasure, which would affect their overall combat power. It was better to rent them temporarily. Therefore, they were naturally concerned. Indeed, the Jin world not only has many true gods, but also many true god-level alien beasts. If you're unlucky enough to fall into a group of alien beasts, it's hard to say what might happen, Xiaoyu said with a smile. However, today's matter will be presided over by my teacher. Primal Chaos City Lord was responsible for the entire Hong Alliance's intelligence, and the information he obtained was more complete. The information obtained by both Xiaoyu and Luo Feng was one-sided. Everyone, Primal Chaos City Lord, sitting in the main seat, swept his gaze around. The Jin world has been open for some time now. In addition to the Hong Alliance, various forces in the universe ocean have sent experts to enter. Therefore, our Hong Alliance has also collected a lot of information and exchanged some information with other forces in the universe ocean. Today, we will discuss how to deal with this Jin world based on this information. Immediately, the universe lords held their breath. Xiaoyu, Giant Axe, and Ancestral God did not interrupt. The Jin world is mysterious and extremely powerful. In fact, it can only be regarded as a fragment of ancient civilization, but no matter how powerful the Jin world is, ancient civilizations have long since declined. No matter how powerful the native experts are, they cannot come out alive, Primal Chaos City Lord said slowly. We are the true protagonists of this reincarnation era. Primal Chaos City Lord combined the information obtained from various sources and his own speculation to conclude that ancient civilizations had already declined. Perhaps only after he passed through reincarnation and entered the origin continent would he feel that what he said today was a bit far-fetched. Although it is not as powerful as a complete ancient civilization, it is still a crisis and an opportunity for us, Primal Chaos City Lord said. Currently, only Luo Feng and Xiao Yu have entered the Jin world. They have already discovered many true god experts, and even experts surpassing true gods. As long as they surpass true gods, they will definitely be able to pass through reincarnation. Battles are everywhere in the Jin world. The core of the entire Jin world is the army. More than 200 experts from various forces in the universe ocean have entered, and to this day, more than 120 have fallen, Primal Chaos City Lord said solemnly. What? More than 120 have already fallen? The universe lords were all extremely surprised. How long had it been? Less than a year, and 120 people had already fallen out of the 200 who entered. Then how many people could survive the end of an era? This death elimination rate was too high. This is before entering the army. If you enter the army, the elimination rate will only be higher. The survival rate of universe lords in the army is only 5%, Xiao Yu said slowly. Many of those eliminated are unfamiliar with the native language. Only by quickly learning their language can you avoid being identified as an outsider. When you first enter the Jin world, as long as you're not too unlucky, creating a suitable identity and surviving until you enter the army should not be difficult. Immediately, it was quiet, and everyone held their breath. They were all calmly considering whether to enter, no longer as fanatical as before. However, it is still recommended that you all carefully consider before entering next time. It is best for universe lords with clones to enter, so that you won't really fall there, Primal Chaos City Lord said. The universe lords were reminded by Primal Chaos City Lord that most of them had clones. As long as the clones entered, they would not be afraid of falling. Don't forget, the Tilt Peak sector can be said to have merged with the Jin world now. Then those hundreds of millions of world beasts in the core area of the Tilt Peak sector may also enter the Jin world. At that time, the Jin world may become completely different, Xiao Yu specially reminded. With his intervention, he believed that if Luo Feng didn't act late, if he didn't enslave a world beast early, then the world beast king would definitely appear. With the strength of the Jin world, facing a newly born world beast king, it probably wouldn't be too comfortable. The various forces in the universe ocean were all stunned by the information they obtained, and the universe lords within each force were no longer as fanatical as before. Entering the Jin world became more cautious. Universe ocean, on Sitting Mountain. Sitting Mountain guest sat cross-legged, using the communication token to communicate with his third disciple, Luo Feng. What? There are world beasts in the Tilt Peak sector, and the number reaches hundreds of millions. Sitting Mountain guest exclaimed. Luo Feng was not clear about the power of the world beasts, but that didn't mean that he, a former god king, wasn't clear. In the ancient continent, there were countries that were destroyed by mature world beast kings. Every world beast king meant an endless army of destruction. Teacher, are world beasts very powerful? My third brother, Xiao Yu, once entered the Dark Land and came out safely. Although each of them has the strength of a true god, they shouldn't be anything to the current Jin world, right? Luo Feng was very puzzled. In his opinion, even if world beasts could devour each other to strengthen their strength, they should at most be equivalent to experts at the level of surpassing true gods, and should not be enough to affect the entire Jin world. You don't understand the world beasts. They can not only devour each other, but also devour divine power and small universes to strengthen themselves. Moreover, their number is definitely not hundreds of millions, but billions, Sitting Mountain guest said slowly. Teacher, even if there are 10 billion true god-level true gods, they shouldn't be enough to threaten the entire Jin world. Luo Feng had heard that the entire Jin world had a very large number of tribes, and there were also many experts surpassing the true god level. Moreover, it was said that they also had mechanical treasures, which were even more powerful. Alas, then I will tell you carefully about the power of the world beasts. The world beasts that your third brother encountered are still in the gestation period. The strength of the world beasts is divided into first to seventh order, Sitting Mountain guest said solemnly. First to sixth order are in the gestation period. Their basic strength is comparable to the true god level, but their actual combat power is far higher than the true god level. Even a first order world beast has a soul attack equivalent to the limit of the true god, let alone fifth order and sixth order world beasts. Luo Feng listened attentively, and it was the first time he had heard such detailed information about the world beasts. Chapter 548, What I Saw. AI Model. Gemini 2.0/001. Once these world beasts start killing each other, a world beast king will inevitably appear. This world beast king's strength surpasses true gods, and just like the original universe, it can give birth to endless destruction warriors. Each of these warriors is equivalent to a sixth-order world beast, said Mountain Guest. As the former god king of Jin, he obtained more information about world beasts in the origin continent, and it was quite complete. Especially after the Wu Kingdom's downfall, the entire origin continent placed even greater emphasis on collecting information about world beasts. Even when he was the great god king, he wouldn't dare say he could defeat a mature world beast king. Often, killing a world beast king required the combined efforts of several god kings, and even then, the casualty ratio couldn't be guaranteed. So formidable, Luo Feng exclaimed in admiration. Therefore, you must be careful, Mountain Guest urged. Don't worry, teacher. After a while, I'll join the army. With my strength, are you still not at ease? Luo Feng said, pretending to be relaxed, feeling Mountain Guest's sincere concern. All right, Mountain Guest didn't say much else and then proactively disconnected the call. Instantly, the entire Mountain Guest peak changed dramatically. Endless space-time twisted, enveloping and folding the entire peak as if it were being placed in another dimension. Mountain Guest couldn't help but roar, original universe's source, you're ruthless. I didn't expect you to go this far. Mountain Guest roared for a while, then calmed down, and the entire peak returned to tranquility. However, I won't be as foolish as Primal Ancestor. I won't give you another chance, Mountain Guest murmured softly, as if the one who had just roared madly wasn't him. Jin World, Zhu Yuan Tribe. Xiao Wu, let's go. It's time to depart, true god Ming Huang called out to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu also bid farewell to some friends he had made in the past 6 months and then followed true god Ming Huang to the gathering point. The crowd was bustling, with tens of thousands of tribesmen gathered here, some going to join the army, and some were family and friends, bidding farewell with reluctance or eagerly anticipating their return. There were also some children, all looking expectantly at those masters of laws, hoping that one day they could also become masters of laws and then fight for His Majesty the God King. True God Ming Huang moved his mind, and a huge warship appeared in front of him. He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Let's go together." Xiao Yu nodded slightly, and then the two transformed into two streams of light and flew onto the warship. Come up quickly, true God Ming Huang looked down at the tribesmen and roared. One master of laws after another flew into the warship. True God Ming Huang looked at them one by one, occasionally patting the shoulders of the masters of laws who passed by and saying earnestly, "Don't disgrace the prestige of my Zhu Yuan tribe, and don't disgrace the face of my Ming clan." Soon, all the personnel joining the army this time were present and entered the warship. This time, my Zhu Yuan tribe has a total of 2,400 warriors to join the Eastern Army. Hopefully, more of them will survive, true God Ming Huang transmitted his voice to Xiao Yu. Inside the warship's cabin, true God Ming Huang was giving 2,400 warriors instructions and preparing them mentally. When I was a master of laws, the Zhu Yuan tribe also had 2,400 people joining the army. At that time, 106 survived, and only 10 became true gods. I hope you can be stronger than our batch. True God Ming Huang said slowly. The entire cabin was silent. They had thought the army was cruel, but they didn't expect it to be so cruel. True God, we must become true gods, and not only become true gods, but also become void true gods. One master of laws after another roared out their hopes. Depart. True God Ming Huang looked at the surging warriors, his lips slightly raised, and then he roared. Immediately, the 2,400 warriors of the Zhu Yuan tribe and Xiao Yu, under the leadership of true God Ming Huang, teleported from time to time and flew at high speed. Along the way, they encountered many dangers, which also made the warriors who had no experience venturing out feel surprised. This Yanzhou territory, named after the Juyan marsh not far ahead, has 3 void true god alien beasts entrenched. Even the Eastern Army uses this place as a training ground for warriors. True God Ming Huang looked into the distance and said slowly. Each void true god alien beast commands a large number of alien beasts, some at the true god level and some at the master of laws level, naturally making it a good place to train warriors. Xiao Yu also looked into the distance and said. It was a continuous mountain range shrouded in smoke, with a total of 9 mountains connected together. If it weren't for those alien beasts exuding powerful auras, this place would be like a fairyland. Advancing along the way, even Xiao Yu was amazed. There were too many powerful creatures in this world. The void true god level alien beasts encountered exceeded 10. Naturally, after encountering them, they all detoured far away. With their strength, they couldn't even fight against one void true god level alien beast, let alone the many subordinates. After advancing for about 4 months, about to arrive at the Eastern Army, true god Minghuang looked at the distant horizon and shouted. Immediately, one warrior after another crowded at the edge of the warship, looking towards the distance. Xiao Yu also looked towards the distance, and he saw that in the distant sky, endless pressure faintly radiated. As the huge warship approached, the pressure gradually became clearer, and they could already see the endless military camps. It's so big. As they approached, the warriors of the Zhu Yuan tribe were all amazed. This military camp was countless times larger than their Zhu Yuan tribe's camp. What are those? One tribal warrior after another looked in surprise at the distance, where towering and strange objects stood, each strange object being hundreds of millions of kilometers high. Xiao Yu also saw those strange objects. In his opinion, those were mechanical treasures. As for what level they were, he couldn't confirm. Those are machines made by mechanical soldiers. True god Minghuang still felt amazed even after seeing them again. Machines that can kill void true gods. True god Minghuang's eyes were full of envy. If their tribe could have such a machine, it would become even stronger. This is a machine that can be used by many warriors together. One warrior after another exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Yu was also very surprised that there were so many such machines. This is the Jin Luo Heaven and Earth, which requires at least 1 million true gods to fully control. The limit can accommodate 10 million true gods within it. As long as they attack simultaneously once, they can kill a group of void true gods, true god Minghuang said. This made Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Jin world's combat power. The warship approached the military camp, and true god Minghuang was also introducing the various machines he saw. Not only the Jin Luo Heaven and Earth, but also the Zhu Shu, which only required 100 true gods to control and could accommodate up to 1,000 true gods. This type of machine was famous for its speed and flexibility, but it only had one type of attack. All kinds of machines were designed to adapt to combat, especially large-scale wars. At the same time, Xiao Yu and the warriors of the Zhu Yuan tribe also arrived at the Eastern Army Registration Office. Chapter 549. The 2,400 warriors of the Jiwan tribe lined up together. It looks like there are about 1 million people in line, true god Minghuang judged with a glance. At this rate, it will probably take half a month for our turn to come. Xiao Yu stood aside, scanning the long line, and suddenly noticed a familiar figure in front. Luo Feng. I didn't expect him to join the Eastern Army as well, Xiao Yu thought. After a brief telepathic message, he looked at true god Minghuang and said, Minghuang, I saw an acquaintance. I'll go say hello first. Okay, Xiao Wu, after you come back, I'll take you to the True God Recruitment Registration Office, True God Minghuang said. Okay, Xiao Yu nodded and then flew towards the front of the line. He flew not far before encountering that familiar figure, Luo Feng. True God Xiao Wu, I didn't expect you to join the army as well, Luo Feng said, turning his head. After traveling through most of the world, I finally found my goal. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. The leader of the Ganye tribe next to Luo Feng, True God Beiyan, also looked at Xiao Yu and immediately judged that Xiao Yu's strength was that of a powerful true god. Yin, do you know this true god? True God Beiyan asked, puzzled. Yes, we traveled together for a while when I was traveling. Yin is a pretty good kid, and his strength is also good, Xiao Yu said with a slight smile, looking at True God Beiyan and directly saying, I am Xiao Wu, and you are? Ganye tribe, Beiyan, True God Beiyan said. The two recognized each other, and Xiao Yu chatted with Luo Feng again. Yin, I heard that the elimination rate for your law rulers joining the army is 2/3, so be careful, Xiao Yu instructed. Okay, Luo Feng nodded slightly. Well, I'm going to line up on the True God side now. Xiao Yu directly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the back of the line. Yin, how did you meet this True God Xiao Wu? Bai Feng asked curiously. He noticed that since True God Xiao Wu arrived, his uncle True God Beiyan had been unusually nervous. We met by chance while traveling. We got along well, so we traveled together for a while, but later we separated because of some things, Luo Feng said slowly. After Xiao Yu returned to the Jiwan tribe's line, true god Mingwang came up to him, but didn't ask much. Although the two had become friends, it hadn't been long. Xiao Wu, let's go. I'll take you over, true god Mingwang said. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, then Xiao Yu followed true god Mingwang and flew towards the distance. Soon, they arrived at the other end of the plain. This is the registration and screening area for true gods joining the army, true god Mingwang said, pointing to the short line in front. Although the elimination rate for true gods is not as high as that of law rulers, it is still 3 out of 10. But with your strength, there usually won't be any problems. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. After saying goodbye to true god Mingwang, he flew towards the line. True god Mingwang also turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Jiwan tribe's line in the distance. This true god level line had less than 100,000 people, far fewer than the number of law rulers. This brother, I am Anbian from Yanying Ridge. Where are you from? A figure of a flying bird and beast landed next to Xiao Yu and said directly. Yanying Ridge is a superpower among alien beasts, possessing 8 void true gods. The leader of Yanying Ridge has even reached the limit of void true gods, and his strength is extremely strong. He is a big figure in the entire Jinji world. At least the Jiwan tribe is definitely not an opponent. Of course, this level of strength still cannot be compared with the army. I am Xiao Wu, a traveler. I have been traveling for too long, and it's hard to say whether my hometown still exists, Xiao Yu said with a slight smile. Large-scale battles between tribes within the Jinji world are common, and it is normal for some tribes to be destroyed occasionally. Afterwards, Xiao Yu chatted with this newly acquainted alien beast true god for a while, mostly with true god Anbian trying to extract more information from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu himself was not a native of the Jinji world, so he naturally muddled through as much as possible. In less than a day, Xiao Yu followed 300 warriors and alien beasts, led by 3 true god-level powerhouses wearing mechanical flow treasures, and walked towards the huge stone archway in front. Anbian was among these 300 true gods. Xiao Wu, you must kill with all your strength later. If you perform very well, you may be selected into a special legion. Anbian's eyes flashed a hint of madness, and he transmitted his voice. Oh, Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. Xiao Yu naturally knew about the special legion, but what he knew was the special legion of law rulers. As for the special legion of true god-level soldiers, he knew nothing about it. The Eastern Army is divided into many legions, and more than 99% of them are ordinary armies. Only 1 in 100 can enter a special legion. Anbian's eyes flashed a hint of fanaticism. One of my clan brothers joined the special legion of the Eastern Army, and he had already become a void true god when he retired. Then I'm really interested. Xiao Yu grinned. He knew that this true god elimination was to eliminate 3 out of 10 people. To perform well, he would inevitably have to kill more true gods. With the Void Blade, it was actually very simple, even in this Jinji world. Xiao Yu and Anbian followed the team directly into the stone archway. Boom! Suddenly, time and space changed, and Xiao Yu and others entered a vast and desolate land, the ground covered with sand. Above the vast and desolate land, a silver-white unicorn man wearing black streamlined armor hovered, his cold golden pupils overlooking the bottom, and shouted, "You will kill each other. Kill the other party. When I tell you to stop, those who are alive can enter the army. If there are excellent people, they may be selected into a special legion. Begin." The silver horn man shouted, and then layers of black mist appeared around him, and then disappeared into the black mist. Kill! Roar! Suddenly, on the entire desert, true god-level warriors and alien beasts roared, fighting each other, looking for relatively weak opponents and launching full attacks. Xiao Yu, holding the Void Blade, also killed an alien beast nearby. Swoosh! A stream of light flew over. Xiao Yu immediately sensed it, and instantly dodged it. The Void Blade in his hand blocked Anbian's sharp claw shadow. Anbian, you are really despicable. You tried so hard to get close to me before, probably all for this sneak attack. Xiao Yu shouted. Haha, all's fair in war. Anbian snorted coldly. I knew the true god screening process a long time ago, so I approached you in advance, drew closer to our relationship, just to be able to deliver a fatal blow, but it's a pity. A pity, it's just that your strength is too poor. Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a burst of fear in his heart. He really didn't prevent Anbian's sneak attack from behind just now, but his soul was strong, and his divine power was constantly diffused around him, so he naturally knew all the movements around him. You, damn you, Anbian roared and rushed towards Xiao Yu. You're the one who's going to die. Xiao Yu also rushed at an even faster speed. Boom, boom, the two clashed like lightning, the surrounding space shattered. Although Xiao Yu did not use the Genesis secret technique, a casual move, amplified by the Void Blade, also reached the top 10th order power. With just one blow, Anbian was blasted away by the Void Blade. Chapter 550 Black Armor Army. AI Model. Gemini 2.0 Flash 001. Burning Divine Power Secret Technique. Enben immediately stood up, gnashing his teeth. Instantly, the pressure emanating from Enben's body became even more powerful. Burning Divine Power Secret Technique. Xiao Yu was secretly startled. In the Jin world, burning divine power secret techniques were not like cabbages, not just any true god could possess one. It seemed that the opponent also had a background, at least a void true god. Enben's own strength had already reached the peak of the 9th order. With the addition of this burning divine power secret technique, his strength increased by one level, reaching the peak of the 10th order. So what if you burn divine power? Xiao Yu snorted coldly. The void blade in his hand suddenly emitted layers of black light. The endless black light seemed to dye the space-time around Xiao Yu black. Die, Enben roared, his body suddenly growing to more than dozens of times its original size. The wings on his body also became as hard as a true god-level treasure. The pressure on his body became even stronger, and he roared as he charged towards Xiao Yu, his speed several times faster than before. Destruction. Xiao Yu's figure flickered, rushing towards Enben at extreme speed. The void blade drew a strange curve in the endless space-time, followed by an endless black storm, as if a huge black flame had been ignited. The endless power seemed to be bound within this black flame. Even though space-time was rapidly recovering, it still left a black light in the endless space-time that could not be restored for a long time. The huge black flame swept across Enben's body, and then endless power erupted on Enben's body. Boom! Enben's body, 10 billion kilometers high, flew away into the distance, and pieces of treasure fragments fell from his body. Enben was extremely horrified. His body was already powerful, and with the addition of a treasure armor, his defense was even stronger. Furthermore, his divine power was astonishing, and he was not afraid of any true god, even those comparable to void true god level true gods. Your divine power is less than 5%. You still want to fight me? Xiao Yu sneered. In the distance, high in the sky, the silver-horned man hidden in the black mist stared at Xiao Yu with his golden eyes, scrutinizing him again and again. He actually possesses an attack comparable to the limit of a void true god, and he can even restrain his power. It seems that the treasure in his hand should also be a rare mechanical type treasure. However, this kid's own strength has already reached the limit of a true god. With such strength and a mechanical type treasure, I wonder which tribe or force this little guy comes from. The silver-horned man thought to himself, no matter which force it is, since he has joined my Eastern Army, he is a member of the Eastern Army. It's just as well. My Jin world has suddenly undergone a major change. It's the perfect time to have him join a special legion. Just as the silver-horned man was thinking, Xiao Yu's void blade once again slashed across Enben's huge body. Without the defense of the treasure armor, the void blade cut through his true god's heart, destroying it. Enben fell. Xiao Yu waved his hand and collected Enben's body, completely ignoring whether the void true god in the black mist above cared or not, and then rushed towards a nearby alien beast. Kill, kill, kill. Warriors and alien beasts were fighting fiercely. As time passed, Xiao Yu had already killed 3 powerful alien beasts. Unlike others, Xiao Yu chose those with strength reaching the 9th order and above. With the fall of warriors and alien beasts, the number of people still alive and fighting in the arena had reached 210. This met the army's requirements for true god selection. Stop. A powerful pressure descended instantly. Under the endless pressure, the warriors and alien beasts who were fighting immediately stopped their movements. Some, unable to withstand the pressure, were forced to the ground. Only less than 3 people in the entire arena could still stand, and Xiao Yu was one of them, and only Xiao Yu showed the most indifferent expression. His soul will had already reached the limit of the eternal true god. Facing the pressure of a void true god level, he felt no pressure at all. The silver-horned man slowly emerged from the black mist, looked at the three people still standing in the arena, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You three, enter the Black Armor Army." Black Armor Army. Xiao Yu did not expect that even the special legions that true gods entered were also Black Armor armies. However, thinking about it, it was normal. As a special legion, it was naturally impossible to only recruit soldiers at the level of rule lords, it also had to recruit true god level soldiers. Haha, I survived, I can join the Eastern Army. That guy using the blade was really crazy. He actually killed 3 true gods in a row. Those 3 were even stronger than me. The surviving true god warriors and alien beasts were all extremely excited, with only a very few feeling lost due to the fall of their companions. Unlike the rule lords, who joined the army with tribes as their organizational structure, true gods rarely joined the army with members of the same tribe, and many did not even know each other. "Leave quickly," the silver-horned man shouted from high in the sky. A huge archway appeared out of thin air above the desolate desert, and warriors and alien beasts flew out of the archway. 3 true god limit experts carrying mechanical treasures stood outside the archway. One of the true god soldiers, wearing dark red armor and purple eyes, scanned Xiao Yu and the other 2, and said, "You 3, come with me. I will take you to the Black Armor Army." "Yes," Xiao Yu responded. "Yes," the other 2 responded. The other 2 were a warrior with a black horn and an alien beast wearing blood-colored armor with a large tail. The 3 followed the true god soldier and flew away, at about the speed of light. "The space is sealed," Xiao Yu muttered to himself, "it seems to be to prevent the enemy from suddenly teleporting over to attack." Even though the Eastern Army's general is an eternal true god level and the commanders are void true god level, if the space is not sealed, a void true god who teleports over can inevitably cause the fall of many true gods and rule lords. "My name is Lu Luan, from the Chu Rongxi," a voice sounded, which was issued by the blood-armored beast. "Xiao Wu, home is everywhere." Xiao Yu smiled slightly. The black-horned warrior also said, "My name is Bing Lu, a wanderer." Throughout the Jin world, tribal wars, alien beast wars, and various other wars were far too numerous, so many people were displaced and became wanderers. "Xiao Wu, you're very powerful," Bing Lu praised. "You are also very good." Xiao Yu smiled slightly. As true gods, even in battle, they can still observe everything around them, taking in everything that happens within a certain range. There are many special legions in the entire Eastern Army, and the Black Armor Army is just one of them. It is estimated that it will be difficult for new people to pass the selection and enter the Black Armor Army again. They will only be assigned to other legions, so in a short time, there will only be the 3 of us new people in the Black Armor Army. Bing Lu transmitted, "So Lu Luan, Xiao Wu, let's join forces." "Join forces?" Xiao Yu smiled slightly, "Let's talk about it if we can be assigned to a squad."